Chapter 1 I Want Revenge. What does the godly rich system mean to me? Yi Jin, I promise you. I want to be alone with you tonight. Otherwise, let us go out and get a room. Yi Jin looked at the messages on his phone and felt a little confused. This scene seems to have happened before. Yi Jin looked at the time and exclaimed. I was born again. Damn, I was reborn to the day 10 years ago when I checked into a hotel with my girlfriend. At this moment, Yi Jin, who was in a trance, finally confirmed this fact. He was reborn to the day 10 years ago when his girlfriend agreed to get a room with him. 10 years, he has been in prison for 10 whole years. In his previous life, he dreamed of returning to this day. 10 years ago, Yi Jin and Zhang Jieqi were classmates in their junior year at Rongqing University. They were together for 3 whole years. During this period, Yi Jin gave all of her meager living expenses to Zhang Jieqi. I can only survive by eating instant noodles and compressed biscuits. Not only that, he also often works part-time outside. Most of the money from the part-time job was used to buy gifts for Zhang Jieqi. However, Zhang Jieqi unscrupulously overdraws Yi Jin's emotions. In the past 3 years, Yi Jin has never kissed, hugged, or even held hands. But on this day, his girlfriend, who had previously refused to let him touch her, agreed for the first time ever to go to a hotel with him. He thought it was his persistent spirit of bootlicking that touched Zhang Jieqi. Yi Jin has been immersed in the joy of getting Zhang Jieqi's body. I didn't think carefully about why Zhang Jieqi suddenly agreed. But, actually that night, there is no ups and downs at all. There's just some ambiguity and extreme pulling. That is what we often say, just rub it. But even so, Uncle Hat still came and took Yi Jin away. The person who called the police was his girlfriend Zhang Jieqi, who accused Yi Jin of raping her. As the saying goes, if you want to accuse someone of a crime, you can always find a pretext for it. This was done by Zhang Jieqi and her family. Yi Jin was originally convicted of attempted crime, but was directly sentenced to the maximum penalty of 10 years. 10 years. A full 10 years. Zhang Jieqi, I will make you experience the feeling of having your family torn apart. Yi Jin swore secretly in his heart. He is determined to make his girlfriend's family, who falsely accused him and put him in prison for 10 years, pay the price. In fact, not long after being imprisoned, Yi Jin realized that this was a trap set up by Zhang Jieqi's family. The purpose was to embezzle the 3 million yuan of demolition compensation from Yi Jin's family. What is even more infuriating is that Yi Jin's parents paid compensation but failed to get a letter of forgiveness from Zhang Jieqi. Instead, Zhang Jieqi's family used the money to buy connections and made Yi Jin convicted of the crime. In the end, his parents became seriously ill and his sister unfortunately died in a car accident while he was appealing to various places. Not long after, Yi Jin's parents suffered from internal illness due to the double blow and both passed away. In the end, the entire family was broken up. After Yi Jin received the news, he was heartbroken and ended his life by hitting his head against the wall in prison. But God has eyes, allowing Yi Jin to be reborn to the day when the tragedy began. Then there is a chance to start all over again. At this moment, Yi Jin was just planning how to take revenge. A disembodied voice suddenly rang in my mind. Ding! Host rebirth detected, now bound to the urban godly rich system. Basic rules of the system: the host's consumption will be rebated 10 times, limited to the purchase of valuable items, transfers, gifts, etc. will not trigger the rebate rules. The system will release tasks from time to time, and you will receive certain rewards after completing the tasks. Yi Jin was ecstatic. It's coming, it's coming, it's coming with the system. The novel is really cool and does not deceive me. However, this system seems to be wrong. System, I am going there for revenge. What does it mean by giving me a super rich man? Then I leave? No, brother Tongzi, just come. Yi Jin was secretly shocked, but he must not destroy the system. There are so many bullshit. Shouldn't cities have super rich people as standard? Do you want to be the protagonist without money? Yasi Lale, JPG. Yes, brother Tongzi is right. The system is successfully bound, and the cashback amount of the host's consumption will be transferred to the host's account through legal channels. Host, please be brave and give those who bullied you a slap in the face. Yi Jin was overjoyed. But he didn't forget to try. He bought a pack of cigarettes, Shaosu, for 22 yuan. Ding! The host spent 22 yuan, got 10 times the cashback amount is 220 yuan, and the current balance is 587.53 yuan. Yi Jin couldn't wait and continued to spend a lot of money in the supermarket. Ding! The host spends 400 yuan and gets a cashback of 4,000 yuan. Ding! The host spends 1,250 yuan and gets a cashback of 12,500 yuan. Ding! The host spends 3,300 yuan and gets a cashback of 33,000 yuan. Yi Jin, who originally had only 300 yuan left for the hotel room, directly increased the balance to 100,000 yuan. After confirming the authenticity of the system, Yi Jin was extremely excited. At this moment, Yi Jin's cell phone suddenly rang. Yi Jin, where are you? The caller was naturally his girlfriend Zhang Jieqi. Yi Jin smiled secretly in his heart and replied immediately. I'm still out buying you a present. Where is the hotel you booked? I want to go and have a rest first. Zhang Jieqi said the same thing in his previous life. The only thing was that he was going to have a rest, and the real purpose was to install cameras. It's because the two of them were being affectionate in bed. There is also a sense of rejection in Zhang Jieqi's words. Therefore, this video can prove Yi Jin's guilt. Yi Jin was thinking about how to answer. Suddenly, the system's voice in my mind rang again. Ding! System tasks are released. The host can choose one of the following tasks. Different choices will result in different rewards. 1. Refuse to tell her, just go and be cool, leaving her helpless. Reward, 1 million. 2. Tell her directly, break up with her in public, and give her a slap in the face. There is a system, so there is nothing to be afraid of. Reward, 5 million. 3. Tell her directly and go to the hotel, but refuse to repeat the same mistakes as in the previous life. Reward, unknown. Yi Jin rubbed his chin. After looking at these options, to be honest, the first two are very simple, and the rewards are all money. But the third reward is a bit intriguing. And the risks are higher, so the rewards are definitely extraordinary. Yi Jin directly chose the third one. Then he sent a location directly to Zhang Jieqi according to the system requirements. Link, Wester Hotel, Room 2012. Zhang Jieqi, who was on the other end of the phone, felt an indescribable emotion after receiving the news. She was very nervous and excited. Zhang Jieqi quickly replied, okay, I'll go over and rest for a while first. After he finished speaking, Zhang Jieqi quickly hung up the phone and rushed to the hotel. She thought about Yi Jin falling into the trap she set step by step, and felt an indescribable sense of accomplishment in her heart. Because she was 100% sure that Yi Jin would fall into his trap. After all, she is the goddess that Yi Jin has been licking for 3 years. As long as I refuse again at that time, Yi Jin will be sentenced for attempted rape, and then he will be charged with the maximum crime of rape. All that was left was to trick his parents into giving him the 3 million yuan in demolition compensation. Thinking of this, Zhang Jieqi couldn't help but quicken his pace. But what Zhang Jieqi didn't know was that Yi Jin had already arrived at the hotel. After giving some instructions to the front desk clerk, he generously threw 10,000 yuan to the front desk clerk. Seeing Yi Jin being so generous, the lady at the front desk naturally cooperated. Following Yi Jin's instructions, the young lady patted her chest and promised that there would be no problem. Yi Jin nodded with satisfaction, then left the hotel. Since we have decided not to repeat the same mistakes, it is necessary to get through to some people. Zhang Jieqi wanted to set up a trap to harm him, and the most important thing was the surveillance video. In that case, wouldn't it be better if he couldn't take the picture? Even if we really call the police, there will be nothing we can do without substantial evidence. Yi Jin murmured, Zhang Jieqi, let me show you what setting up a trap means. Let us talk about the result first. The villain is either sentenced to life imprisonment or death penalty. Now it has been updated to the point where the villain is set up. Chapter 2 Hunter or Prey. At this time, Zhang Jieqi had already hurried to the hotel. She said to the girl at the front desk, hello, room 2012, I'm here to get the room card. When the receptionist heard Zhang Jieqi's words, her eyes lit up. But no other unnecessary actions were taken. Responded very politely. Okay, miss, here is your room card, please take it. After taking the room card, Zhang Jieqi went straight into the room without stopping. After opening the door, Zhang Jieqi looked around the room without stopping. She had to find one that could capture not only the whole view but also the panoramic view. It can also clearly record the hidden parts of the conversation between two people. After glancing around, she set her sights on the potted plants. Zhang Jieqi said secretly, this potted plant should be more hidden. She placed the camera on the potted plant and moved the potted plant to the head of the bed. After a little simple processing. If you don't look carefully, you can't tell that there is a hidden camera on this potted plant. She nodded secretly and murmured, "Eugene, thank me very much, so that you can rub it. It's also very happy to rub against it. Enjoy this pleasure for the first and last time before you go to prison. For you, I even sacrificed myself. I charge you 3 million each time. Is that not too much?" Zhang Juqi murmured, feeling extremely happy and excited. Originally, she was a scheming, materialistic woman. While enjoying Yi Jin's efforts, she used Yi Jin's money to dress herself up and look for rich young men. Typical case of looking for a better job while still having a donkey. This time, Yi Jin let it slip that his family would get a share of the 3 million yuan in demolition compensation. She knew that Yi Jin had an older sister at home, and it was impossible for Yi Jin's parents to give all the money to Yi Jin. So she told her family about it. So there is the gambling-addicted father, the money-hungry mother and the slut. The three of them colluded with each other and eventually came up with this plan. Zhang Juqi didn't feel any psychological burden at all. He even felt that he was giving Yi Jin benefits. The 3 million is the compensation their family deserves. After all, she is a pure and conservative goddess in front of Yi Jin. But behind the scenes, no one knows how many relationships he is having at the same time. Her parents already knew her daughter's character and thought that nothing like that would happen in the end, so they acquiesced to the plan. After all, Zhang Juqi's father Zhang Chengjun still has tens of thousands of gambling debts to pay off. Mother Li Yulan also hopes that she can undergo cosmetic surgery, which will cost tens of thousands of dollars. Zhang Juqi wanted to buy several limited edition bags. Desire and vanity are the catalysts of this matter. At this moment, Zhang Juqi's cell phone suddenly rang. She picked up the phone. "Hello, Dad. My daughter, are you all done?" "It's done, just waiting for Yi Jin to come over." "That's good. Nothing went wrong, right?" "No, everything is fine." "Daughter, I'm sorry for wronging you this time." "Humph, Dad, if it weren't for you and Mom, I wouldn't be willing to humiliate myself." Yes, daughter, this time the matter is over. Dad has paid off his gambling debts and vowed never to gamble again." Zhang Chengjun on the other end of the phone made a solemn promise. "Humph, you said the same thing last time, but you went anyway." Zhang Chengjun said awkwardly, "Hey, daughter, Dad also wants to earn more money to improve your life. Come on, I don't care. After this, I'm going to use the 1 million myself. Don't try to take advantage of me." "Okay, I'll listen to you, daughter. Is there anything wrong with your video?" "Well, I saw it, and it became clear to me." "Okay, Dad, let us stop talking." Yi Jin's phone call came in. Good. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Chengjun could hardly control the smile on his face. "Forget it, just go get a few more, I'll have money soon anyway." After saying that, Zhang Chengjun ran straight to the tea house with his cell phone. On this side, Zhang Juqi hung up the call with Zhang Chengjun and answered Yi Jin's call. "Hello, Yi Jin, have you arrived?" "Here we are. I'm downstairs in the hotel." "Then come up quickly." "Juqi, I'm a little hungry. Let's go eat first. I've booked a meal at the Dynasty Hotel." When Zhang Juqi heard it was the Dynasty Hotel, her heart skipped a beat. She knew that the Dynasty Hotel was a famous hotel in the city. A meal starts at 10,000 yuan. She has never eaten it since she was a child. "Well, okay, let us go eat first and come back after dinner." "Well, I'll wait for you." After hanging up the phone, Zhang Juqi didn't think much about it. She took the room card and went downstairs. I saw Yi Jin, who was already sitting in the hall. She naturally took Yi Jin's arm and walked out of the hotel. When Zhang Juqi wasn't paying attention, Yi Jin sent an eye signal to the receptionist. The lady at the front desk understood and gave Yi Jin a professional smile. At the Dynasty Hotel, Yi Jin and Zhang Juqi had a hearty meal together in a private room. Yi Jin looked at her phone and more than an hour had passed. Then I opened WeChat and saw the message from the receptionist. Yi Jin smiled secretly. "Yi Jin, what are you laughing at?" Zhang Juqi saw Yi Jin's secret smile and asked casually without knowing why. Yi Jin answered frankly, "It's nothing, my parents said that the demolition has been decided and the final price is 3 million. Yi Jin extended the olive branch again. Zhang Juqi's eyes lit up when he heard this. Then he said impatiently, "Yi Jin, let us go back quickly, I'm tired." Okay, let us go. The two took a taxi back to the hotel. Yi Jin and Zhang Jiechi both had smiles on their faces. But the two of them were not thinking the same thing. Zhang Jiechi is a hunter. Yi Jin is the fat and juicy prey. This time, Zhang Jiechi sacrificed herself just to get a piece of fat meat. Little did they know that each step was Yi Jin's trap. Everything was ready, and the two of them snuggled together, each with their own ulterior motives. Yi Jin, I'm a little scared, can I not do it? Yi Jin cursed inwardly, what the hell are you pretending for? Don't be afraid, baby, I'll be gentle. Okay, can you turn on the light? I'm afraid of the dark. Okay, I'll do as you say. Then, the two began an extreme tug of war. Sure enough, the plot was the same as in the previous life, and Yi Jin did it a second time. The whole process is to maintain the same plot development as the previous life. This time, Yi Jin was still just rubbing. But the ambiguity in the dark can especially arouse people's desire. Yi Jin certainly did so. He secretly said in his heart, oh, the loneliness is unbearable. I will go to the club for a massage later to relieve my heat. The whole process was the same as in the previous life, and nothing like that happened. But Zhang Jiechi still performed the process of wanting to refuse but also to accept. This process can be used as evidence of attempted rape with some exaggeration. That's how it was. In her previous life, Zhang Jiechi still accused Yi Jin of rape. Sure enough, after a while, Zhang Jiechi looked at his mobile phone, made an excuse and said, hey, my dad called me back. Sorry, Yi Jin, I think something happened at home, I have to go back. Yi Jin smiled faintly, okay. He didn't try to persuade her to stay, as he knew Zhang Jiechi was about to call the police. Zhang Jiechi put on his clothes, left the hotel and headed towards the police station. When she arrived at the police station, there was a police officer on duty who was playing with his mobile phone out of boredom. Zhang Jiechi had already prepared himself mentally. So she spoke directly to the police officer. Comrade Police, I was raped. Chapter 3 Uncle Police, I'm just AP at best. At around 12 o'clock in the evening, Uncle Hat and his three companions went straight to room 2012 of the hotel. Boom, boom, boom. Who is it? Police, room inspection. Yi Jin chuckled. It was exactly the same as the plot in his previous life. Comrade Police Officer, I am the only one living here. Your name is Yi Jin, right? The leading policeman was named Lu Bo, and his tone clearly contained an interrogative attitude. Yes, it's me. Yi Jin answered readily. That's right, someone has reported a case to our police station, accusing you of rape. Could you please come with us? Rape? That's impossible, officer, are you mistaken? Yi Jin replied in pretended surprise. We'll know if we made a mistake if we go back. Let us go. Okay, then I'll put on some clothes. Following the police, Yi Jin put on her clothes and collected her belongings. I got in the police car and arrived at the police station. As soon as he arrived at the police station, Yi Jin was taken to the interrogation room. The interrogators were Lu Bo and a colleague who was on duty. Lu Bo took a sip of tea and questioned in an extremely powerful and deep voice. What were you and Ms. Zhang Jiechi doing around 9 o'clock this evening? Zhang Jiechi is my girlfriend, we had sex in the hotel. Lu Bo's brows slightly frowned, and then with a hint of anger, don't fool me. Now Ms. Zhang Jiechi is accusing you of rape. What explanation do you give? Upon hearing this, Yi Jin's eyes became panicked and he pretended to be surprised and said, Impossible, officer, my girlfriend and I didn't do anything? How could it be rape? Lu Bo shouted angrily, I tell you, against a woman's will, using violence, threats, harm and other means to force others to engage in sexual acts constitutes the crime of rape. At the same time, during the sexual act, as long as the woman has clearly expressed her refusal, continuing to have sexual intercourse with her also constitutes rape. As long as such behavior exists, even if it is not done in the end, it may constitute attempted rape. Ms. Zhang Jiechi stated that although she was willing at the beginning, she clearly expressed her refusal during the process. So, according to this statement, you are very likely guilty of attempted rape. After all, Yi Jin is a person who has lived a new life, and his psychological quality is different from his current 20-year-old self. Listening to Lu Bo's words, although Yi Jin was extremely calm inside, he still showed a bit of panic on the surface. He defended himself by saying, Officer, I didn't hear my girlfriend say no during the conversation. She has always been willing to cooperate. Besides, I didn't use any violent means. You can go ask her. Lu Bo's brows became more and more solemn. The current situation where both sides insisted on their own opinions made him uneasy for a while. Okay, since you both insist on your own opinions, let us confront each other face to face. So, Yi Jin came into the mediation room under the guidance of Ji Observer. As soon as I entered the door, I saw Zhang Jieqi and her parents Zhang Chengjun and Li Yulan sitting together. When Zhang Chengjun saw Yi Jin coming, he became furious. He slammed the table and yelled, "You bastard, how dare you rape my daughter? I'm going to kill you." Then he was about to go up and beat Yi Jin up. The police had already anticipated that the two might clash. He immediately grabbed Zhang Chengjun to prevent the situation from getting worse. Zhang Chengjun, who was arrested, gradually calmed down under the guidance of the police. Lu Bo, who was sitting on the main seat, said, "Now, both of you have your own opinions. Please tell us what happened separately." Yi Jin spoke first. "The police officer is like this." Yi Jin explained what happened in detail. He said he had never heard any clear refusal from Zhang Jieqi. So he couldn't admit to this sin. When Zhang Jieqi heard Yi Jin's words, she immediately refuted. "You are talking nonsense. Comrade police officer, I was indeed willing at the beginning, but I clearly expressed my refusal halfway through. You are clearly confusing right and wrong." Zhang Chengjun on the side also echoed, "Officer, our daughter is a very conservative girl. There is no way he would say anything nonsense about these things. Is there any girl who is willing to destroy her own innocence to slander others?" Lu Bo looked at Zhang Jieqi and also tended to the latter. After all, there are indeed not many women who are willing to ruin their own innocence to slander others. In comparison, Zhang Jieqi is a member of the vulnerable group. Lu Bo intentionally favors Zhang Jieqi's side. Zhang Jieqi's eyes were full of grievance, and even with a hint of moisture, she said to Lu Bo, "Officer, I admit that we are boyfriend and girlfriend. I just think we are still too young to do those things now. So, I had already expressed my clear refusal halfway through. It was him, he had to do it. He grabbed my hand and I couldn't get away." While speaking, Zhang Jieqi pointed at Yi Jin with a firm look in his eyes. Li Yulan also pointed at Yi Jin and shouted, "Yes, officer, arrest him quickly, he is a rapist." Yi Jin was not at all flustered and said in an orderly manner, "Officer, first of all, we both did this voluntarily and I did not coerce her. If you don't believe me, you can look on her body to see if there is any evidence of my violence or coercion. Secondly, she also said that he did it voluntarily, and I can guarantee that she never said a word of refusal during the entire process. Also, what I want to say is, since you are accusing me of rape, but what I said verbally should not be enough to convict me, right? In fact, when I took him to the Dynasty Hotel for dinner today, she said she still wanted to go there, so I transferred 10,000 yuan to him." Yi Jin looked a little playful and said nonchalantly, "So, Uncle Police, at most I am a prostitute. Maybe the money wasn't enough." Hearing Yi Jin's joke, Zhang Chengjun slammed the table and yelled, "You are talking nonsense." It looked like he was about to start taking action. Lu Bo hurriedly stopped them and shouted, "Sit down, this is a police station, not a place where you can do whatever you want." After hearing this, Zhang Chengjun sat down angrily. Lu Bo continued, "Indeed, the hotel room has surveillance cameras, but there is no recording, so it is impossible to determine what the situation was between the two people in the room. According to the analysis of the hotel's external surveillance, Ms. Zhang Jieqi did not enter the hotel room under duress. Therefore, without more evidence, this case can only be treated as a PC at best. However, you all said that the two parties were in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship at the beginning, so this PC may not be true. If you cannot provide new evidence, then this case can only be dismissed as innocent." At this time, Zhang Chengjun spoke to Lu Bo as if he was confident. "Officer, I have evidence." Hearing this, Lu Bo's eyes lit up and asked, "What evidence?" Zhang Chengjun calmly took out a USB flash drive and spoke as if he was confident. "Officer, this is a surveillance video. It not only includes the video of the time, but also the recording of the time. If you see it live, you can confirm whether what my daughter said is true." Chapter 4, No Case. After seeing Zhang Chengjun take out a USB flash drive from his pocket, Lu Bo was obviously a little surprised. He checked the room himself and found no video equipment in that room. Where did the video that Zhang Chengjun keeps talking about come from? However, the current situation is to resolve this case as soon as possible. As for the source of the video, we'll have to wait and see. Give me this video and we'll check it out on the spot. Shaoli, go check it out. The accompanying police officer took the USB drive and ran outside quickly. Zhang Chengjun was confident after seeing all this, and his eyes were fixed on Yi Jin, the fat piece of meat, like a hungry tiger. Zhang Jieqi and Lu Yulan snuggled together, pretending to be aggrieved. But no one noticed the gleam of brilliance in their eyes. Boy, wait until the police see the video and I'll see how you can argue. I advise you to admit it now, so that it can be counted as a confession. Otherwise, if the police see you, you won't have the chance to surrender. Zhang Chengjun said proudly. Li Yulan also echoed, yes, officer, you must severely punish this rapist. My daughter's innocence cannot be slandered like this. Zhang Jieqi, who seemed to be the victim, wiped her tears and sobbed, Dad, Mom. Zhang Jieqi's family pointed fingers at Yi Jin. It seemed like he was sure to win. Enjoy the joy of victory in advance. To be precise, he was enjoying the joy of the 3 million in advance. But only Yi Jin knew that how happy they were now would lead to how disappointed they would be later. This is what they say, the higher you climb, the harder you fall. Yi Jin ignored the words of the three people and just spoke lightly. I advise you not to be happy too soon. I believe in the police, they won't arrest me without reason. You want to convict me based on your one-sided statement, but the police won't allow it, and neither will the law. Zhang Chengjun seemed annoyed by Yi Jin's indifferent state. He shouted angrily, You little bastard, I have irrefutable evidence now, so just wait and get on with your sewing machine. I tell you, you raped my daughter, not only will you have to pay compensation, but I will also put you in jail for the rest of your life. Boy, cherish this little free time you have now. Li Yulan also scolded, What a scum, he dares to do it but not to admit it. Comrade police officer, you must take care of my daughter. Zhang Jieqi said, Yi Jin, just admit it. It can be considered as surrendering now. I can write a letter of apology for you. Looking at Zhang Jieqi's hypocritical attitude, Yi Jin almost vomited. Lu Bo looked at the two parties in confrontation and their words became increasingly agitated. So he came out to explain, Okay, calm down. You both have your own opinions. There is no point in saying more now. Wait until our colleagues check your video. At Lu Bo's call, both sides stopped talking. Everyone is quietly waiting for the police to reveal the video. Zhang Chengjun looked at Yi Jin with interest. He was confident that he had already started planning how to fool Yi Jin's parents next. But looking at Yi Jin, he looked indifferent. I even felt a little sleepy and began to close my eyes to rest. Seems not to care. This situation made Zhang Chengjun a little confused, but he also felt vaguely uneasy. However, when he thought of the irrefutable evidence in his hands, the last bit of uneasiness quietly disappeared. About half an hour later, Shaoli walked in. He said a few words into Lu Bo's ear. Lu Bo's brows became visibly furrowed. When Zhang Chengjun saw the results were out, he started to feel proud again. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. Boy, now you don't even have the chance to surrender. Wait for the trial of law. I tell you, even if you beg me now and pay me compensation, I will not give you a chance to reduce your sentence. Yi Jin just listened to Zhang Chengjun's ridicule indifferently. He looked at Zhang Chengjun as if he were a clown. I even felt like laughing. Lu Bo, who had been silent for a moment, finally spoke. Cough cough. We've all seen the video. Zhang Chengjun, so what do you think, officer? Has this kid's guilt been confirmed? Li Yulan, yes, officer, has my daughter's innocence been tarnished by this boy? Zhang Jieqi didn't say anything, but just stared at Lu Bo intently. Lu Bo just shook his head slightly and said slowly, the video does not show the process of them being in the room. Hearing this, Zhang Chengjun was stunned at first, and a feeling of uneasiness surged from the bottom of his heart. Then he asked, Officer, what does no process mean? Lu Bo, in other words, there is nothing in this video and it cannot be considered as evidence. Boom! At this moment, Lu Bo's words exploded in Zhang Chengjun's mind like a bolt from the blue. Li Yulan and Zhang Jieqi standing by also widened their eyes. Officer, what do you mean? How could it be possible that there is no such thing? That was done by my daughter herself. Zhang Chengjun didn't finish his words because he knew that secretly taking photos of other people's privacy was illegal. So he didn't say the rest. Li Yulan asked, Yes, officer, did you make a mistake? Lu Bo shook his head, the video shows that no one has ever entered the room. Boom! Lu Bo's words instantly made Zhang Jieqi feel extremely confused. No one has come in? They've clearly pushed themselves to their limits. She also confirmed that the potted plant was right next to the bed. How is that possible? Yi Jin looked at the family with confused faces and felt extremely happy. Only he knew that the potted plant had actually been replaced long ago. Just when the two of them were eating. The lady at the front desk had swapped the potted plants in the next room with those in their room. So there were no cameras in Yi Jin and Zhang Jieqi's room at all. Impossible, police officer, did you take his money? How could you not? When Lu Bo heard this, he became furious and shouted, "Parent, please watch your words, otherwise I will arrest you for falsely accusing a public official." After hearing Lu Bo's scolding, Zhang Chengjun could only sit down in disappointment. Afterwards, Lu Bo instructed his colleague Xiaoli to bring the computer over. The surveillance content was played in front of several people. In the surveillance video, you can see that there is a large hotel bed opposite, accompanied by accelerated video playback. Until the end, the two of them never appeared in the entire surveillance video. When the video ended, Zhang Chengjun collapsed to the ground. He kept muttering, "How is this possible? How is this possible?" Even Zhang Jieqi on the side felt extremely confused. After all, he put this thing in there with his own hands. Seeing this, anyone with a discerning eye would know that their family is just bullshit. Seeing that the situation was settled, Lu Bo directly announced, "We have ruled that the case of rape against Comrade Yi Jin will not be filed." Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing task 3. The gift package has been distributed, please check it. Chapter 5 Foot Bath Shop. Congratulations to the host for completing the task brilliantly. Rewards: extraordinary body, fighting proficiency, driving proficiency, super rich points, 1000 points. Supernatural body: the host possesses a super strong physique, and his strength, speed, mental strength, etc. are about 10 times that of an ordinary person. Combat mastery: the host is proficient in all combat techniques in the world. Driving proficiency: the host is proficient in driving all current means of transportation, including vehicles, ships, airplanes, etc. Xinhao points can be used to upgrade the system. Participate in the lottery in exchange for money. The lottery system is not yet open. The exchange rate for money is 1:100 W. Hearing the system prompt, Yi Jin was overjoyed. So this is the unknown reward. Yi Jin felt the physical improvement brought by the extraordinary body. At this moment, his body was changing silently. The entire abdomen becomes more defined and the face becomes more handsome. At the same time, he felt that there seemed to be a powerful force contained in his body. It is no exaggeration to say that he can now kill a cow with one punch. And many fighting and driving techniques also emerged in his mind. It was imprinted directly on Yi Jin's mind like a brand. Yi Jin said silently in his heart, "Thank you, brother Tongzi." But Yi Jin was still in the mediation room, so he didn't seem very excited. At this time, Zhang Chengjun and Zhang Jieqi in the mediation room had livid faces. They will never figure out why this video is gone. Obviously, everything has been done. So the two of them began to communicate with each other. "Dad, what's going on? How would I know? You didn't go to the wrong room, did you?" "No, it's in that room. I even saw the potted plants there." Zhang Jieqi asked back. "Didn't you see it when you were monitoring from home?" Zhang Chengjun was obviously a little discouraged, and his tone became hesitant. I didn't watch it." "Didn't see it?" Zhang Jieqi opened her mouth in surprise. But he immediately understood the whole story and asked, "Are you going to gamble again?" Zhang Chengjun remained silent, obviously agreeing. Zhang Jieqi could only give her father a fierce look at him, who was more than capable of accomplishing anything. Lu Yulan looked at the father and daughter in confusion, not knowing what was going on. Lu Bo looked at the case and saw that the truth had been revealed. He just wanted to send those people away as soon as possible. "Okay, this case is over, you can all go back home." "Wait, Officer Lu." At this moment Yi Jin said slowly. Lu Bo was slightly stunned and asked in confusion, "What's wrong, little brother?" Yi Jin raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said lightly, "Officer Lu, why don't you ask where he got the video from? Such a private video is not something you can get easily." After hearing Yi Jin's words, Lu Bo also reacted. "I just had this question." Because he wanted to quickly find out whether Yi Jin was the criminal, he didn't think much about it for the time being. So Lu Bo asked, "By the way, how did you get this video? Can you explain it to me?" Hearing this, Zhang Jieqi and Zhang Chengjun were obviously at a loss, and their eyes looked a little uncertain. I Both of them hesitated and dared not answer. Lu Bo could tell at a glance that the two of them were up to something. He continued to ask, "Tell me quickly, where did it come from?" Despite Lu Bo's questioning, the two still refused to confess. Yi Jin said casually, "Officer Lu can go ask the front desk lady at the hotel. Ask him which room he moved the potted plants that were originally in our room to. I believe that Officer Lu will definitely gain something." When Zhang Chengjun heard this, he understood instantly. He shouted angrily, "It's you asked the front desk to change the potted plants." Zhang Jieqi also reacted at this time, his eyes full of disbelief. He clenched his teeth and uttered a few words, "Yi Jin, you are so despicable." Yi Jin did not comment. Said frankly, "How is this despicable? You are allowed to design something to harm me, but you can't let me design something? Your goal is the 3 million, right? Sorry, your wish may not come true." When they heard Yi Jin speak out what was in their hearts, the three of them were slightly stunned. Yi Jin didn't want to continue pestering her and stood up to leave. Before leaving, he said lightly, "It is also a crime to put cameras in the hotel to take secret photos. I believe that Officer Lu will enforce the law impartially. Right? Officer Lu." When Lu Bo heard this, he knew that Yi Jin was pointing a finger at him, but he was not angry. "I just said righteously, of course, if this situation is discovered, we must do what the law requires." Yi Jin, "Okay, then there is nothing else. I'll leave first. I've been busy for most of the night and I'm so sleepy." Lu Bo, "Okay, sorry to have kept you company, little brother." Yi Jin, "It's okay. It's my duty to cooperate with the police in their investigation." After saying that, Yi Jin left the police station. After Yi Jin left, Lu Bo temporarily detained the three people. He said he would not leave until the matter was fully investigated. Zhang Jieqi and Zhang Chengjun will probably be jailed for a few days for installing the cameras. But Zhang Chengjun still has some connections. I guess it will be out soon. In the previous life, it was Zhang Chengjun who established some connections. This is why Yi Jin was sentenced directly to the maximum penalty for rape instead of attempted rape. But at this moment, Yi Jin was too lazy to worry about the follow-up. This time it's just a little interest. The best is yet to come. All those who participated in the plan to harm him in the previous life. They are all targets of Yi Jin's revenge. However, he still doesn't know who helped Zhang Chengjun to get the maximum penalty. Now is not the time to start taking revenge on their family. The most urgent task is to make good use of the system to make money. It's already past 2 in the morning and Yi Jin doesn't want to go back to the hotel. He took a taxi directly to the most famous foot bath club in the city, Badeo Foot Bath. At 2 o'clock in the morning in Chengdu, only entertainment venues like this one were still brightly lit. After getting off the car, Yi Jin looked around the high-end and elegant club. There was also a wave of emotion in my heart. After all, he had been in prison for 10 years. I have never been to such a place in my previous life or in this life. He clicked on the elevator and went upstairs to this high-end foot bath club. The first thing that catches your eye is the decoration style with warm colors like the afterglow of the setting sun. However, the matching of lights of different colors in the store is like lively notes, constantly stirring up the restlessness in people's hearts. Although it was almost dawn, there were still sexy young ladies wearing sexy cheongsams and with sweet looks on duty. Bite. Hearing the sound of the elevator, they knew that guests were coming. The two young ladies at the front desk used very polite and professional greetings. "Hello, Badeo Foot Bath, how can I help you?" Yi Jin said calmly, "Let me relax." One of them, a young lady in her 20s, came out quickly. When he came out, those eyes looked him up and down. She found out that Yi Jin was just a young man, and she couldn't help feeling disappointed. I guess he's just a guy who wants to take advantage of others and doesn't have much capital. The front desk clerk at the foot bath center will treat each customer differently based on their needs. For those who have money, the luxury package is recommended, and for those who don't have money, just go with whatever you want. This way their commission will also increase. But now I see a young man like Yi Jin. She secretly complained in her heart, "Hey, here comes another one with no benefits." Chapter 6 Imperial Set Meal. What services do you provide? Yi Jin asked first. The receptionist introduced Yi Jin out of professionalism. Our cheapest package is a 90-minute basic massage service for 1,888 yuan. Yi Jin couldn't help but frown when he heard it was the basic version. The receptionist also noticed Yi Jin's frown and couldn't help but laugh secretly. As expected, there is not much profit, even the cheapest one is unaffordable. As the saying goes, appearance reflects the heart, and what you think in your heart will naturally be reflected in your expression. The receptionist's eyes had become contemptuous and erratic. The professional smile is still there. But anyone with a discerning eye could see that it was no longer a smile, but an awkward smile. Yi Jin certainly noticed her changes. Naturally, I knew that she looked down on me. But he was not angry, after all, he was still just a junior student. Then he said lightly, "Basic version? Is there anything more expensive? Money is not a problem." Yi Jin had already said this, and he was just too lazy to care what these people thought. The receptionist was delighted at first when he heard this. But then he looked at Yi Jin carefully again. I found that Yi Jin, apart from being a little more handsome, is of course no match for you readers. He was wearing sports casual wear worth about 1 or 200 yuan. No matter how you look at it, he has nothing to do with a rich young man. I guess the receptionist is used to seeing the extravagant spending here. I'm also used to seeing some people here just to show off. She also sneered unhappily, yes, I'm just afraid you can't bear to give it up. Young man, let me tell you the truth, this package is already the cheapest. If you go up further, it will be 3,800, which is enough for most of your month's salary. Are you still willing to do so? Yi Jin was slightly stunned when he heard this. He was originally too lazy to do these things to show off by using money. But the man in front of me really looks down on others. Yi Jin was a little angry, and said in a very impatient tone, I asked you to introduce it, so just introduce it. Why are you talking so much nonsense? When the receptionist heard this, she didn't feel anything was wrong. Instead, he mocked, if you can't afford it, just say so. No one will laugh at you. You're still wasting my breath by asking me to introduce myself. I have seen many people who try to show off their wealth. Yi Jin said speechlessly and impatiently, call your manager out to me. TSK, just scream if you want, do you think I'm afraid of you? Then the receptionist gave Yi Jin a cold look and walked into the house. Yi Jin sat down in the reception area. Another receptionist saw this. He came out immediately, holding a bottle of mineral water and said to Yi Jin, Sir, calm down, Sister Zhang didn't mean that. Yi Jin glanced and saw the name written on her work badge, Lu Qingyan. Looking at her again, I saw Lu Qingyan's standard oval face, which looked like a carefully crafted work of art. The eyes under the double eyelids are like a lively spring, clear and bright. The tall nose bridge is like an exquisite little mountain peak, and the cute little mouth is as tempting as a cherry. The proportions of the facial features are just right, like a masterpiece of nature. Her black, beautiful hair fell down her back like a waterfall and was tied into a ponytail, swaying gently with her movements. She was wearing a professional cheongsam and black silk high heels, and her pure and sexy style was fully displayed on her. For a moment, Yi Jin was so absorbed in watching that he forgot to speak. Lu Qingyan also felt Yi Jin's extremely aggressive and scrutinizing gaze. Her eyes flickered and she said a little uncomfortably, Sir, please drink some water, please don't be angry. Just when Yi Jin was about to speak, Sister Zhang came with a man in a professional suit. A charming woman came over. Yi Jin took a closer look and found that she was indeed a rare and extremely beautiful woman. Hello sir, my name is Xia Yi and I am the general manager of this store. Is there anything I can help you with? Yi Jin pointed at the receptionist and said calmly, It's okay, I want to come here to relax and ask her to introduce the set meal to me. She didn't seem very willing. There is no other way, I can only ask you to introduce it to me. Upon hearing this, Xia Yi immediately understood what was going on. She frowned slightly and asked in a low voice, What's wrong with you? Listening to Xia Yi's questioning, Sister Zhang also lowered her head secretly. But he still muttered, Humph, no matter how you introduce him, he is still a worthless person, why are you pretending? Her voice was very soft, but the three people around her heard it. Xia Yi glared at her fiercely, then said to Yi Jin, Excuse me, sir. Let me introduce you. Yi Jin just waved his hand, pointed at Lu Qingyan and said, No need, let her introduce it. Oh, okay. Sir, we have standard packages of 1888, 3888, 5888, 8888, and 10888. Others are more expensive. Lu Qingyan did not continue the introduction. Because in her heart she didn't believe that Yi Jin would spend tens of thousands of dollars on a foot bath. But Yi Jin was still slightly stunned. He didn't expect that Lu Qingyan was so honest. At least she's not as snobbish as that woman just now. Then Yi Jin said calmly, It's okay, What is the most expensive set meal here? The most expensive one is the Supreme Emperor package, which costs 55,555 yuan and includes a full range of services. Sister Zhang did not forget to mock at this time. I have introduced the most expensive one, can you afford it? Xiaoyi, sir, may I ask you? Then let us go for the Emperor's set meal. Okay, Sir, I didn't hear what you just said clearly, could you say it again? I say, let us just take this Imperial set meal, use the credit card. In an instant, not only Lu Qingyan was caught by the linen. Xia Yi also just stood there in a daze. Sister Zhang on the side was even more embarrassed. After waiting for the POS to swipe the card, the three of them could see the young man in front of them clearly. This is the way to sell gold. Ding! The host spent 55,555 yuan, got 10 times the cashback. The cashback amount is 555,550 yuan, and the current balance is 583,246.46 yuan. Yi Jin smiled knowingly, this cashback is really useful. Then Yi Jin pointed at Lu Qingyan and said lightly, by the way, this reception is hers. Okay, all up to you. Xia Yi knew what Yi Jin meant. It was obvious that Sister Zhang had just angered him. Xia Yi turned to Sister Zhang and said, you have lost your commission this month, so go and learn our service etiquette. Hearing Xia Yi's words, Yi Jin smiled with satisfaction. Sister Zhang's body went limp and she couldn't recover for a long time. How could she have imagined that this young man could directly come up with 50,000 yuan? Not only was I just playing around, I was also fined. A month's commission is nearly 10,000 yuan. All of a sudden, feelings of regret and jealousy filled Sister Zhang's heart. Led by Lu Qingyan and Xia Yi, Yi Jin came to the private room exclusively for the Emperor's set menu. Yi Jin turned to Xia Yi and asked, can I designate someone to serve me? Xia Yi was slightly stunned and said, of course. Then Yi Jin pointed at Lu Qingyan and said, then you come. Chapter 7, No Choice. Ah, me? Lu Qingyan was flattered and followed Yi Jin into the luxurious private room. But Lu Qingyan was a little shy. But as Xia Yi's eyes widened, she took back the words that were about to come out of her mouth. Yi Jin also noticed this scene, but he didn't think much about it. Then Yi Jin walked into the room under the guidance of the two. Wow, this is what real arrogance is. The room is about 120 square meters, and the decoration of the whole room seems like a mysterious temptation, which easily arouses people's deepest desires. How to describe it? It's like a couple-themed room full of romance and passion. The lights in the house were dim, but an ambiguous atmosphere filled the air like a veil. TV, sofa, kitchen and dining room, everything is available, just like a warm little family. The custom-made bed in the middle is like a towering castle, 3 meters long and wide. Sleeping on it feels like being in a dreamy cloud, and it can easily accommodate 7 or 8 people. There are 4 professional stools around the bed, obviously prepared for 4 people to work at the same time. The bathtub inside was even more astonishingly large, estimated to be at least 50 square meters. Even Lu Qingyan couldn't help but widen her beautiful eyes, slightly opened her lips and uttered a soft wow. Brother, please wait a moment, other sisters will be here soon. Yi Jin nodded slightly. Xia Yi looked at Yi Jin in front of her, and couldn't help but feel a little amusement in her heart. She leaned close to Yi Jin's ear and whispered, brother, this package is for cosplay and plot interpretation, you can do whatever you want later. Of course Yi Jin knew what Xia Yi meant. But he still pretended to be confused and asked, what do you mean casually? Xia Yi smiled charmingly and spoke in a captivating tone. Of course it is. Can do anything to them. Bro, it's anything. Upon hearing this, Yi Jin nodded slightly and smiled knowingly. After saying that, Xia Yi turned around and was about to walk out of the house. Lu Qingyan, who was behind the two of them, of course heard their conversation. She naturally knew what it meant. Lu Qingyan said hesitantly, Sister Xia, can I not participate in this service? Lu Qingyan's voice was not loud, but Yi Jin heard it. Yi Jin frowned slightly, and an unhappy expression immediately appeared on his face. Seeing this, Xia Yi immediately comforted him, sorry, little brother, I'll take care of it. Then Xia Yi immediately pulled Lu Qingyan out the door. With a somewhat angry look on his face, he said, what do you mean? The guest specifically requests your service. Why not go? Lu Qingyan said in embarrassment, Sister Xia, I don't want to do that, I just want to be a good receptionist. Working as a receptionist? When can you pay off your money as a receptionist? When she heard about paying back the money, Lu Qingyan suddenly lost her confidence. I will try my best, Xia Yi said unhappily. Effort? Xiaolu, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but the money you owe brother who will take you 20 years to pay back just by relying on your salary as a receptionist. Look at that girl, she can earn tens of thousands of dollars just by lying down, and she can pay it back in a few years. Why do you have to be so hard on money? After hearing Xia Yi's words, Lu Qingyan's face became even uglier. She was a college student, but her mother was seriously ill at home. So I borrowed 200,000 yuan in high-interest loans from outside. But who would have thought that each time he paid back the money, it would be more than the last time, and finally it had reached more than 1 million. She had no choice but to come here to work under the threat of brother who. She never thought about selling her body. I want to pay back the money little by attracting customers and increasing commissions. So, I've been here for 3 days and haven't placed a single order. And those girls who choose another path can earn tens of thousands of yuan every month just by lifting their legs. Even with such temptation of money, she never sold herself. But today Yi Jin specifically mentioned me. Xia Yi would never offend such a wealthy client for her own sake. The current situation made it difficult for her to make a decision. Lu Qingyan's face turned red with anxiety and tears were about to come out. Seeing this, Xia Yi continued to suppress him and said, Xiaolu, let me tell you, I agreed to let you work at the reception desk because I felt sorry for you. A girl with such good conditions like you should be serving customers. To be honest with you, brother who has urged me several times to ask you to pay back the money. If you don't agree today, I will tell brother who directly and ask him to take you away. I can't help you anyway. When she heard Xia Yi say that she wanted to send her back, she hurriedly stopped her and said, No, Sister Xia, I will go. He had seen the cruelty of Brother Tiger. There was once a girl who was tortured to the point of being completely exhausted. He was even locked in a dog cage and fed with leftovers. It was under such threats that Lu Qingyan agreed to come here to work. After hearing this, Xia Yi nodded with satisfaction and said while stroking Lu Qingyan's shoulder, Xiaolu, don't feel any psychological burden. You see, many girls come here this way. As long as you work hard here, I will help you with brother whose business. After hearing Xia Yi's words, Lu Qingyan finally calmed down a little. Okay, there's a rich and handsome guy inside. If you provide good service, he might give you a tip of tens of thousands. Lu Qingyan also hardened her heart. She had no choice but to do this in order to pay back the money. Rather than being forced to have sex with some big-bellied rough men in the future. It would be better to do it with a handsome boy like Yi Jin. Then she picked up the toolbox, took careful steps, and gently pushed open the door. I saw Yi Jin lying on the bed, watching TV boredly. When he saw Lu Qingyan come in, he just looked her up and down again. He noticed a hint of reluctance on Lu Qingyan's face. This made Yi Jin a little puzzled. Then he asked, Why, you don't want to? Hearing this, Lu Qingyan was slightly stunned and immediately denied, No. Lu Qingyan's words were obviously hesitant. Yi Jin could understand what she meant. So he said, I don't like forcing others to do things they don't like. If you don't want to, that's fine. Let us change it. When I heard Yi Jin say to change Lu Qingyan, I quickly made my position clear. No sir, you misunderstood, I do. While speaking, he quickly sat down in front of Yi Jin. He took Yi Jin's hand and touched the pair of black silk jade legs that he had been longing for. Yi Jin was shocked by this scene, he was a little uncomfortable with it. Cough. Don't be anxious, it hasn't started yet. Although he didn't start talking, his hands were caressing Lu Qingyan's legs. Sir, please don't chase me away, okay? I'd like to. Lu Qingyan pleaded again, fearing that Yi Jin would abandon her if he was unhappy. No. Yi Jin responded simply. But he still felt that Lu Qingyan was not doing it voluntarily. Then he asked, I saw that you were not very willing just now? Why now? As Yi Jin spoke, he glanced at Lu Qingyan's chest, giving her a hint. In an instant, Lu Qingyan's face was filled with worry, and she replied helplessly, Alas, I have no choice. Chapter 8, Persuading People to be Good. Hearing Lu Qingyan's answer, Yi Jin immediately became confused. Aren't all women who do this for money? I had no choice. Could it be that he wanted to buy a bag but had no money and had to do this? Yi Jin said with interest, You are doing this because you are short of money, and you have no choice? You don't look very old, and you probably aren't married yet. There is no pressure at all. When Lu Qingyan heard Yi Jin's words, she did not refute, but said lightly, "Alas, there is no way, my family owes money, and I have to pay it back." "Oh, money?" Yi Jin didn't expect this statement. In fact, Lu Qingyan left a good impression on him. She looks like a very pretty good girl. Yi Jin could tell at a glance that Lu Qingyan should still be a college student. After all, people who have not been tempered by society have different eyes. Lu Qingyan's eyes are so pure. I guess it's family difficulties. Thinking of this, Yi Jin's eyes no longer had the frivolous look they had just had. Instead, there was a touch of sympathy. But he didn't want to ask too much, after all, he came here to enjoy the service. It just so happens that the extraordinary body just now has not been tried yet. I don't know how many I can fight tonight. Yi Jin didn't plan to ask further. But it seems that this system is more gossipy. Only the system voice was heard in Yi Jin's mind. Release system task, save the fallen girl. 1. Gossip about Lu Qingyan's experience, eat some melons. Reward, 100 W. 2. Persuade people to be good and persuade Lu Qingyan to give up this job. Reward, 1000 W. 3. Persuade people to be good, help them to the end, and help Lu Qingyan solve her troubles. Reward, unknown. Unknown again? The last time, he strengthened his own body and gained 1 billion renminbi. To be honest, if you consider the first two options, then you must choose option 3. But what the hell is this about saving fallen girls and persuading people to become good people? I haven't even done the most important thing. Isn't this the part of persuading people to be good that only occurs in the sage mode after something has happened? Forget it, now that the decision has been made. Yi Jin doesn't care what the system says. Then he asked Lu Qingyan, "What happened? How much money did you owe?" Hearing Yi Jin suddenly asking her, she suddenly felt sad. But her matter is related to Brother Tiger. She didn't dare to speak carelessly. And he owes millions of dollars. Yi Jin is just a guest who comes to enjoy the service. How could I possibly help her? It's just listening to some gossip. Lu Qingyan could only simply respond, "It's okay, thank you for your concern." Seeing Lu Qingyan's refusal, Yi Jin quickly asked, "Tell me, maybe I can help you?" When Lu Qingyan saw Yi Jin's persistent look, she felt something touching in her heart. But he thought of the huge sum of millions he owed. She still smiled bitterly and said, "It's okay, you may not be able to help me with my problem." Yi Jin couldn't help but frowned, and then threatened, "If you don't tell me, I will replace you." I heard that Yi Jin wanted to replace me. Lu Qingyan immediately panicked and could only stammer, "No, no," I said. Yi Jin smiled faintly. "Are you kidding? This is a system task. No matter how big the trouble is, Yi Jin will definitely help. I already have my own system, so what am I afraid of?" Lu Qingyan stammered and said, "I owe money. Almost 1 million. When Yi Jin heard this, his brows slightly frowned. Seeing this, Lu Qingyan also felt that she seemed a little offended. How could I possibly let a guest I only met once help me? But what Lu Qingyan didn't know was that Yi Jin's frown was not because of money. It was because he couldn't understand how a girl, especially a student, could owe so much money. Yi Jin asked, "How come you owe so much money?" Lu Qingyan frowned slightly, somewhat reluctant. But thinking of Yi Jin's strength just now, she relaxed her frown and began to explain. "In fact, I am a senior student in the Department of Economics and Management at Chengdu University. It would be impossible for me to work in a place like this. But some time ago, my mother fell ill and needed 200,000 yuan for surgery. If she didn't have the surgery as soon as possible, her life might be in danger. I had no choice but to borrow 200,000 yuan from a small loan company. Although my mother's condition was under control after the operation. But when I signed the contract, it clearly stated that the annual interest rate was 20%. Later, for some reason, they calculated it as daily interest. So every time I went to pay back the money, not only did the amount not decrease, but it kept increasing. Up to now, I have owed more than 1 million. I don't know how long it will take me to pay back this money." As Lu Qingyan spoke, her eyes began to moisten. Her voice was choked up at the end. At this moment, Lu Qingyan's helplessness was clearly visible on her face. Yi Jin understood the ins and outs of it. In the previous life, many people from unscrupulous loan companies who were involved in loan scams were arrested in prison. He knows the tricks of these small loan companies too well. Yi Jin asked in confusion, "Then why didn't you call the police?" Call the police? No, they know our home address and my mother still needs to recuperate. If I call the police, they will harass my mother. It is true that these unscrupulous companies that engage in loan scams are all gangs. And maybe there's someone at the police station who can help. Calling the police can only help temporarily, not forever. But after calling the police, their revenge is not something that ordinary people can bear. Eugene relaxed his brows and comforted her. Don't worry, senior sister, I will help you with this matter. What did you say, senior? Yes, I am also from Rongqing University, but I am a junior. Lu Qingyan's originally frowned brows immediately relaxed, but then she asked in a serious tone. Real? I have an indescribable complicated feeling when I meet people from the same school here. On the one hand, there is the sense of familiarity of meeting alumni. But on the other hand, it was because his and Yi-Jin's identities were too dramatic. Just think about it, the senior schoolmate who I once pursued so hard has become a technician. Who wouldn't feel upset about this? Lu Qingyan's expression was somewhat embarrassed and a little ashamed. Junior. Before she could finish, the door was pushed open. 3 tall and plump beauties, all wearing professional black silk cheongsams, walked in. The 3 of them greeted in unison. Hello, distinguished sir. We are your personal maids. We will serve you next. Yi-Jin was slightly stunned, only to see the 3 beauties bowing together. When Lu Qingyan heard someone coming, she immediately stood up and stood beside Yi-Jin properly and bowed. Xia Yi at the door also revealed a provocative look through the crack of the door. Yi-Jin looked at Lu Qingyan, then at the beauties at the door. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. He came here to enjoy himself, and his purpose was to experience this kind of service. But since I have accepted a system task, the most important thing is to complete the task first. This matter. Yi-Jin shook his head and pointed at Lu Qingyan. He said to the 3 extremely attractive beauties in front of him with some reluctance. Forget it, you guys go back, I want her alone tonight. Chapter 9 Routine. Hearing Yi-Jin say this, the 3 beauties were all stunned. The 3 of them glared at each other. Then he looked at Xia Yi in confusion. Xia Yi was also slightly stunned and looked at Yi-Jin with some surprise. However, she still adheres to the principle that customers are God. Said according to Yi-Jin's instructions. Okay, handsome boy, I'll listen to you. All 3 of you, get out. Xiaolu, you have to make your brother happy tonight, okay? Otherwise. Without waiting for Xia Yi to continue speaking, Lu Qingyan immediately interrupted and said, I know, Sister Xia. Hearing Lu Qingyan say this, Xia Yi smiled with satisfaction. Then he left the room with the 3 beauties. However, Lu Qingyan on the side looked at Yi-Jin with an incredulous look. She asked in confusion, Junior, why did you let them all go? Yi-Jin would say nonchalantly, I've already said I'd like to help you, but of course I have to sort out your problems first. So you spent so much money? Why don't you enjoy it? But then you are still here. Yi-Jin said mischievously. Hearing this, Lu Qingyan's pretty face turned slightly red. The corners of his mouth rose slightly unconsciously. However, the blush was fleeting, and was followed by a worried expression. She said with a hint of pleading in her tone, Junior, can you help me keep a secret? You also know that working here is not a glorious thing. I was afraid that if the school and my mother found out, I would get into a lot of trouble. After hearing Lu Qingyan's words, Yi-Jin felt even more pity for this senior schoolmate. Yi-Jin nodded and continued to ask, are you still being threatened? When Lu Qingyan heard this, her eyes were filled with helplessness. Nodded heavily. He continued, that man is called Wang Hu, nicknamed Brother Hu, and he is the boss of that lending company. It's him. He is a very cruel person. I once went to his company to repay a debt, and I saw with my own eyes that he hung a man up and whipped him with a whip. The man was beaten so badly that there was not a single piece of healthy skin left on his body. He also locked women who owed him money in cages. He also said that if I couldn't pay back the money, he would sell me out. When she said this, Lu Qingyan's eyes became red again. She has depended on her mother since she was a child, and when her mother was seriously ill, she was determined to save her mother. But as a woman and a student, I had no source of income. When I went to apply for a loan, I encountered this kind of loan scam. It is true that a hemp rope always breaks at the thinnest part, and misfortune always finds the unfortunate people. Hearing Lu Qingyan's words, Yi-Jin couldn't help but frown. Now he is completely clear about it. It's just a criminal gang that engages in loan scams. Suddenly, an idea flashed in Yi Jin's mind and he asked, "Was it Brother who introduced you to work here?" Upon hearing this, Lu Qingyan nodded repeatedly and asked in surprise, "Yes, yes, yes, how did you know?" Yi Jin did not explain, but said firmly, "That's right." Lu Qingyan looked confused. "What's right?" "If my guess is correct, Brother Hu and Sister Xia should be in the same group. This is a commonly used form of loan scam. You couldn't pay back the money you owe to Brother Hu, so they introduced you here and said you should be a waiter, right?" Lu Qingyan nodded frantically. "Aha! You also say that the salary here is high, and as long as I work hard, I can pay it off in a few years, right?" "Well, that's what she said," Yi Jin said calmly. "Fortunately, you were here for a short time, just a few days. If time goes on for a long time, no matter who you are, you will become their puppet and a tool for them to make money. They will ask you to work hard, refuel and pay back the money, but you will find that your salary is always in their control. But you will find that your salary and commission are pitifully low. Think about it, commissions and so on, they have the final say. When you are reduced to using your body to make money, your life is over and you will be forever trapped in their control. By then, all your information will be in their hands. One thing leads to another and you can never get rid of it." Hearing Yi Jin's words, Lu Qingyan couldn't help but widen her eyes and her mouth formed an O shape. Lu Qingyan had never thought about these things. She didn't imagine human nature to be so dark. In fact, the real truth is far more terrifying than what Yi Jin said. In fact, this domineering foot bath is a beauty circle. It is closely connected with the small loan company opened by Brother Hu. The target is those young and beautiful girls. Those girls are commodities here. Clearly priced goods. Any game you can think of can be watched and even played here. What should I do? Junior, you must save me, my mother is still in the hospital, I can't be stuck here. Well, don't worry, I said I would help you. Yi Jin is not only because of the system task. Personally, he couldn't stand the fact that these evil forces were forcing women of good character into prostitution. Besides, as long as I don't come into contact with hot weapons, I will be fine. Fighting a dozen is not a problem. Yi Jin asked cautiously, "They didn't restrict you from leaving here, right?" No. Well, that is good, it seems you haven't reached that stage yet. If I guess correctly, if it takes a little longer, they will restrict you from leaving. Boom! Yi Jin's words exploded directly in Lu Qingyan's mind. Suddenly she felt a chill on her back. Fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. What should I do, Junior? It's okay, don't worry, let us go to bed first and come with me tomorrow. Let us go find that tiger brother together. Lu Qingyan exclaimed. Ah! It's too late today, take a good rest and leave tomorrow. I spent money. Lu Qingyan then remembered that Yi Jin had spent more than 50,000 yuan to enjoy this. All right. Thank you, Junior. After saying that, Lu Qingyan began to untie the long blue and white cheongsam she was wearing. Yi Jin couldn't help but look at Lu Qingyan's graceful figure. My eyes looked down unconsciously. Lu Qingyan, who was sitting on the edge of the bed, fully displayed her high-slit cheongsam. Lu Qingyan, wearing black stockings, showed off her hidden secrets to the fullest. I have to say that the person who designed the cheongsam is really talented. Especially when worn by a beautiful girl like Lu Qingyan. Maybe a centimeter less would be visible. But it is precisely this scale that is just right, looming. Seeing Yi Jin's fiery eyes, Lu Qingyan no longer had the resistance she had at the beginning, and was now willing to do it out of her heart. Yi Jin also saw a hint of willingness in Lu Qingyan's eyes. Then he immediately met Lu Qingyan's beautiful red lips. Yi Jin was not a saint to begin with. How can one not be excited when seeing such a beauty? Although Lu Qingyan was a little awkward, but still trying very hard to cater to it. After a period of mutual ambiguity, Lu Qingyan said shyly, Junior, be gentle, I haven't done it yet. Yi Jin's eyes were filled with surprise that was difficult to conceal, and then she responded lightly, Yes, I will. Soon, the whole room was filled with the chirping of birds. Chapter 10 Shopping. Around 10 o'clock the next morning, Yi Jin woke up from nearly 2 hours of communication last night. 2 hours is just Lu Qingyan's limit, not Yi Jin's limit, and certainly not the reader's limit. But Lu Qingyan was in great trouble. The smooth and white legs are displayed without reservation. The blush on the bed attracted Yi Jin's attention even more. After last night's in-depth communication, this fallen senior schoolmate has already occupied a place in Yi Jin's heart. Yi Jin was determined to treat her well in the future. Just as Yi Jin was still admiring the beauty's charming figure, Lu Qingyan felt an aggressive gaze while sleeping. He opened his eyes blearily and said weakly, "Why are you awake? Why don't you sleep a little longer?" "It's okay. I had a good rest." "You are so awesome." I am in so much pain." Hey. Yi Jin chuckled. Lu Qingyan rolled her eyes at him in pretended anger, then spoke seriously. "What to do next? Let us go out first and go find Brother Tiger later." Lu Qingyan nodded, then forced herself to stand up slowly. Maybe it was because of what happened last night that her whole leg felt a little uncomfortable. So when she stood up, the pain instantly spread throughout her body, causing her to scream out. Fortunately, Yi Jin was quick to act and supported Lu Qingyan. Then, Lu Qingyan lifted the quilt and looked under herself. As a result, Lu Qingyan's face was instantly replaced by a blush. Her bright and clear eyes stared at Yi Jin. She said coquettishly, "It's all your fault." It's swollen." The two put on their clothes and left the footbath club. After having a quick breakfast on the street, we took a taxi to Galaxy Plaza. Lu Qingyan asked in confusion, "Aren't you going to look for that Brother Tiger? Why are you here?" Yi Jin said nonchalantly, "It's okay, let us go shopping first, and play for a while before going." Junior, Lu Qingyan wanted to say something but hesitated, not knowing how to start. After all, she owed millions of dollars. Yi Jin is just a college student, and until now she doesn't really believe that Yi Jin can help him solve his problems. Yi Jin noticed that Lu Qingyan was a little embarrassed, and then said, "Just say it, senior sister, it's okay. Or you might as well not go look for Brother Hu. I'm afraid you'll get into trouble." Lu Qingyan said worriedly. Yi Jin just smiled slightly after hearing this. Lu Qingyan's favorability in his heart increased a little again. I think Zhang Jieqi has never considered Yi Jin's thoughts and feelings before. Yi Jin could truly feel that Lu Qingyan was worried about him. "It's okay, I told you to leave it to me, don't worry. But, that Tiger brother has a lot of people." "Oh, never mind. Let us go shopping first and talk about his matter later." Lu Qingyan lowered her head with some worry. "But I feel a lot more inexplicably safe in my heart." She vaguely felt that Yi Jin was not a man who talked big. Yi Jin took Lu Qingyan to a famous luxury clothing store. "Senior sister, go and try it." Looking at the dazzling array of merchandise in the store, Lu Qingyan's eyes lit up. It is a girl's nature to love beauty. What's more, such expensive clothes directly caught the girl's attention. The clerk looked at the golden boy and girl and greeted them with a smile. Yi Jin said to the clerk, "Give her some recommendations." The clerk was even happier when he heard Yi Jin's words. He immediately approached Lu Qingyan and began to sell the product vigorously. At this moment, a couple walked into the store. A woman's makeup is like a thick mask, her smoky makeup is like a deep black hole, and her thick foundation seems like it can be scraped off a layer. The man looked like a greasy middle-aged man, about 40 years old. Yi Jin? The woman recognized Yi Jin sitting on the bench at a glance. Yi Jin also looked in the direction of the voice. This woman turned out to be Zhang Jieqi's good friend He Xinshin. He heard from Zhang Jieqi that her best friend He Xinshin had found a very rich boyfriend. "I often show off the bags and shoes I bought in front of him. The feeling is that I have become someone else's mistress." He Xinshin said with disdain, "Oh, are you here to buy gifts to apologize to Chi-Chi?" Zhang Jieqi had already told He Xinshin that she would find an opportunity to break up with Yi Jin. So He Xinshin thought that Yi Jin came to buy something to compensate Zhang Jieqi. She is a materialistic woman. She also looked down on people like Yi Jin who had no money, and just treated it as an ATM for her best friend. Sometimes she would order Yi Jin around, as if she was Yi Jin's goddess. "The cheapest ones here are several thousand yuan. Is your living expenses enough? How about I lend you some?" He Xinshin's tone was full of sarcasm, and the word contempt was almost written on her face. Yi Jin chuckled and said calmly without any flattery or concealment, "No need. You'd better serve your big money sponsor well. Otherwise people will stop spending money on you." Seeing that Yi Jin didn't respond and even intended to retort to her, He Xinshin became a little angry. Then he said, "He is just a little bootlicker. Jiochi, doesn't he even know how many there are? Yi Jin, if you say something nice to me, I can give you more advice in front of Jiochi. You know, my words are very effective. He Shinshin said this to intimidate Yi Jin. Use Yi Jin's goddess to threaten him. She wanted Yi Jin to know that He Shinshin was not someone that anyone could make fun of. However, Yi Jin said nonchalantly, Zhang Jiechi? It seems there is such a person. But who is she? I don't know him. Besides, what kind of a piece of shit are you? Still barking in front of me, go eat some s. He Shinshin was shocked to hear Yi Jin avoiding her words like this. And he insulted me without any scruples. Suddenly, He Shinshin felt a surge of anger in her heart. But after being confronted by Yi Jin, he didn't know what to say for a moment, and could only stamp his feet angrily and said, You. What about you? Aren't you just a mistress of a rich man? What is there to be proud of? When Yi Shinshin heard that Yi Jin had exposed all her past, she became so angry that her face turned blue. The shop assistants nearby seemed to be adding fuel to the fire. That woman turned out to be a mistress. Yeah, well, it happens a lot these days, it's not surprising. But that man is probably married, so this will destroy his family. Who says it's not? He Shinshin did not hear the shop assistant's whispers. But she also saw the shop assistant's eyes examining her. After all, although there are many cases of mistresses, they are still very despicable on the moral level. She had no choice but to ask her boyfriend for help. She shook the man's arm and said in a tender voice, Husband, look at them, they are bullying me. Chapter 11 Stunning. Wang Yang, who had been standing aside and had seen everything, was pulled by He Shinshin's arm and shaken hard. He immediately walked up to Yi Jin and said, Brother, it's not a good idea to say this about my girlfriend, right? Yi Jin frowned slightly and said bluntly, It's none of your business. I can say whatever I want. What? Do you feel like I've embarrassed you? Wang Yang also felt a little angry when he heard Yi Jin's words. He wanted to have a good chat with Yi Jin. But Yi Jin didn't give him any face and directly retorted to him. Brother, it seems like we don't have any festival to celebrate, right? Is it necessary to be so harsh? Yi Jin chuckled and continued, There is indeed nothing to celebrate. However, I still advise you to keep a close eye on your girlfriend. Otherwise you might offend me by speaking without restraint. Wang Yang's face turned ugly. He Shinshin also noticed the changes in Wang Yang. She was afraid that Wang Yang would be unhappy and would not accompany her shopping. She immediately comforted him, Husband, don't bother with him. He is just a lickspittle who is good at talking. Look at him, he probably doesn't even have 500 yuan on him. Let us go shopping. When Wang Yang heard this, his brows relaxed. Then he said indifferently, Humph, I don't know what a poor guy is doing here. Can you afford it? Yi Jin was not angry, he just sat there playing with his phone calmly. He Shinshin said, Husband, you promised me that you would buy that 30,000 yuan bag. You can't go back on your word. Wang Yang, okay, I know. He Shinshin did not forget to mock Yi Jin, did you hear that? How long will it take you to save up enough money to buy a bag worth 30,000 yuan? My husband waved and bought it. I really don't know what you were so proud of here. Wang Yang, that's right. After a while, Lu Qingyan changed into a long dress and came out. It's still October now, so long skirts are more suitable for the current climate. The moment Lu Qingyan came out, everyone present was stunned. The green long skirt embroidered with blue and white porcelain patterns perfectly set off Lu Qingyan's beautiful face. The light makeup matches this long dress perfectly. A high ponytail makes Lu Qingyan look more like the sister next door. If last night's professional cheongsam and black stockings were pure desire that aroused endless reverie, the blue and white porcelain blue dress she is wearing today is exactly like the nostalgic image of the big sister next door in childhood. The corners of Lu Qingyan's mouth rose slightly, and her smile like a spring breeze struck the hearts of everyone present. Even the shop assistant next to him couldn't help but exclaimed, So beautiful. Yi Jin was naturally mesmerized by what he saw. And He Shinshin also noticed Lu Qingyan. Is that the campus beauty of our school's Department of Economics and Management, Lu Qingyan? Why is he here? Didn't she say that her family was sick and she was working part-time outside to earn money? He Shinshin muttered to herself with some doubt. However, Wang Yang's eyes were wide open, staring straight at Lu Qingyan. Seeing this, He Shinshin said angrily, Wang Yang. After hearing He Shinshin's shout, Wang Yang also reacted. He immediately withdrew his gaze and asked as if nothing had happened. Ahem, Shinshin, have you chosen your bag? Shinshin immediately turned her head away. Act angry. Wang Yang could only stand by and smile. But Lu Qingyan ran to Yi Jin and turned around. Does it look good? Well, it looks good, you should wear this. After hearing Yi Jin's words, Lu Qingyan said hesitantly, forget it, it's too expensive. Thinking that she would have to pay it back later, Lu Qingyan couldn't bear to spend any more of Yi Jin's money. It's okay, as long as you like it. Shinshin saw this scene and said sarcastically, he actually got together with another woman behind Jiaqi's back. What a scumbag. I have ideas, but I don't have the ability. You wouldn't take out a loan to pick up girls, would you? Hearing this, the clerk on the side was a little scared. Then he asked tentatively, Sir, this dress is designed by a famous designer and costs 80,000 yuan. Credit card. Yi Jin calmly took out a bank card and handed it to the clerk. Okay, what? Swipe card? For a moment, several people in the store were a little surprised. Especially Shinshin, who felt for a moment that she had heard it wrong. She had never bought anything so expensive. Shinshin glanced at the clerk unconsciously. Trying to find evidence that Yi Jin cheated so that I can give him a slap in the face. Okay sir, please wait a moment. Ding. It was detected that the host spent 80,000 yuan, and the cashback was 10 times, the cashback amount was 800,000 yuan, and the current balance was 1.25 million yuan. Hearing the system prompt sound, Yi Jin smiled knowingly. Junior, this is not good, it's too expensive. Lu Qingyan said hesitantly. It's okay, senior sister, can you see if there is anything else you like and buy it together? No thanks, this is it. Yi Jin didn't waste any words and said to the clerk, take out the most expensive bags and shoes in your store. Yi Jin pointed to several other clothes in the store and said arrogantly, and those few pieces, I think they are all very beautiful, pack them all. The clerk listened attentively, and then quickly agreed, oh, okay. Then I started packing like crazy. Shinshin naturally saw all of this. She gave Wang Yang a pleading look. Wang Yang knew exactly what Shinshin meant. But how could he have so much money to spend on Shinshin? This bag worth 30,000 yuan is his monthly salary. There is no extra money left for her to squander. Wang Yang had no choice but to remain silent. Seeing this, Shinshin could only say gently, husband, look, they have all bought it, I want it too. After hearing what Shinshin said, Wang Yang knew that he couldn't escape. Then an idea suddenly came to his mind and he said jealously, Shinshin, look, those things he just pointed out are worth at least millions in total. Do you think a bootlicker could have so much money? Shinshin fell silent after hearing this and murmured, it seems so. I know his family is from a town near Chengdu. It's impossible to have so much money? Wang Yang nodded as if it was a matter of fact and said, I think this guy was just acting with the clerk. The purpose is to make us look bad. What do you think? Wang Yang also asked Shinshin tentatively. Shinshin somewhat disagreed with Wang Yang's statement. But he also felt that Yi Jin couldn't possibly have that much money. But as the clerk successfully swiped the card, the cashier's face was almost broken with laughter. Said in a tone full of disdain and sarcasm. Please do not doubt our dedication to our work. If you can spend 1.2 million at one time, then we can also cooperate with your performance. Chapter 12 As long as you don't drive me away, I will follow you. Hearing the clerk's merciless ridicule, Shinshin's face almost turned green. He stamped his feet in anger. Wang Yang standing aside didn't dare to say a word. Yi Jin doesn't have time to care about those jumping clowns. I started studying the system myself. Ding, congratulations to the host for spending 1.2 million yuan, 10 times the cashback, 12 million yuan in cashback amount, current balance 12.05 million yuan, single consumption exceeds 1 million yuan, get 1 point of godly rich points. Hey, there is a new system message this time. If the single consumption exceeds 1 million yuan, you will get 1 Shenhao point. This. Yi Jinzi opened the system panel in his mind. Host, Yi Jin. Current system capabilities, cashback for consumption, cashback rate 10 times. Physical fitness. Strength 100. Speed 100. Stamina 100. Mental 100. Normal healthy adult males are 10. Ability, extraordinary body equivalent to the physical fitness of 10 adults combined. Combat mastery. The host is proficient in all combat techniques in the world. Driving proficiency. Host is proficient in driving all current vehicles. Current account balance 1205.46W. Current Shinhao points 1001 points. System level LV1 system upgrade requires 100,000 points of super rich points. It seems that the points for the super rich are 1 point for every single consumption over 1 million. Eugene nodded in satisfaction, but it seemed that he hurried to find a place to spend the money. Try to upgrade the system level. Junior? Lu Qingyan called softly. Yi Jin said, well, are you all packed? The clerk next to him saw this scene and couldn't help but say, Miss, your boyfriend is so good to you. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingyan's face flushed. She didn't respond, but she was very happy in her heart. But when He Xinshin heard this, she felt as uncomfortable as if she had eaten dog shit. Boyfriend? When will a bootlicker like Yi Jin have such a beautiful girlfriend? Or is she the most beautiful girl in the senior year? But when she looked again, she saw more than a dozen packages of various sizes already packed by the clerk. My heart feels as if there is a stone blocking it. When she looked at her boyfriend with a big belly, the 20,000 or 30,000 yuan pocket money she received every month suddenly didn't seem so appealing anymore. At this time, Wang Yang also felt He Xinshin's unhappiness. I didn't say much. Yi Jin looked at these two clowns and said sarcastically, I advise you to open your eyes. Finding a fake rich man to save face is so embarrassing. If you can't afford it, just stay away. What the hell are you pretending to be? Yi Jin's words choked the two of them. He Xinshin thought of what Zhang Jieqi had said before about the demolition compensation, and seemed to have remembered why Yi Jin was so rich, so she immediately refuted. Yi Jin, I think you have almost spent all the compensation for the demolition of your family? The total amount is only about 3 million, and you spent 1.5 million. Humph, he's such a spendthrift to pick up a girl. When Lu Qingyan heard this, she felt very sorry. It turns out that Yi Jin is so rich because his house was demolished. Then he whispered, Junior, let us return these and save some money. Yi Jin listened to Lu Qingyan's worried words. A warm feeling also welled up in my heart. But he waved his hand and said, He Xinshin, you are such a clown. Always trying to step on me in different ways. Today I will let you understand what it means to look down on others. Then Yi Jin said to the clerk, Give me a membership card from your store and write her name on it. Yi Jin pointed at Lu Qingyan. Of course the clerk was happy to do so. After all, Yi Jin was the VIP who actually paid 1.2 million. So I greeted politely, Okay sir, how much would you like to pay? 5 million. What? What the fuck? Sir, I didn't hear it clearly. How much did you say? Yi Jin raised the corners of his mouth slightly and said calmly, 5 million. Even the shop assistants who had seen big scenes were startled and almost stumbled and fell. Although this is a luxury store, there are also quite a few members. However, it is rare to see someone open a card with 5 million yuan at one time. Okay, please wait. The clerk opened the membership account in a lightning speed. A beautifully crafted black diamond and gold card was handed to Lu Qingyan. And he smiled and said, You are so happy. Having such a handsome boyfriend who is willing to give everything for you. They are much happier than those who rely on others to flatter them. The clerk's words were undoubtedly a mockery of Wang Yang and He Xinshin. Lu Qingyan seemed to have no idea what was going on and just stood there in a daze. Look at the black gold card in your hand. I couldn't calm down for a long time. Let's go. Yi Jin doesn't have time to stay here any longer. Then he took Lu Qingyan and left. As for the things I just bought, they will be temporarily stored here. Come and get it when you have time. Junior, how come you are so rich? I invested in the stock market and some currencies before and made some money. Lu Qingyan was skeptical. He knew the stock market and didn't know how much capital he would need if he wanted to make more. But is mining a certain currency really that profitable? For a moment she was unsure. But now she has completely believed in Yi Jin's strength. But she also began to feel extremely conflicted. Yi Jin helped me so much. How can I pay it back? For a moment, a look of worry filled Lu Qingyan's beautiful face. Yi Jin also noticed the changes in Lu Qingyan. Then he asked, What's wrong? Are you still not happy after buying beautiful clothes? Junior, why are you so nice to me? because you are beautiful. But, you spent so much money on me, I don't know when I can pay you back. Return? When did I tell you to return it? Ah. Well, that won't work. I'm already very grateful to you for helping me solve brother who's problem. I must pay you back the money. Today, Lu Qingyan looked at today's consumption and found it was more than 6 million. For a moment she didn't know what to do. Maybe she will never be able to pay it back in this lifetime. Otherwise, just pledge yourself to me. Yi Jin said half-jokingly. But the speaker has intention, and the listener also has heart. Lu Qingyan's originally sad face suddenly relaxed. Don't you dislike me? I despise you, why should I despise you? Didn't you give me your first time? Lu Qingyan thought about it and agreed. Then he nodded slightly, as if he had made a very important decision. He said to Yi Jin solemnly, as long as you don't dislike me, I'm willing. Yi Jin heard this and said mischievously, what did you say? What? I was just teasing you. Lu Qingyan's bright eyes were startled as she stared at Yi Jin's face with a playful smile. She immediately realized that Yi Jin was teasing her. Then she clenched her pink fist and punched Yi Jin's chest. The force was very light, but Yi Jin really enjoyed it. But Lu Qingyan secretly said in her heart again, as long as you don't drive me away, I will always follow you. Chapter 13 Buying a Car. After playing around for a while, the two came to a luxury men's clothing store. After Yi Jin chose a set of fashionable and casual men's clothing for himself, he left with Lu Qingyan. This purchase went extremely smoothly, without any of those boring pretentious and face-slapping scenes. Perhaps it was because Lu Qingyan was wearing that luxurious long dress that made everyone who saw her couldn't help but admire her. After leaving the mall, Yi Jin didn't plan to go to Brother Hu immediately. After having lunch with Lu Qingyan, I headed towards the Four Sons store. Yes, of course he is planning to buy a car. How can you not buy a car if you have money? Yi Jin got his driver's license right after graduating from the college entrance examination. It has been 3 years and he hasn't driven a car, but he is very skilled at driving. He will have to wait until he buys a car to drive. Yi Jin looked at his balance. He had spent 5 million to open the card, and was left with 7.05 million. Now with the tenfold cash back, his total balance reached 57.05 million. Yi Jin never thought that he would become a multi-millionaire overnight. The key is that this is a cash asset and can be used at any time. In Yi Jin's opinion, a car is just a means of transportation. I originally thought that I could just buy a car worth around 1 million yuan. But now it's different, he has an important mission. That is to spend more money, earn super rich points, and upgrade the system. So they came to the offline Ferrari store. Yi Jin did not choose to buy the most high-end sports car series. Instead, he chose a sports car that can only be seen occasionally on the market, the Ferrari 296 GTS. Yi Jin and Lu Qingyan entered the store. There are 3 clerks in the entire store. 2 of them are a little older and have extensive sales experience. As soon as I saw Yi Jin and Lu Qingyan, I thought they were a young couple with not much money. Mostly they come just to look at the cars. So both of them pretended to organize the documents. Yi Jin had seen it from outside the door before, and actually there was nothing wrong with these 3 shop assistants. But Yi Jin was too lazy to care. Anyway, whoever comes to receive guests today will make money. The slightly younger clerk had just gotten the job. So I work extra hard. No matter what kind of customer it is, she will serve them seriously. The 2 old shop assistants didn't care and just grumbled. Xiaoya, don't take it too seriously. Yeah, I guess you're just here to take a look, don't work too hard. Although Xiaoya heard the 2 seniors say this. But I am still passionate about my customers. She immediately came over and asked politely. Sir, please tell me. Without waiting for Xiaoya to continue speaking, Yi Jin said directly, I want to buy a 296 GTS, do you have any in stock? Xiaoya reacted immediately and quickly agreed, oh, yes. I want the highest configuration, is there any? Yes, there is one. What color? Red. Okay, swipe the card. I said, swipe the card. Oh, okay. Xiaoya. Lu Qingyan. The other 2 shop assistants. Is it so luxurious? I was only in there for less than 3 minutes. Just swipe your credit card to buy a luxury car worth millions? Not only Lu Qingyan, But even the shop assistants who were used to seeing various bosses buying luxury cars were shocked by Yi Jin's actions. Xiaoya immediately took out the standard contract. "Sir, just sign here, here, and here, that's all." Wow, wow, wow. Yi Jin signed his name without even looking at it. "Sir, what about the insurance?" "Just arrange it and try to buy as complete as possible. By the way, among your packages, just give me the most expensive one. Anyway, just give me everything that can be done, make it the most complete and the best." Xiaoya was mesmerized by what she heard. "This is the first time I've met someone who doesn't bargain and instead prices everything at the highest price. Sir, the bare car price is 348,000 yuan, the purchase tax is 452,400 yuan, the insurance is 58,000 yuan, the maintenance package is 42,000 yuan, and there are other." Yi Jin waved his hand, not wanting to listen anymore, and spoke directly. "Just tell me how much it is." "Oh, okay, the total is 4.2 million. According to my authority, I can reduce 50,000 for you." "No need. Just swipe your card." Xiaoya, Sigma. Lu Qingyan, Sigma. Clerk, Sigma. "What's your identity? Should we not reduce or exempt items that can be reduced or exempted? Rushing to send money out?" Xiaoya, with a confused look on her face, took the card and walked towards the cashier in disbelief. The two shop assistants couldn't help but widen their eyes when they saw the scene. Until Xiaoya took the printed receipt. In a daze, she finally believed that she had finally placed her first order in a month. Ding! The host spent 420W, got 10 times the cashback amount is 4,200, the current balance is 9485W, and the Xinhao points are 4. Yi Jin nodded with satisfaction. "Sir, please wait a moment, your car is being registered and you can drive away in 30 minutes. After Xiaoya brought 2 glasses of water to Lu Qingyan and Yi Jin, she began to busy herself with the procedures for Yi Jin. Half an hour later, I finally got the Ferrari 26 GTS. Yi Jin and Lu Qingyan drove out of the store. Xiaoya bowed respectfully towards the door and said the famous slogan. "Dear Mr. Yi, congratulations on becoming a distinguished Ferrari owner. May the prancing horse national emblem accompany you to gallop around the world and achieve immediate success." At this time, the time has come to 6 o'clock in the afternoon. In the car, Lu Qingyan finally couldn't help but ask, "How much money do you have? You don't even want any reduction." Yi Jin smiled faintly and replied proudly, "Not much, but it's enough anyway." Lu Qingyan, "Tisk, look at your behavior." Lu Qingyan asked worriedly, "Shall we go to Brother Hu now?" "Don't be in a hurry, eat first. You owe him money, not him. Are you still afraid that he will run away?" "Oh." Lu Qingyan has already regarded Yi Jin as her backbone, and whatever Yi Jin says is what she does. The two went to a small restaurant and had a hearty meal. On the way, I also picked up the things I bought at the luxury store today. After dinner, the two got into the car calmly. Only then did I start to deal with Brother Hu's affairs. In the car, Yi Jin said in a flat tone, "Why don't you call Brother Hu and ask him where he is?" Lu Qingyan took out the mobile phone that she had only used for more than 2 years. "I found Brother Hu's phone number in the address book." Beep, beep, beep. "Hello, who is this?" After the call was connected, a rough male voice came from the other end. There is no doubt that man is Brother Tiger. "Hello, Brother Hu, I'm Xiaolu. I'm here to return your money." "Excuse me, where are you?" "Xiaolu, what Xiaolu?" "Oh, it's you, I remember." "What? You worked for a few days and hooked up with a rich man, and now you have the money to pay me back so soon?" Brother Hu talks nonsense without any scruples at all. "Please don't tease me, Brother Hu, I'm really here to return your money." Okay, then come to the KTV 888 room in Royal Entertainment City, I'll be waiting for you here." Chapter 14 Tiger Brother. The Ferrari was not driving fast, it was driving slowly towards its destination. On the entire city road, Yi Jin drove at a speed of only about 50 miles per hour. However, no vehicle honked from behind during the journey. There's no way around it, this is the privilege of owning a luxury car. "Yi Jin, how about it, are you scared?" Lu Qingyan's eyes were a little vague, and she felt a little uneasy. But she glanced at Yi Jin, who was concentrating on driving. The sense of security instantly pushed away the trace of uneasiness. Lu Qingyan responded softly, "I'm a little scared, but with you here, I don't seem to be so scared anymore." Yi Jin felt warmed when he heard this. In Yi Jin's heart, he actually still felt very sympathetic towards Lu Qingyan. He didn't think Lu Qingyan was a prostitute. After all, her first time was given to herself. This is enough to show that this senior schoolmate can definitely be his woman. And from 2 days of contact, Lu Qingyan's originally frugal and grateful character also won Yi Jin's favor. She is not like other women who only know how to take but not give. Yi Jin smiled warmly. Don't worry, leave it to me. Well, it's all up to you. Around 8:30 in the evening, after a half-hour drive, the two finally arrived at the Royal KTV. Wow, this KTV is so luxurious. Yi Jin couldn't help but gasp. Because the KTV in front of you stands proudly like a castle. It is a single building. The 10-meter-high gate is like a city gate made of gold, magnificent and brilliant, as if announcing to the world that this is a super gold spending den. The blue marble tiles cover the entire lobby like a huge bronze mirror. 4 huge pillars stand upright in the lobby like 4 guards in golden armor, declaring their nobility. Entering the lobby is like walking into a magnificent palace. Following the guidance of the front desk, you can walk up the magnificent and winding steps like silver snakes to the second floor. The second floor is where the KTV is located. The lighting on the entire floor seemed a little dim, but it was filled with desire. The waitress has also received professional training. He politely guided Yi Jin and Lu Qingyan to private room 888. Yi Jin pushed the door open directly. My love is like the tide, love is like the tide pushing me towards you, follow closely, love is like the tide. In the private room, a scantily clad hostess was singing this song passionately. Next to him, a burly man with a shaved head and tattoos on his arms stretched out his hands and moved them up and down. There were about a dozen men and women in the private room. Most of the men have tattoos and permed hair, and many even have frightening knife scars. The women wear heavy makeup, revealing clothes, and allow themselves to be groped by others. The burly bald guy in the lead was Brother Hu. Yi Jin and Lu Qingyan standing here were obviously somewhat out of place in the current environment. Oh, there are guests. Brother Hu was the first to break the silence between both parties. Hearing this, the woman next to her also stopped singing. About 10 people in the room looked at Yi Jin and the others. There was a hint of disdain on his face. Yi Jin had a calm expression and firm eyes as he stared at the leading man. He said neither humbly nor arrogantly, "Are you Brother Hu?" "Yes, I am Wang Hu, and my brothers all call me Brother Hu." "Who the fuck are you?" "Oh, I get it, you are Xiao Luo's mistress, right?" Yi Jin smiled faintly and said calmly, "You can understand it that way. TSK, I thought it was some big boss, but it turns out to be a gigolo." Brother Hu said this with great disdain, causing the people around him to laugh. Yi Jin was not angry, but said lightly, "Let us talk about business, Brother Hu." "Good, that is great." Wang Hu waved his hand, signaling the hostess to leave, and the people around him also tactfully turned off the sound system. Then Brother Hu said slowly, "I heard that you want to pay her back?" "Yes, how much does he owe you?" Wang Hu stretched out his right hand, and a dyed yellow-haired boy next to him immediately took out a document from his pocket. Wang Hu was not in a hurry, and looked at the contract with a look of pretended contempt. "Let me see. Oh, here. The principal amount owed is 200,000, and the interest is 1, 2, or 3 million. I heard Wang Hu reveal this number. Lu Qingyan immediately retorted, "You are talking nonsense, I only owed 1.2 million 3 days ago. How come you owe 3 million now? You are obviously charging exorbitant fees." Wang Hu didn't care at all and said with a smile, "Little sister, look, it's written in black and white here, I'm not talking nonsense. Look, there's your signature on it." Wang Hu pointed to Lu Qingyan's signature on the back of the document. Lu Qingyan said angrily, "You are clearly loan sharks and loan scammers. How can you borrow 200,000 and have to pay back 3 million? Bang! Wang Hu slapped the document on the coffee table. The smiling face from before was gone, replaced by a hint of ferocity. "Little sister, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. The interest rate is also written in black and white, and you sign to acknowledge it. If you don't repay on time, the interest rate will naturally become higher." "How? I found a pretty boy to support you today, now you don't want to pay me back?" After he said this, a hint of ferocity flashed in the eyes of several younger brothers around him. They put down their glasses and picked up beer bottles, just waiting for Wang Hu's order. Seeing this scene, Lu Qingyan had already begun to feel uneasy. After all, she had seen how cruel these people were. Lu Qingyan couldn't help but lean closer behind Yi Jin. Yi Jin also felt Lu Qingyan's uneasiness. Then he took her hand and comforted her. "It's okay, I'll do it." Yi Jin's words were like a reassurance, giving Lu Qingyan a dose of sedation. Yi Jin said calmly, "Don't be anxious, brother Hu, let's talk about business." Hearing this, Wang Hu leaned back slightly on the sofa. He leaned back on the sofa, waiting for Yi Jin's next words. "Let us have a discussion, brother Tiger. Your 200,000 and 3 million are indeed too much. Let's talk about something practical, shall we?" Wang Hu said with interest, "What do you mean? How about a principal of 200,000 plus an interest of 200,000? You doubled your money in less than 3 months. No business comes faster than this." After hearing this, Wang Hu instantly became furious and threw the wineglass in his hand to the ground. Clang! The entire wineglass was broken into pieces. The furious Wang Hu shouted loudly, "How dare you play tricks on me? I have 3 million, and you give me 400,000? You're just trying to amuse me, right?" Hearing this, several men around immediately stood up, holding beer bottles, ready to go. Yi Jin just smiled faintly and said softly, "Wow. So greedy, you are not satisfied with this?" Wang Hu said angrily, "I have always been the one who asked for other people's money, and no one has ever dared to take advantage of me." "Boy, you are very brave." As Wang Hu spoke, he took out the switchblade from his waist and waved it in front of his eyes. "The last person who bargained with me like this had his stomach cut open by me. The grass on the grave is 3 meters tall. Boy, where do you want me to scratch you?" Chapter 15. Remember, she is my woman, don't have any ideas about it. Looking at the scene in front of her, Lu Qingyan was so frightened that her face turned pale. She didn't expect things to turn out like this. The key point is that Lu Qingyan originally thought that Yi Jin was willing to help her pay back the 1.2 million. But now it suddenly became 3 million. Maybe Yi Jin would also feel that it's a bit too much. Lu Qingyan grabbed the corner of her clothes, feeling shy. Her pale face and eyes that were about to get wet. All of them highlight Lu Qingyan's embarrassment. But looking at Yi Jin, he was strolling leisurely in the garden, taking it easy. He said without taking it seriously, "Oh, if you say so, then I won't have any psychological burden in a while." Wang Hu also became interested and immediately threatened, "If you can't come up with the 3 million today, neither of you can leave. Either leave your money or leave your life." Lu Qingyan's body trembled slightly. I saw people around slowly gathering around. Lu Qingyan was very scared and asked in a mosquito-like voice, "What should we do with Yi Jin? Why don't we run away together and call the police?" "Don't be afraid, watch me." Yi Jin stepped forward, protected Lu Qingyan behind him, and said to Wang Hu, "Let me tell you, Wang Hu, actually I have no money at all, I just come here to amuse you. How about it?" Wang Hu was furious and shouted, "Damn it, you little bastard, kill him for me." Brush, brush, brush. Several people surrounded Yi Jin in an instant. Whoosh! The yellow-haired guy just now took a bottle of wine and smashed it towards Yi Jin's head. At the same time, several men around also pounced towards Yi Jin. But Wang Hu sat leisurely on the sofa and drank beer again, as if ready to enjoy this performance. On the other hand, Yi Jin looked at these little karamis with deep eyes. Under the influence of extraordinary body and fighting mastery. Not to mention 5 or 6 little thugs, even 50 or 60 thugs couldn't subdue him alone. The movements of the several people seemed to be in slow motion in Yi Jin's eyes. He first dodged the incoming attack. After dodging, he immediately raised his foot and kicked the yellow-haired man in the stomach. Maybe because it was his first time using force, he failed to control the strength well. He kicked the yellow-haired guy away. He fell heavily on the sofa next to Brother Hu and fainted. In a flash, Yi Jin kicked away several people who had attacked him. Bang! 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 There is no unnecessary movement, and every kick hits the floor directly. In just a dozen seconds, a few hooligans surrounded and beat him up. He was kicked and flew to all places in the private room. It all happened too fast. Wang Hu originally wanted to light a cigarette and enjoy the show. Who knew that the lighter had just been moved in front of the cigarette in his mouth? It's still crackling and hasn't ignited yet. Then I heard a few muffled sounds. He stared with his big round eyes, looking around in astonishment. All of his younger brothers lay on the ground, not knowing whether to live or die. When he saw Yi Jin again, he smiled awkwardly. In an instant, Wang Hu broke out in a cold sweat, and the vest he was wearing was unconsciously wet with sweat. Beads of sweat as big as beans appeared on his forehead. Who are you? Yi Jin smiled faintly and walked up to Wang Hu. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself, my name is Yi Jin. Yi Jin walked up to Wang Hu and took his lighter. Snap! He lit the flame and lit a cigarette for Wang Hu himself. Wang Hu took a deep breath and looked at Yi Jin as if he was looking at a devil. Damn it, they kicked each of them every 10 seconds, not knowing whether they were good or bad. Even top special forces can't do it so quickly, right? The more Wang Hu thought about it, the more frightened he became. But then he looked at Yi Jin, who was close at hand. Wang Hu felt determined. I wonder when Wang Hu has ever suffered such humiliation. I was so scared by a pretty boy that I dared not speak. His hand touched the switchblade and he exerted force instantly. Whoosh! The switchblade stabbed straight towards Yi Jin's neck. Yi Jin, be careful. Lu Qingyan, who had been watching from behind, naturally saw Wang Hu's actions. In an instant, Wang Hu's knife was almost close to Yi Jin's neck. This scene frightened Lu Qingyan so much that she closed her eyes tightly. But Yi Jin, who possesses an extraordinary body and is proficient in fighting techniques, had already predicted Wang Hu's prediction. Yi Jin grabbed Wang Hu's wrist with one hand. No matter how hard Wang Hu tried, he couldn't move the switchblade that was at his neck forward even a bit. Ah! Yi Jin exerted a little force and immediately crushed Wang Hu's wrist bones. The switchblade fell directly to the ground. Wang Hu stared at Yi Jin with horror on his face. Are you a human or a ghost? Being able to crush a person's bones directly is beyond the scope of normal humans. At this moment, Wang Hu was filled with fear. But this time the severe pain did not scare him, and he still threatened. Boy, either you kill me today, or I will find your family, including that bitch, every one of them. Ah! Without waiting for Wang Hu to finish, Yi Jin directly grabbed his other hand and twisted his arm in reverse. In an instant, Wang Hu no longer had that trace of arrogance. Fear had taken over his body and mind. He quickly begged for mercy. Stop, brother, don't do it. I admit defeat. Let me go, let me go. You take the contract, I don't want the money. Oh, you don't want that anymore? Yi Jin said jokingly. I admit it, your girlfriend and I are even now, okay? Ha, that's not what you said just now. I still prefer your rebellious look, recover now. Wang Hu didn't dare to act rashly and could only speak awkwardly. Just now it was me. Yi Jin stepped on Wang Hu's right foot again and crushed it. Brother, big brother, I was wrong, please let me go. At this moment, he looked at Yi Jin as if he was looking at a devil. His face was full of horror. Yi Jin also felt that she had had enough fun and stopped torturing Wang Hu. He just whispered, forget it, let us not play anymore. Then he picked up the contract and turned to leave. When they reached the door, Yi Jin suddenly turned around and said to Wang Hu, remember, she is my woman, don't have any ideas about her. Wang Hu didn't dare to speak and could only look at Yi Jin with horror. Let the two of them leave the private room. Only after Yi Jin left completely did Wang Hu finally breathe a sigh of relief. He used the hand whose wrist bone was crushed. I opened my phone with difficulty and swiped to a number in the address book called Sister Lan. I finally dialed Sister Lan's phone number with great effort. Hello, Ahu, what is going on? Lan, Sister Lan, I was beaten. The person on the other end of the line sounded obviously confused. What's going on? Wang Hu could only endure the pain and said, yes, a girl's contract was stolen. He also beat up all his brothers. Oh? Who is so bold as to touch our business? Wang Hu continued to explain, yes, it was a mistress of a young lady named Yi Jin. Chapter 16 I will follow you forever. After doing all this, Yi Jin took Lu Qingyan's hand and left. Of course, he didn't know what happened next. After getting in the car, Yi Jin drove to the beach in Rongcheng. He handed over Lu Qingyan's contract. Lu Qingyan, who was sitting in the passenger seat, was holding the contract handed over by Yi Jin. She clenched her hands tightly, crumpling the contract, which was similar to a contract of selling one's genitals, into a ball. She couldn't bear it any longer and tore the contract into pieces. He waved and threw it out of the window, and the debris fell like snowflakes. Finally, she couldn't help it and threw herself into Yi Jin's arms. With tears in her eyes and sobbing, she said, it's over, I don't have to pay you back. Thank you, thank you. Seeing this, Yi Jin felt a flash of tenderness in his heart. Gently soothing Lu Qingyan's back. It's okay, cry. Lu Qingyan is an honest and conservative girl. If his mother hadn't been sick, there was no way he would have borrowed money from a loan shark. But this loan shark turned out to be her death warrant. If it weren't for Yi Jin, she really didn't dare to imagine the consequences. Her tears announced the end of it all, announced that she had escaped from that devil's den. Just like that, Lu Qingyan lay in Yi Jin's arms and cried for about 10 minutes. She slowly recovered. Looking at Yi Jin again, her eyes were filled with the calmness of being able to vent her grievances. I even felt a little more grateful to Yi Jin. Yi Jin said softly, "Senior sister, from now on you can return to your normal life." Lu Qingyan lowered her head and agreed. Well, thank you. Yi Jin said nonchalantly. You've said it many times, it's okay. Should I take you home or back to school? Lu Qingyan felt a little embarrassed, and her voice became a little delicate. Go to the hotel. When Yi Jin heard this, he was startled and a little bit of excitement started in his heart. Looking at the time, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. It seems that it is too late to go back. The main thing is that there is a possibility that the dormitory manager may close the door early. There will be no place to live by then. Yeah, that's it. In order to avoid going the wrong way, it is better to go directly to the hotel. There is no way Yi Jin would have any color thoughts. The main reason is that I don't want Lu Qingyan to run around too much. Yi Jin drove towards the hotel at a speed of 100 yards per hour. However, Lu Qingyan followed Yi Jin like a petite girlfriend, without saying a word. After entering the door, Lu Qingyan threw away the bag in her hand. Lu Qingyan put her arms around Yi Jin's neck. The cherry red lips came straight to me without any warning. Yi Jin's pupils shrank slightly, and he immediately hugged Lu Qingyan's slender waist. The two's lips collided violently. After a moment, Lu Qingyan, with a blushing face, looked at Yi Jin affectionately with her clear eyes. Breathing heavily, she said in a tender voice, "Give it to me." Afterwards, Yi Jin picked up Lu Qingyan in a princess hug. Walked towards the big hotel bed. After a while, two people in a hotel room. Dry wood and raging fire will ignite at the slightest touch. Lu Qingyan is particularly relaxed today. She took the initiative to give Yi Jin many new experiences. Let Yi Jin unable to stop. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Qingyan crawled to Yi Jin's ear and whispered, "Junior, I will follow you all my life." The next day, they woke up from the big bed. Today is Monday, and Yi Jin and Lu Qingyan both have professional classes to attend. After having breakfast at the hotel, the two drove back to Chengdu University together. Junior, you really worried me to death yesterday. Hey, don't be afraid, it's impossible for him to hurt me. TSK, just blow it. Lu Qingyan complained with some disdain, and then continued to ask, but how are you so powerful that you can kick one by one? Hee, I learned martial arts in Shaolin Temple. Yi Jin said with some pride. Real? You really believe it, haha. You are so bad. But you were really great yesterday. Yi Jin smiled evilly and asked, are you talking about last night? Or the bed yesterday? When Lu Qingyan heard Yi Jin's words, her face turned red. Then she said angrily, you're going to die. Hey. Yi Jin asked with evil humor, isn't it amazing? Of course Lu Qingyan knew that Yi Jin was talking about what happened between them last night. Then he said, great. Yi Jin said proudly. Of course, how can I not be awesome if I can kick one of them at a time? Lu Qingyan also reacted after hearing this, damn Yi Jin, you dare to play tricks on me. Ha, you can only blame yourself for having unhealthy thoughts. The two of them arrived at the school amidst all the pulling and tugging. Yi Jin did not drive the car to school. After all, this car might cause a lot of trouble. He parked his car in the parking lot of the university town next door. Walk into school with Lu Qingyan. Junior, I have to go back to the dormitory first. Let us meet again in the evening. Lu Qingyan gave him a very provocative look. Yi Jin understood and responded with a smile. Okay, senior sister, slow down. The girls' dormitory is on the other side of the school gate, completely opposite to the boys' dormitory. So the two separated after entering the school gate. Yi Jin walked alone in the school. As he walked, he took out his cell phone and sent a message to the group chat of 3 good old children. Get rich overnight Yi Jin, brother Sun, please bring the book with me. Just want to sleep Yang Sun, old Ji, you've been doing this for 2 fucking days. I only like to look at legs Luo Shangwei, hey, how does it feel? Invincible Luma Sun Kai, tell me quickly, how was your performance over the weekend? How many times? They are all Yi Jin's roommates and they have a very close relationship. Get rich overnight, really good, thumbs up, JPG. I only like to look at legs, sure, Lao Yi. Invincible Luma, finally said goodbye to my little virginity. Just want to sleep, after 3 years, you finally licked it. Get rich overnight, okay, I won't say anymore. Remember to bring your books. By the way, I bought your breakfast. Just want to sleep, okay. Get rich overnight, thank you, boss. I only like to look at legs, thank you, brother. Yi Jin didn't waste any more time and went to the breakfast shop to buy 4 breakfasts. Walked straight towards the teaching building. Suddenly, Yi Jin remembered that last night, when Lu Qingyan tore up the contract herself, she did not hear the system prompt sound. He couldn't help but frown and asked in his mind, system, didn't I solve Lu Qingyan's problem yesterday? Why didn't I prompt it to be completed? The host only solved Lu Qingyan's superficial troubles, but did not really solve her troubles, so the mission is not yet completed. Yi Jin continued to ask, what is considered real trouble? Please dig it out by yourself, this system will only make the final judgment. TSK, quite arrogant. So what? You dare to bite me? The system was very naughty and directly teased Yi Jin. When Yi Jin heard this, he couldn't help but think secretly. But he gradually understood what the system meant. It seems like brother who was going to cause trouble for Lu Qingyan again. I have to find an opportunity to completely get rid of those guys. Then he smiled and murmured. Physical destruction is always the best way to solve problems. Chapter 17 Zhang Jieqi. The university courses were difficult for Yi Jin, who only knew how to lick goddesses. So he spent the whole morning dozing off. Either play games or read novels. At lunchtime, the 4 of them prepared to go out of school to eat something. The 3 people on the road suddenly asked. Luo Shangwei, hey, Lao Yi, why didn't I see Zhang Jieqi today? Zhang Jieqi is their classmate and also the class beauty. Yang Sun, yes, shouldn't you be together? Sun Kai, you won't make it so that I can't get out of bed, will you? The 3 of them joked. Yi Jin chuckled and said lightly, as for her, it will probably take a few days for her to conceive. Yang Sun, wow, you're great. Sun Kai, strong. Luo Shangwei, awesome. Yi Jin did not tell them the truth. After all, this kind of thing was not something that could be made public. But after his rebirth, Yi Jin felt that this was not enough. He was also planning how to make that family pay a heavy price. Just when the 4 of them finished lunch and were preparing to go back to the dormitory to rest, suddenly a beautiful figure appeared in front of Yi Jin. There was no other person involved, that person was none other than Zhang Jieqi. Yi Jin thought to himself, it came out so soon, it seems that Zhang Qingjun still has some connections. The reason why Yi Jin was punished to the maximum extent in her previous life had a lot to do with the person Zhang Qingjun found. So now it's not just Zhang Jieqi's family. The relationship behind Zhang Qingjun also had to pay a price. Yi Jin didn't want to get involved, but Zhang Jieqi seemed to be well prepared. Yi Jin. Zhang Jieqi was calling Yi Jin's name. But Yi Jin pretended not to hear and continued walking forward. Yang Sun, hey, Lao Yi, is someone calling you? Luo Xingqiang looked back and his eyes lit up. Luo Xingqiang, she seems to be your goddess. Zhang Jieqi has already walked in front of the 4 people. She smiled at them politely. Then he whispered to Yi Jin. Yi Jin, can we talk? When the 3 roommates heard this, they tactfully prepared to leave Yi Jin behind. After the 3 of them left, Yi Jin said bluntly. There's no need to talk about it. There's nothing to talk about between you and me. Zhang Jieqi refused to give in. What happened that day was not my intention. My dad suddenly found out that you and I went to get a room, so he called the police without my consent. I never thought of suing you. Could you please stop being angry? Yi Jin laughed and sneered mercilessly. Hey, Miss Shang, what's wrong with you? How dare you come to persuade a bootlicker like me? Yi Jin's words were sharp and merciless. Don't say that, we don't have any festival to celebrate. You know my dad's character, and he's doing this for my future. In fact, he doesn't want to sue you, he's just afraid that you won't cherish me in the future. Phew. I'm sorry, I couldn't help it. Yi Jin almost burst out laughing. I made it very clear last time in the mediation room. Yi Jin has already uncovered all their secrets. Now he still comes to me with a licking face. It seems that he really won't give up. Zhang Jieqi felt a little embarrassed looking at Yi Jin like this. She held back and continued, "You, don't do this, that's really not what I meant." Yi Jin didn't want to talk anymore and said directly, Okay, Miss Zhang, from now on you go your way and I'll go mine, okay? Yi Jin, I prefer our previous relationship. Yi Jin complained. Continue to be your licking dog? Zhang Jieqi felt even more embarrassed and tried hard to explain. I'm not treating you as a bootlicker, you know I'm a girl. Of course you have to be reserved. Otherwise, what if you get it and I don't cherish it? That's a test for you. This. This was the first time Yi Jin heard such shameless words. Even if Yi Jin was willing to be a bootlicker before. But you can't treat others as fools. I don't know whether Zhang Jieqi is really stupid or just pretending to be stupid. Didn't they realize their attitude at the police station before? Yi Jin estimated that it was still because of the 3 million. After all, even if Zhang Jieqi finds a rich young man, there is no way people would spend 3 million on her. After all, young masters love to play. At most, just treat her as a toy. 3 million is already a lot for Zhang Jieqi. The extreme vanity and desire can also make her humble herself and continue to win back Yi Jin, this bootlicker. Don't waste the money of a bootlicker, since she won't lose anything anyway. Zhang Jieqi looked at Yi Jin in surprise, thinking that Yi Jin might be a little shaken. Then he said to Yi Jin, Didn't I fall in love with a bag before? Otherwise, you can sell that bag to me and we can be reconciled. It's not expensive, only 20,000 yuan, which is just a drop in the bucket for you. As he spoke, Zhang Jieqi's eyes looked somewhat provocative. He looked at Yi Jin with ambiguous eyes. Buy me a bag and we can go again. Yi Jin was left speechless by Zhang Jieqi, and he didn't want to get too entangled with Zhang Jieqi. So he said, Don't you recognize your own position? You still want me to buy you a bag? What the hell are you thinking about? Get away from me, the sight of you makes me sick. Yi Jin really didn't want to say anything more. After all, she knows Zhang Jieqi's true intention too well. It's just like a weasel paying a New Year's visit to a chicken. After Yi Jin finished speaking, he turned around and was about to leave. Zhang Jieqi stomped his foot cruelly and said, Yi Jin, don't be so shameless. Humph, I tell you, if you don't apologize to me, I will never talk to you again. Zhang Jieqi pretended to be angry and folded her arms. Wanted to wait for Yi Jin to come and comfort her. Who knew that Yi Jin would turn around and say, Zhang Jieqi, can you please stop throwing yourself at me? This makes you look cheap. Hearing this, Zhang Jieqi was obviously stunned. I didn't expect Yi Jin to talk to him like this. She has already let go of her attitude, what else can she do? Could it be that Yi Jin was not wrong? Thinking of this, Zhang Jieqi became more depressed. He walked towards the girls' dormitory angrily. I secretly thought in my heart, Yi Jin, you are actually a heartless and ruthless scumbag. I have dedicated myself for you. Shouldn't there be a little reward? I must take those 3 million from you. When that time comes, I will make you kneel down and beg me to be with you. Snort. He is indeed a man obsessed with money. For money, he is willing to sell his innocence. He can even come to Yi Jin with a flattering face. Yi Jin said secretly, money is such a good thing. Fortunately, I am not short of money at all now. Got to spend the money quickly. Yi Jin's current balance is only over 90 million. There is no sense of security at all. Find some time to buy a house near the school. This way I can stay up early with my senior. Yi Jin was thinking and laughing at the same time. Just at this time, a message from Lu Qingyan came on my phone. Tomorrow will be better. Lu Qingyan, Jr., are you there? Chapter 18 Shin Miaoyu. Tomorrow will be better, it's like this, Junior, the doctor said my mother needs to rest in the hospital for a while. I have to go to accompany my mother tonight, so I can't accompany you. Yi Jin also noticed that something was wrong. Then he asked, what happened? Tomorrow will be better. Well, the doctor said that although the condition has been controlled, another operation is needed to cure it completely, so I'm going to see my mother today. Getting rich overnight, no big deal, right? Tomorrow will be better, it's okay, it's much better, don't worry. Yi Jin thought about it and decided to transfer 500,000 yuan directly. Tomorrow will be better. Expression, question, what do you mean, Junior? Why did you transfer money to me again? Get rich overnight, I can't let Auntie suffer any loss. Please have the operation well. I will visit her again when she gets better. Tomorrow will be better. Expression, awkward, but you have helped me a lot, I can't ask for your money anymore. Get rich overnight, take it, Auntie's illness cannot be delayed, it's best to cure it as soon as possible. Tomorrow will be better. Oh, I don't know how to repay you, I owe you so much. Get rich overnight. Hey, Haven T, you already compensated yourself to me? Tomorrow will be better. Expression, knock, 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 don't talk nonsense. Tomorrow will be better, thank you, Junior. Yi Jin joked, do you have any tips for next time we meet? Lu Qingyan has also watched a lot of short videos herself, so of course she knows what Yi Jin meant by the little tips. Little tips are the highest etiquette when meeting your boyfriend. Black stockings. Tomorrow will be better, I hate you. Get rich overnight, ha ha ha. This is the highest etiquette, don't I deserve it? Tomorrow will be better, well, it's worth it. After Lu Qingyan and Yi Jin laughed and joked for a while, they rushed towards the hospital. Yi Jin was thinking about going back to play games with his roommates. The transfer to Lu Qingyan did not receive any cashback notification from the system. Sure enough, the statement that it is limited to consumption is indeed true. It's still October and the weather is still hot, so most people are wearing summer clothes. Many male students are also taking advantage of the tail end of summer. Continue to look at the beautiful scenery on campus. Yi Jin is going to the supermarket to give some treats to her 3 good sons. He is looking down at his phone. Old Yi. Yi Jin looked up and saw 3 grown-up children looking at something at the entrance of the supermarket. Why didn't you go back? Luo Xingqiang, hi, we are getting ready to go back. Look what they are doing over there. Yi Jin followed Luo Xingqiang's gaze. I found an extremely graceful figure sitting in the milk tea shop next to the supermarket. The girl was wearing a snow-white dress, and her inky black hair fell vertically on her back like a waterfall, like a beautiful painting. The girl sitting on the stool has her lower body perfectly covered by the white skirt, but it still can't hide her pair of slender jade-like legs, like an elf walking out of a painting. The girl's delicate hands gently held the milk tea. However, her expression was somewhat dull, as if the milk tea was just a passing cloud. Because there was a boy holding flowers standing in front of her. It was obvious that the boy was confessing his love to the girl. Yi Jin asked in confusion, who is that? Luo Xingqiang, boy, you don't even know Shen Miaoyu, the sophomore among the 4 campus beauties? Yang Sun, hi, don't blame old Yi. Sun Kai, she is very devoted to only our class beauty. Yi Jin, stop joking with me, let us get down to business. That guy looks familiar to me. Yang Sun, old Yi, you are too isolated from the information. Luo Xingqiang, none of the rich young men in our school know about this? Young master? Sun Kai, Han Zijie, his family has assets worth hundreds of billions, he is a real playboy. Yang Sun, what a pity, he is just like Lao Yi, a bootlicker. He has been pursuing Shen Miaoyu for 3 years but still hasn't he gotten her, and now he is confessing his love again. Luo Shangli, he is not so pure. I heard that Mr. Han is quite extravagant. It is said that he once chartered a luxury cruise ship and went out to sea with dozens of celebrities and internet celebrities to have a great time. Some people also saw several popular celebrities boarding his private plane together. And have you ever heard of the famous saying that Mr. Han will pay for tonight's consumption? Sun Kai, aren't all these young men like this? They play the role of anchor stars while pretending to sincerely pursue other innocent girls. Hey, I've seen a lot of this. At first, Yi Jin thought that this guy was really a bootlicker like himself. It turns out that he is just a playboy who is always greedy while having his fill. Yi Jin lost interest instantly and said, let us go to the supermarket. Your godfather will pay today, so buy whatever you want. When they heard that Yi Jin was going to pay the bill, the 3 of them's eyes lit up instantly. Okay, brother Yi is awesome. Sure, Lao Yi, make a fortune. Awesome, brother Yi. The 3 of them went straight to the supermarket and started picking things out without any hesitation. Yi Jin said arrogantly, your godfather won the lottery, so the 3 of you should stop saving money for me. After hearing Yi Jin's explanation, the 3 of them felt even happier. Luo Xingqiang asked loudly, boss, do you have a cart? Yang Sun, yes, give me one too. Sun Kai, I want 2 boxes of Coke. Yi Jin chuckled. although the three of them were careless and yelled loudly. But when I finally paid the bill, I spent less than $300. Yi Jin frowned slightly when he paid the bill. Why did you only use so little? Luo Xingqiang, hey, that's about it, Lao Yi, you should save the extra money for yourself. Yi Jin looked at the other two and nodded. Know that they are thinking about themselves. After all, they knew very well the difficulties Yi Jin had gone through in the past 3 years. Many times I still have to rely on them for help. So, even though the three heard Yi Jin say that he had won the lottery, they still controlled themselves and only bought things worth less than 300 yuan. Yi Jin thought for a while and said, "Bring me your meal card." The three of them looked confused. Don't just stand there, bring it here. After taking the meal card, Yi Jin walked towards the recharge station next to the supermarket. There is a milk tea shop and snack bar between the station and the supermarket. Shen Miaoyu was sitting outside the milk tea shop. Yi Jin only saw her face clearly when he passed by her. Her skin is fair with a hint of redness, like the morning dew, emitting a bright luster. Shen Miaoyu's facial features are very delicate, and each one looks like a carefully carved work of art. Especially those eyes, bright and clear, like crystal gems. The overall effect gives Yi Jin a fresh and refined feeling, just like the first flower in spring, giving people a feeling of being bathed in spring breeze. But at this moment, those bright and clear eyes were filled with confusion and helplessness. Obviously, he was embarrassed by Han Zijie. When Yi Jin saw Shen Miaoyu, he felt a strong desire to protect him. But Yi Jin didn't want to meddle in other people's business and walked straight towards the recharge point. He decided to repay his three roommates. After all, they have helped Yi Jin a lot in the past 3 years. Campus meal cards can be used in supermarkets. So Yi Jin decided to top up their meal cards. Hello, teacher, I want to recharge. Teacher, how much? 10,000. Chapter 19, Stand Up. Teacher? Teacher, are you kidding? Yi Jin, no, these 3 cards are worth 10,000 each. Teacher? Yi Jin, just pay with your mobile phone. The teacher entered 30,000 yuan into the recharge machine with doubt. Some people pushed the machine over in disbelief. Yi Jin took out the payment code and scanned it. Ding, payment successful, 30,000 yuan. Teacher, Sigma. The teacher was stunned for a moment. Which student would directly recharge tens of thousands of dollars? Swipe your card, teacher. Oh, okay, give it to me. Yi Jin handed over 3 cards. After the teacher successfully completed the recharge, he still returned the card to Yi Jin with some disbelief. At this moment, Yi Jin also remembered the voice of the system in his mind. Ding! The host spent 30,000 yuan, received a cashback of 300,000 yuan, and the balance is 95.12 million yuan. Yi Jin didn't say much and then left the site. Getting ready to go back with my roommates. Puff! And at this moment, Yi Jin's arms were suddenly filled with softness. When he looked closely, he found that it was Shen Miaoyu who had just stood up and threw herself into his arms. Sorry, classmate. Shen Miaoyu said softly. It's okay. Yi Jin replied politely. Han Zijie, who was behind him, immediately rushed over and grabbed Shen Miaoyu's hand. He said anxiously, Miaoyu, don't go. Please promise me. I will definitely treat you well. Shen Miaoyu said impatiently, please stay away from me. We are not suitable. Don't waste your time on me. Shen Miaoyu's refusal was straightforward, without any hesitation. There is no vague ambiguity. But Han Zijie didn't seem to want to let go, and still held Shen Miaoyu's hand and spoke. Miaoyu, our family is the famous Han group in Chengdu. We will definitely be very happy together. Just give me a chance. Shen Miaoyu shouted angrily, Han Zijie, let go. I told you, it's impossible for me to be with you. Don't force me. At this time, more and more people gathered around. The discussion became louder and louder. That's the boy from our school, he's not bad looking. Yeah, you know what, that sophomore campus beauty is really pretty. No wonder people are so persistent in pursuing her, her beauty is there to see. It's useless to say so much, because people have clearly refused. If I were the young master of the Han family, how could I look like this? I would have done it long ago. Come on, everyone you can think of has already played it, they just want to eat some fine food. Yes, Han Zijie is not a loyal person. However, the man Shen Miaoyu bumped into was quite handsome, and he seemed to be a good match for her. TSK, What's the point of being handsome? Han Zijie is rich, can being handsome make a living? The students who were watching were talking about it in a random manner. Many students took out their mobile phones and started taking pictures. As the person at the center of the incident, Shen Miaoyu was like an ant on hot pot. Awkward foot picking. Han Zijie was originally very angry because he did not get Shen Miaoyu's consent. Now there are so many people around talking about it. It made him feel more and more uneasy. On the other hand, Yi Jin was unconsciously drawn into the situation and stood beside the two of them, watching the show. Han Zijie seemed to be angry and embarrassed, and suddenly started yelling at the students around him. What the hell are you looking at? You have nothing to do, right? He turned around, pointed at a male classmate holding a mobile phone, and cursed him with a ferocious face. You take pictures, you take pictures. The male student was so scared that he put away his phone. Then he pointed at the people around him and spoke in a foul language. Most of the people around were angry but dared not speak out. They stopped talking or put their phones away. Han Zijie is a well-known playboy in school. Anyone who offends him will have a bad ending. It is said that he had fallen in love with a girl before. But she already has a boyfriend and she clearly rejected him. As a result, Han Zijie did not give up and took advantage of a girls' club gathering. After getting her drunk, he forced himself on her. Later, when the boyfriend found out, he took his girlfriend to seek justice, but he was beaten and sent to the hospital. The two had no choice but to call the police. But Han Zijie relied on the Han family's network of connections to attribute this case to a quarrel between lovers. In the end, she launched a crazy revenge on the other person's boyfriend. This caused the girl's boyfriend to drop out of school. After Han Zijie had enough fun, he kicked the girl away. This incident caused a sensation at the time. But in the end it was inexplicably suppressed by the school. This also led to Han Zijie's name becoming completely known in the school. After this incident, everyone kept their distance from him. Of course Yi Jin knew Han Zijie's reputation, so he didn't want to meddle in other people's business. But at this time, the system's voice sounded. Ding, the host is encountering a playboy harassing others in public, and now a system task is issued. 1. Who cares? Let him scold me. I am a super rich man and I am afraid of no one. Weaklings don't deserve rewards. 2. Help Shen Miaoyu solve her troubles. Who doesn't like being a hero and saving a beautiful woman? Reward, a sports car. 3. Help Shen Miaoyu solve her troubles, and slap Wanku in the face in public to vent everyone's anger. Reward, 100% equity of Hongfa Group, worth about 5 billion yuan. This is definitely option 3. Every extra second of delay is disrespectful to the money. Han Zijie yelled at his classmates around him. But he turned around and pointed the finger at Yi Jin. What the fuck are you still standing here for? Get out of here now. Originally Yi Jin was planning to leave. But who knew that Han Zijie would yell at him like this? Damn, not talking doesn't mean I'm afraid of you. We already have a system, what's the point? Yi Jin frowned slightly and said, watch your fucking mouth. Stop barking like a fucking dog here. I don't have time, I'll give you my shit to eat. Yi Jin showed no mercy and bombarded directly. Shen Miaoyu also stared at this tall and handsome classmate with her clear eyes wide open. She was also very shocked in her heart. I didn't expect someone would dare to scold Han Zijie. Han Zijie was shocked for a moment, staring at Yi Jin in astonishment. He didn't expect Yi Jin to speak to him like this. Han Zijie said in disbelief, what did you say? Yi Jin answered again in a clear voice, I say, get out of here and eat shit. In fact, if it were the Yi Jin from before, she would never dare to do this to Han Zijie. But he is different now. He is a powerful man, why would he be afraid of a little playboy like you? When Han Zijie heard Yi Jin's words, his face turned pale instantly. He said angrily, boy, do you know who it is? Yi Jin said nonchalantly, I don't know. Hey, haven't you heard of my name, Han Zijie? Han Zijie? Who is that? Oh, I think I remembered. Yi Jin said calmly, you are Mr. Han Zijie from Hanshi Group, right? Han Zijie felt a little proud when he heard Yi Jin correctly state his identity. He raised his head slightly and looked at Yi Jin in front of him with frivolous eyes. Han Zijie said arrogantly, now you know it, why don't you come over and kneel down to apologize to me? Otherwise, be careful, I will make you regret it forever. Chapter 20 Beating Han Zijie. Yi Jin didn't care when she heard Han Zijia's threat. Said it lightly. Humph, stupid dog. Han Zijie? Shan Miaoyu? People around? Is this man so brave? He is the young master of a billion-dollar company. How can you curse like that? Han Zijie said in confusion. What? Say, you stupid dog. He is just a good-for-nothing son who relies on his family to bully others. The one here keeps barking like a stupid dog. You see, you can't catch up with him, so what's the point of standing here helplessly and furiously? Calling you a stupid dog is an insult to dogs. Phew. Shin Miaoyu covered her mouth and almost laughed out loud. Han Zijie saw that Yi Jin didn't buy it at all, and even looked down on him and mocked him. Han Zijie instantly became furious and pointed at Yi Jin's nose and cursed. Okay, today I'll show you the price of offending me. Stop it, Han Zijie. Yi Jin didn't expect that when he was about to take action. Shin Miaoyu suddenly spoke up to stop him. Han Zijie looked at Shin Miaoyu in surprise. Then he said, Get out of the way, Miaoyu, it has nothing to do with you. Han Zijie, this is between us, please don't involve others. Han Zijie said without distinguishing right from wrong. No, I must teach him a lesson today. Shin Miaoyu continued, It was clearly you who took your anger out on others first. Stop being unreasonable. It's really embarrassing. As Shin Miaoyu spoke, her eyes were filled with impatience and disgust. She hated people like Han Zijie who were dissolute and uneducated. And Han Zijie is a bad person. All kinds of fun, such as going to bars, large groups of people and so on. It was Shin Miaoyu who knew Han Zijie's character. So Shin Miaoyu would never choose to be with him. It's completely Han Zijie who is paying for it. Seeing Shin Miaoyu disregarding her own dignity and speaking out to defend Yi Jin, Han Zijie became even angrier. Then he angrily scolded, Shin Miaoyu, you actually said this about me for an outsider? Am I not good enough for you? I bought you so many gifts, including flowers and luxury bags. How dare you despise me now? Han Zijie's words were clearly filled with anger. There was also a hint of questioning towards Shin Miaoyu. But Shin Miaoyu retorted, I never asked for the things you bought for me. Besides, I rejected you directly from the beginning. So, don't use those words, they are meaningless. These words were heard by Yi Jin. In his heart, his favorable impression of Shin Miaoyu increased a lot. After all, Shin Miaoyu is not like other girls who raise fish. She rejected others outright. And I have never accepted any gifts from others. This is already much better than others. Now, Shin Miaoyu stood up again, unafraid of Han Zijie's power. Speaking for himself, Yi Jin still felt warm in his heart. On the other hand, Han Zijie was now like an ant on hot pan. He became more and more angry and embarrassed because he had lost all his face. He shouted at Shin Miaoyu, you bitch. I spent so much money on you, and you cleared yourself of all charges with just one sentence. You dare to talk back to me for a pretty boy. I have to teach you two dogs a lesson. After saying that, Han Zijie raised his arm and prepared to hit Shin Miaoyu in the face. Seeing this, Shin Miaoyu instinctively shrank her body and closed her eyes tightly. She cried out in a tender voice, ah. However, the slap did not fall, but was firmly grasped by Yi Jin. Don't give Han Zijie time to react. Yi Jin kicked him directly. This time, Yi Jin controlled the strength well, so he only kicked Han Zijie to the ground. It wasn't a big injury. Han Zijie crawled on the ground, looking at Yi Jin in shock. He has grown up, but no one has ever touched him except the elders in the family. I didn't expect that I would be kicked in front of so many people today. This time, Mr. Han's face was completely lost. But he would not give up. He stood up, pointed at Yi Jin and cursed, how dare you hit me? As he said that, Han Zijie rushed towards Yi Jin to save his face. But Yi Jin won't tolerate you and doesn't care what kind of rich boy you are. Just beat him up. Bang! Yi Jin kicked Han Zijie again, knocking him down. Seeing that he couldn't win, Han Zijie started to yell, you fucking bastard. You dare to hit me, you fucking bastard. I'm going to kill your whole family. Han Zijie's face became more and more ferocious. Now he has reached the point of madness. But he didn't expect how much trouble these words would cause him. Boom! Han Zijie's words touched Yi Jin's reverse scale. After his rebirth, what he values most is his family. He would not be able to tolerate Han Zijie's naked threat any longer. Then, in full view of everyone, Yi Jin set off. The body sat directly on Han Zijie. Bang! A loud slap hit Han Zijie's face. In an instant, a 5-finger red mark appeared on Han Zijie's face. You can't spit out ivory from a dog's mouth, apologize. Oh my god. Han Zijie refused to give in and continued to curse. Bang! Apologize. Nima. Bang! Apologize. Yi Jin's furious look frightened everyone around him. Shin Miaoyu, who was standing aside, also stared with her eyes wide open and covered her mouth. After being slapped more than a dozen times, Han Zijie's face was swollen like a pig's head. Woo woo woo. He was saying something incoherently. Apparently Yi Jin's slap treatment was very effective. At least Han Zijie doesn't curse anymore. After Yi Jinzi slapped him more than 10 times, his anger gradually subsided. He let go of Han Zijie and stood up. Looking down at Han Zijie, whose face was bloodshot, he said lightly. Remember to keep your head down when you see me next time. Don't think that you can bully everyone. I won't spoil you. As soon as Yi Jin finished speaking, the people around him cheered. Good. Good. This kid finally got a lesson. It really makes me feel relieved. Alas, I guess Han Zijie 1T let it go. Yes, although it was satisfying to beat that man, I don't know if he can withstand Han Zijie's revenge. It's none of your business, just feel good about it. I've been watching over Han Zijie for a long time. TSK, if you can't stand it, just go up and hit me. Let us just forget about fighting, after all, they have the advantage. Of course Yi Jin didn't care about Han Zijie's revenge. His purpose in beating people up wasn't just because they insulted his family. More importantly, it's for the reward. At this time, Han Zijie, who had been beaten, climbed up and fled. He simply ignored the bouquet of roses and the gift box that I bought for him to express my love. Yi Jin looked at Han Zijie, who was fleeing in a panic, and smiled secretly. At this moment, the system's voice sounded again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Chapter 21. Do you have abdominal muscles? Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and slapping the dude in the face in public. The reward has been issued, 100% of the shares of Hongfa Group. The host can go directly to Hongfa Investment Group to sign the equity transfer contract. Yi Jin smiled secretly. My net worth has exceeded 100 million so quickly. So comfortable. As the people around him dispersed, Yi Jin also prepared to drive to Hongfa Company to take a look. But his 3 older sons came running over. Yang Sun, old Yi, you are so awesome. Sun Kai, damn, I'm absolutely invincible, okay? But Luo Xingxiang on the side said worriedly, hey, old Ji, you have to be careful, that guy is not a good person, be careful of revenge. Yi Jin disagreed and said with a smile, it's okay, if he dares to come, I will beat him up. The 3 of them were worried, but they smiled. By the way, this is your campus card. You will graduate in less than 2 years, so I didn't top up much money for you. Yang Sun, hi, it's okay, we are brothers. Sun Kai, how much did you charge, Lao Yi? Not much, just 10,000 per person. Yang Sun. Sun Kai. Luo Xingqiang. The 3 of them were stunned when they heard this. For a moment, Six Eyes looked at Yi Jin as if he were an alien. Yang Sun, are you kidding us? Yi Jin frowned slightly and said calmly, go check it out, I'm lost. When has I ever failed to do something right? Sun Kai had already gone to the recharge station to check. After a while. Sigma, shit. Lao Yi, are you serious? Upon hearing this, Yang Sun and Luo Xingxiang also ran over. Sigma, shit. Sigma, shit. There were constant sounds of surprise. Yi Jin looked at the expressions of the 3 people indifferently and even wanted to laugh. Come on, I have something else to do, you guys go back first, I'll take you for a ride another day. Take a ride, Lao Yi, you bought a car. Yang Sun asked in confusion. Yes. Wow, that's awesome. Hold. Old Ji, it seems that you have really become rich. Yi Jin smiled and said with satisfaction, that's right, okay, you guys go buy things by yourselves in school, I'll leave first. The reason why one person gave 10,000 yuan to each of the 3 roommates. That's because the 4 of them actually belong to the same type of people. They are all students who were admitted from towns and villages. so they appreciate each other very much. Besides, the three of them really regarded Eugene as a brother. In his previous life, when Eugene was pursuing Zhang Juqi, he was often hungry. Most of the time, the three of them took turns treating each other. Only then can Eugene have a good meal. So, for Eugene, he is very grateful to them. At least when they were in school, they were the best brothers to Eugene. After saying goodbye to her three roommates, Eugene walked towards the parking lot alone. Classmate, please wait a moment. Eugene turned around and saw that it was Shin Miaoyu calling him. Eugene waited there for a while, and after Shin Miaoyu came over, he started walking with him. Is there anything I can help you with? Eugene responded politely. Shin Miaoyu organized her words and spoke softly. Hello classmate, I am Shin Miaoyu, a sophomore from the art department. What is your name? I'm Eugene, a junior student in the computer science department. I'm sorry for getting you into trouble today because of me. Shin Miaoyu said a little embarrassedly. Eugene waved his hand and said, Hi, it's okay. If I hadn't seen him pestering a beauty like you, I wouldn't have bothered to care. After all, I am a well-educated person and I won't do anything easily. Phew. Shin Miaoyu covered her mouth and smiled. Obviously Eugene's joke made Shin Miaoyu smile faintly. Eugene's joke did not offend Shin Miaoyu. Shin Miaoyu continued, Senior, no matter what, I still have to thank you for what happened today. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know how to get rid of Han Zijie. Eugene smiled and said, Hey, it's no big deal, he scolded me first, so I beat him up and helped you solve your problem at the same time. Shin Miaoyu said, Senior, you have to be careful, Han Zijie is a very stingy person. Be careful, he will seek revenge on you. Eugene clenched his fist and gestured in front of Shin Miaoyu, pretending to speak viciously. If he dares to come, I will beat him to a pulp again. Shin Miaoyu was a little disapproving because he knew Han Zijie might find a lot of helpers. Then reminded. Senior, Han Zijie will find a lot of helpers, aren't you afraid? Eugene still said calmly, Afraid? If I were afraid, I wouldn't be able to stand in front of you and beat him without any scruples. That's true. Part of the reason why Eugene beat him was because Han Zijie insulted him. Another reason was of course to help Shin Miaoyu solve his troubles. By the way, it's a cliched story of a hero saving a beautiful girl. The speaker may not have any intention, but the listener may take it seriously. When Shin Miaoyu heard Eugene's words, she suddenly felt a sense of security. She lowered her head slightly and looked at Eugene with her bright and clear eyes. She found that the lines on Eugene's profile were as clear as if they were carved by an axe or a knife. He has a high nose bridge and his eyes are staring ahead. The clothes are also very clean and decent. And the height proportions seem perfect too. Shin Miaoyu estimated that Eugene was 182 centimeters tall and had a well-proportioned body. At this moment he suddenly felt that the senior in front of him seemed very handsome. For a moment she was so lost in thought that her thoughts were in a mess. She was lost in thought and asked abruptly without thinking, Do you have abdominal muscles? Eugene? Shin Miaoyu? As soon as the words came out of her mouth, Shin Miaoyu realized that she seemed to have lost her composure. A blush immediately appeared on his pretty face. She immediately explained, I'm sorry, that's not what I meant. Eugene's expression did not change when he heard this. But in my heart, I have already labeled Shin Miaoyu. Body control. But Eugene was still very happy about this. After all, I have been baptized by an extraordinary body, which is much stronger than ordinary people. Then Eugene just replied indifferently, yes. $8. After hearing Eugene's words, Shin Miaoyu said no more. The rosy cheeks were still there, but there was less embarrassment and more of a slightly upturned smile. After hearing about Shin Miaoyu's 8-pack abs, she had already begun to unconsciously imagine Eugene's image. He was imagining what this senior's 8-pack abs looked like. Then she shook her head vigorously and stopped. Senior, I'm sorry, I have something to do, so I'll leave first. Eugene did not try to persuade him to stay, after all, the atmosphere was a bit strange. He just responded indifferently, Okay, let us talk next time. After hearing the talk next time, Shin Miaoyu seemed to have discovered something and kept standing there. Shin Miaoyu thought to herself, Damn it, why hasn't he come to ask for my green bubble yet? He won't ask me to take the initiative, will he? If I take the initiative, will it seem that I'm too casual? How can I be so embarrassed to take the initiative to ask others for green bubbles? At that moment, countless greetings flashed through Shin Miaoyu's mind. Of course Yi Jin couldn't tell what Shen Miaoyu was thinking. But suddenly he remembered that he had just said that he would talk about it next time, which was a bit problematic. I haven't added green bubble yet. How can I chat? Yi Jin asked Shen Miaoyu softly, how about we add a green bubble and chat when we have time? Chapter 22 Stay away from my car, I'm afraid it's dirty. Shen Miaoyu was obviously stunned, but then she took out her cell phone readily. Shen Miaoyu's ordinary little heart calmed down instantly. He said to himself, I almost said it, that was a close call, that was a close call. Meow Meow Medical Fairy requests to add you as a friend. I saw that the green bubble avatar was actually the avatar of a female anime character called a medical fairy. Yi Jin smiled secretly in his heart. I didn't expect that such a pure and charming school beauty is also a comic fan. This is because we have common interests and hobbies. Yi Jin smiled and said, oh, I didn't realize you were a comic fan? Hearing Yi Jin's joke, Shen Miaoyu's mouth corners slightly raised. Said, yes, I love watching anime, and my favorite is The Little Doctor. Yi Jin pretended to be enlightened, oh, I like it too. It seems we have a lot in common. Shen Miaoyu, senior, let us talk when we have time. I have to leave first. Good. After watching Shen Miaoyu leave, Yi Jin did not stay and walked towards the parking lot outside the school. Because the parking lot is right next to the restaurant street outside the school. So there will be many students passing by on this road. Yi Jin walked to the parking lot and saw her Ferrari surrounded by two girls. Is that a Ferrari? It's beautiful. Take a quick photo and post it on your moments. Come on, help me take the picture first, and then I will help you. Snap. Snap. The two girls were holding milk tea in their hands and taking pictures of each other, and they didn't notice that Yi Jin had walked over. Only after Yi Jin came closer did she see clearly that the two people were Zhang Jieqi and his best friend Xinxin. In an instant, Yi Jin's heart fell to the extreme. I was happily going to close the company today, but ended up running into these two people again. After she went to talk to Yi Jin before. Yi Jin's words made him very angry, so she found Xinxin and wanted to go shopping together to relax. When they arrived outside the school, they bought a cup of milk tea and continued shopping, and happened to see Yi Jin's Ferrari. The joy of the luxury car diluted the gloom in Zhang Jieqi's heart. The two of them started taking pictures after each other. Zhang Jieqi was the first to notice Yi Jin. But now she has regained her goddess-like coolness. After all, she has admitted her mistake, what else can she do? So Zhang Jieqi said disdainfully, Yi Jin, have you figured it out? Yi Jin said in confusion, what are you talking about? Zhang Jieqi looked at Yi Jin, who had a confused look on his face, and asked, aren't you here to apologize to me? I tell you, if you don't buy me a bag, I will never forgive you. Do you know, Yi Jin? Yi Jin was immediately amused. Who the hell are you? Is this woman so confident? I'm not even ready to attack her yet. She actually came here to seek death? At this time Xinxin also noticed Yi Jin, and she added, oh, it's Yi Jin. Have you finally figured it out now? Are you coming back to pursue my Jieqi? I told you, how could Lu Qingyan, the campus beauty in the senior year, possibly like you? You have to pay for it yourself, right? Zhang Jieqi, senior year campus beauty? What does that mean? Xinxin, when my husband and I went shopping before, we saw Yi Jin and Lu Qingyan shopping together. I guess he wanted to pursue them. And he even spent more than 1 million to buy things for others. He was not that angry when he heard that Yi Jin and Lu Qingyan went shopping. But I heard that Yi Jin spent more than 1 million. Zhang Jieqi instantly became furious. He asked loudly, what? Yi Jin, you dare to go shopping with another woman? And you spent more than 1 million? Yi Jin looked at the furious Zhang Jieqi, and 1,000 thoughts were running through her mind. With a look of contempt and indifference, he said, yes, so what? Zhang Jieqi was obviously even more angry, and pointed at Yi Jin and cursed, what? You still say what? I thought you really wanted to pursue me, but I didn't expect you to be a scumbag who was greedy for more. I asked you to buy a bag worth 20,000 yuan, but you were reluctant to do so, and you spent millions on other women? Yi Jin, you are such a complete scumbag. Yi Jin said calmly, that's my money, I can spend it however I want. What, do you have any objections? You. Zhang Jieqi was choked by Yi Jin's words. Xinxin added, Yi Jin, you told Jieqi before how much you love her and like her. It turns out that he was deceiving her. You are so immoral. He Xinshin bombarded Yi Jin from the moral high ground. Who knew that Yi Jin had no morals at all? He pointed at Zhang Jiechi and retorted. Morality? Why don't you ask her why she tricked me into going to a hotel and then sued me for rape? Hearing this, even He Xinshin was slightly stunned. He didn't expect such a thing to happen. Zhang Jiechi noticed her best friend's surprised look and immediately explained, I said, I don't want to sue you. It was my dad who somehow got the news about me. He was the one who sued you. What's more, you asked the waiter to change everything. You're totally fine. I've explained it to you. Why didn't you listen? Why are you still holding on to it? After hearing Zhang Jiechi's explanation, He Xinshin understood the reason. Then he continued to accuse, yes, Yi Jin, Jiechi has already apologized, what else do you want? Putting aside the facts, aren't you wrong? Why do you have to argue with a girl? Well, Yi Jin saw the true faces of the two people clearly. He said impatiently, you really have double standards. Putting the facts aside, who do you think you are? He Xinshin, I advise you to find a rich man to be with, instead of barking like a dog in front of me every day. It's really annoying. You. He Xinshin was choked by Yi Jin's words and didn't know how to refute for a moment. Seeing this, Zhang Jiechi continued to defend him, saying, Yi Jin, don't speak so harshly. I tell you, He Xinshin is my best friend, you must be nice to him. Otherwise, I will never be able to speak a word to you in my life. Yi Jin liked to hear this. He said with a hint of excitement, wow, it's a deal, double happiness. Originally, the only good thing today was closing down the company. If Zhang Jiechi said so, isn't it a double happiness? Good. Zhang Jiechi glanced away. He Xinshin said, Jiechi, don't worry about this scumbag. I haven't taken any pictures yet, please take some for me. After hearing what He Xinshin said, Zhang Jiechi stopped entangled with Yi Jin. He took the phone and prepared to take a photo of He Xinshin. I saw He Xinshin boldly sitting on the hood of the Ferrari, striking a seductive pose. Seeing this, Yi Jin certainly wouldn't tolerate it. He walked over directly, grabbed He Xinshin's ankle and pulled her down. He Xinshin yelled angrily, what the hell are you doing? Yi Jin just said indifferently, stay away from my car, I'm afraid it's dirty. Chapter 23 Hello, boss. He Xinshin was pulled down by Yi Jin, and she instantly became furious. He yelled angrily, what are you doing? Yi Jin had no expression on his face, he just said lightly, I said, stay away from my car, it's dirty. Your car? Zhang Jiechi said doubtfully. Yi Jin remained expressionless and did not answer. He Xinshin also looked at Zhang Jiechi and Yi Jin in disbelief. But she knew that Yi Jin had spent several million to open the card. So for a moment she was a little skeptical. But Zhang Jiechi said disapprovingly, Yi Jin, stop trying to be brave. Your demolition compensation is only 3 million. We have already spent 1.2 million yuan, and you have an older sister at home. How could she give you all the money? After hearing this, He Xinshin felt that she was fine again. Then he said, Yi Jin, stop trying to attract our attention here. This car should be worth nearly 4 or 5 million. Can you afford it? Yi Jin didn't want to get entangled with the two of them anymore. He just took out the car key and pressed it calmly. Drop. The Ferrari's two headlights flashed. Zhang Jiechi and He Xinshin both opened their mouths wide when they saw the scene. Oh. The two looked at each other in disbelief. They didn't expect that the car really belonged to Yi Jin. Yi Jin didn't care about the expressions of the two people, he just sat in the car and started the engine. Only then did Zhang Jiechi react, and then immediately moved to the window of the driver's seat. He said flatteringly, Yi Jin, is this really your car? Yi Jin turned around and said contemptuously, didn't you say you would never talk to me again? Hearing this, Zhang Jiechi's smile froze, and she continued with some embarrassment, Yi Jin, that was just something I said in anger. Now, I forgive you, and you don't have to buy me a bag. Let us make peace. Yi Jin almost couldn't help laughing. Was it Liang who gave you the courage? What's the meaning? Otherwise, why would you be so shameless as to come here? Hearing this, Zhang Jiechi said somewhat embarrassedly, Yi Jin, don't be angry, However, after Zhang Jiechi finished speaking, Yi Jin interrupted directly. Stop. I'm not interested in posting. Especially I am not interested in a gold digger like you who can never be tamed. Zhang Jiechi stood there in a daze as she listened to Yi Jin's words. Eugene didn't think much about it and just stepped on the accelerator and left the parking lot. Drive towards Hongfa Group. After a while, Eugene arrived downstairs of Hongfa Group. This is a commercial plaza, and the Hongfa Group's building is located in the commercial plaza. After Eugene drove the car to the underground parking lot, he found the elevator and went to the first floor. Bite. When the elevator door opened, the bright and beautiful lobby was already filled with many people. They held banners and held flowers in their hands, standing on both sides of the gate. Get ready to welcome the new boss. Seeing this, Eugene also smiled. But just as Eugene was about to step forward, he was stopped by the security guard next to the elevator. The security guard shouted angrily, "Stop!" Eugene was stunned, looking at the young security guard in front of him who was about 27 or 28 years old. The security guard saw Eugene standing there in a daze and immediately questioned him. "What are you doing? Can't you see that an important event is going on here?" "Oh, I am." Eugene was interrupted before he could finish his words. The security guard urged in an extremely impatient tone. "That's what it is. Hurry up and leave, a big shot will be coming soon." Eugene didn't get angry either. Just said calmly, "I am your boss." Listening to Eugene's words, the security guard began to look Eugene up and down. Eugene was wearing a set of casual clothes today that she had bought at a luxury store before. It is matched with a pair of white casual sneakers. No matter how you look at it, Eugene looks like a college graduate. How could he be a boss worth tens of billions? The security guard thought Eugene was talking nonsense and then mocked him. "Are you the boss? Then I am still the boss's father. Stop talking nonsense here and go away. If you delay today's reception, I will punish you carefully." When Eugene heard the security guard's sarcastic words, he said angrily, "Is this how you treat guests? Still want to be the boss's father? Aren't you afraid that your boss will hear you?" The security guard looked at Eugene, who had a serious face and spoke neither arrogantly nor humbly. I also started to have doubts in my heart. However, she still believed that the student in front of her could not be the boss. Then he didn't want to argue anymore and just yelled, "Get out, get out. I don't have the mood to waste time here with you. You little bastard, don't delay my mission. Otherwise I'll break your legs." As he spoke, the security guard began to push Eugene. Want to push Eugene away. But Eugene didn't move at all and pushed the security guard's hand away in an instant. "Wow, you dare to fight back. It looks like I have to take action today to teach you a lesson." After saying that, he pulled out the baton from his waist. "I really want to beat Eugene." Eugene just shouted expressionlessly, "Don't move." The security guard also temporarily stopped raising his baton. Eugene said calmly, "You are a dog-eyed person. We live in a society ruled by law now. How dare you beat someone in broad daylight? Who gave you the right?" The security guard didn't care and snorted coldly. He said arrogantly, "My uncle is the general manager of the security department, so what if I beat you? You barged into an important event and brought shame upon my uncle. It's okay for me to beat you to a pulp, my uncle will even reward me." Looking at the security guard's contemptuous look, Eugene felt disgusted. Then he said to the security guard, "Then you can go ask your uncle who Eugene is. After asking, I hope you can still be the same as you are now." Hearing Eugene's words, the security guard began to feel scared. Of course, he had never heard of Eugene's name, let alone knew that Eugene was the boss of their group. So since Eugene has given his name, he still has to be on the safe side to avoid offending anyone. Then he called his uncle Tianjun. "Hello, what's up?" "Uncle, there's a college student I don't know here." The person on the other end of the phone obviously felt some disgust and answered impatiently. "College students you don't know? Why do you have to call me for such a small matter? Get out of here quickly, get out of here quickly, don't delay in welcoming your boss." "Uncle, that man won't leave, and he said his name is Eugene." "Uncle, do you know him?" "Eugene." There was obvious silence on the other end of the phone, as if he was thinking. WTF? "Hello, uncle? Uncle? Speak to me. Just stay there and don't move. I'll be right there." After the call was disconnected, the security guard obviously realized something was wrong. The look he gave Eugene began to become scrutinizing. There is no longer the arrogance just now. On the other hand, Eugene looked relaxed and calm. After a while, a pot-bellied man walked out of the elevator. When he saw Eugene in front of him, he immediately broke out in a cold sweat. He immediately stepped forward and greeted humbly, "Hello, boss." Chapter 24 Secretary Su Shu. Tianjun's words instantly made the young security guard's head explode. The word boss kept echoing. Who could have thought of that? The boss of a multi-billion-dollar group company is actually such a young man. Looks like he's still a student. Old boss. The young security guard also followed Tianjun's words. Instantly, his body felt weak. Almost collapsed to the ground. Eugene looked at the dull security guard and said lightly, "Do you know who I am now?" I know, boss." Eugene's words shocked him deeply. Tianjun also felt that something seemed wrong with the two of them. Then he looked sideways at his domineering nephew. He glared at him and shouted fiercely, "What did you do to the boss?" "No, nothing, I didn't know he was the boss." This is the boss. What the hell have you done? You're such a loser who can't do anything good and always makes things worse." As Tianjun spoke, he was sweating coldly with sadness. Tianjun's voice was more powerful and he raised his voice by 1 degree. The angry shout spread to the middle of the hall. I don't know who was the first to hear the word boss. Several people who were originally lining up on both sides of the lobby entrance were looking towards Eugene. They just saw a middle-aged man groveling before a young man. Some old employees clearly saw that the middle-aged man was the general manager of their security department. Suddenly, the crowd began to stir. Someone shouted, "That's the boss is here." Just one sound created a wave. Everyone turned to look. The executives naturally recognized Tianjun at first sight. Who else but the boss could make Tianjun bow down at this time? At this time, the company's general manager Huang Hailan immediately led everyone to walk towards Eugene. After a while, the crowd surrounded Eugene. Huang Hailan immediately greeted, "You are Eugene, boss Yi, right?" "I am the general manager of the company, my name is Huang Hailan." "Hello." Huang Hailan extended his hand enthusiastically. Eugene shook hands with Huang Hailan naturally, and then asked in a calm but questioning tone. "Mr. Huang gave me an unforgettable welcoming ceremony." Huang Hailan frowned slightly when he heard Eugene's words. The originally enthusiastic smile froze in an instant. He turned his eyes to Tianjun, who was standing aside and looking evasive, and the security guard who was trembling behind him. He asked in a very angry tone, "Tianjun, what the hell did you do?" Tianjun hesitated, I. Eugene interrupted directly, "Manager Tian's nephew wants to be my father. He even threatened to break my legs." Huang Hailan was shocked when he heard this. "I didn't expect that the boss almost became someone else's son on his first day here. How could he, the general manager of Hongfa Group, save his reputation if this got out to others?" Tianjun on the side cursed secretly, "You piece of trash, you actually dug such a big hole for me." The security guard behind him was so scared that he didn't dare to speak. Huang Hailan shouted angrily, "Tianjun, you actually failed at such a critical moment. From today on, you don't have to come to work in the company anymore. And your nephew, get out of here." "No, General Manager, I was wrong. Tianjun said to Huang Hailan with a pleading look on his face. Huang Hailan, however, remained expressionless and unmoved. Tianjun turned to Eugene and begged again, Boss, please forgive me, I was wrong, I will definitely change. Please forgive me. Please, boss." Tianjun was in tears and almost knelt down to Eugene. Originally, Eugene really wanted to let it go. But Eugene is soft-hearted and will not take tough measures. Does this matter have anything to do with Tianjun? The answer is definitely yes. Otherwise his nephew wouldn't be so arrogant. However, at this point in time it is actually better not to open Tianjun than to open it. As a boss, you have to know how to use both kindness and strictness in order to win people's hearts as quickly as possible. Huang Hailan noticed that Eugene was a little hesitant. Then he leaned close to Eugene's ear and whispered, Boss, actually Lao Tian is a relatively honest person. He has never made any mistakes at work and has always been very serious and dedicated. His mother has been bedridden for years, and his wife has been taking care of her, but has little income. He alone supports the entire family. Firing him directly was a huge blow to their family. You see. Smart subordinates will take action when their leaders are unsure. Propose the option that best suits the leadership's intentions. This is what Huang Hailan should do. The anger just now was also shown to everyone present. After all, the boss's face cannot be offended. The best way to win people's hearts is to use both kindness and severity. When Eugene saw the words Huang Hailan put to his lips, he also said what he wanted to say. Well, this matter is mainly about his nephew. His nephew is arrogant and insults us at will, which has greatly damaged the image of our company. He should be fired immediately. Tianjun assumed management responsibility and had his bonus deducted for 3 months. Eugene pulled Tianjun back with just 2 words. Okay, thank you, boss, I will definitely not let you down. Tianjun was so moved that tears were about to come out. He is not a saint. He still has a future. He is a middle-aged man in his 40s. If he loses this job, he really doesn't know how to support his family. At this time, Huang Hailan immediately tried to smooth things over. Boss, all the employees of Hongfa Group welcome you. As Huang Hailan finished speaking, everyone present burst into warm applause. Boss, let me introduce you, this is your secretary, Su Shu. Eugene turned her head and saw a beautiful lady wearing a professional suit, hip-hugging black stockings and high heels walking towards her. Hello, boss, my name is Su Shu. Eugene began to look at his secretary at this time. The big dark brown waves are tied behind the head and firmly pinned with a hairpin. The standard oval face is matched with delicate facial features. There was a hint of worry in his bright eyes. Under the slightly straight nose is a pair of tender and tempting red lips. Su Shu displayed the mature lady style to the fullest. Eugene responded simply, Okay, Secretary Su, I hope you will pay more attention to my work in the future. You should, boss. Su Shu looked at her boss who was so young and handsome. There was also a slight palpitation in my heart. Especially after noticing Eugene's scrutinizing gaze. Countless scenes suddenly flashed through her mind. Even Eugene forced her. There is no way, now she can only take one step at a time. Look at how everything has been resolved. Eugene also said to everyone, You all go and get busy, just let Secretary Su take me to familiarize myself with the place. After hearing Eugene's instructions, everyone slowly dispersed. Eugene and Su Shu come to the office. Bang! The door was closed with a crisp sound, and Su Shu's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. Su Shu, does the boss want to be in this kind of place? Su Shu, I don't have a boyfriend yet, he won't force himself on me, right? Su Shu, what should I do? Su Shu, even if he is the boss, he can't do anything to me. At worst I can just quit. Su Shu was in a daze with a lot of thoughts in her mind. She is a very career-oriented person. As a graduate of a prestigious university, she hopes to make a difference in Hongfa Group. The previous boss was a greasy, pot-bellied uncle who often touched him. She was very troubled by her boss. On the one hand, this job was hard to come by, but on the other hand, I cannot accept the unspoken rules of the workplace. So she decided to resign, and today she suddenly found out that she had a new boss. She stayed with a glimmer of hope. But if Eugene is the kind of person who wants to use unspoken rules in the workplace, at worst, I can just leave. In short, she would not give her body away so easily. Chapter 25 Eugene's Tags. At this time, Su Shu had already thought of everything she could think of. Of course, Eugene had no idea what was going on in the mind of the secretary behind him. Eugene called out, Secretary Su, please tell me about the group's situation. Hearing Eugene's words, Su Shu felt like she was electrocuted and reacted instantly. He said righteously, I want to resign. Eugene was completely stunned. Damn it, I haven't done anything, and you're going to resign? Secretary Su, do you have any misunderstanding about me? After hearing Eugene's words, Su Shu seemed to realize that something was wrong with her. But the words have been spoken, and she won't take them back. Immediately, she came clean and said, Boss, I am a secretary with professional ethics, and I refuse those unspoken rules. After hearing this, Eugene turned around and looked Su Shu up and down. This woman seemed to be speaking very firmly, but judging from her micro-expressions that showed she didn't dare to look herself in the face and had some hesitation. Su Shu doesn't have any trump cards at all. Eugene was not angry, but asked softly, When did I say I wanted to take advantage of you? Ah, boss, you? Eugene smiled. She didn't expect that this extremely mature and sexy female secretary actually had so much inner drama. Then Eugene prepared to tease her. Do you have a boyfriend? Su Shu was stunned for a moment, then replied, No. Eugene said, I don't have a girlfriend either. You said you don't want to play with hidden rules in the workplace? But I'm a bachelor, so it's hard not to be attracted by a beautiful secretary like you. Sushu said in disbelief, this. Eugene continued, Secretary Sue, can't you just do it out of true love? Or, I'm ugly and you just don't like me? No, boss, you are very handsome. Well, in that case, if he truly likes you, would you still refuse? Sushu, this boss is too direct. Sushu, I'm not ready yet. Sushu, the boss is handsome and rich, so it doesn't seem like a bad idea. Sushu, no, Sushu, this is not right. You are going to do something big. After a while, Sushu replied, Boss, I'm not ready yet. Hearing this, Yi Jin's mouth corners slightly raised, and he said as if he had succeeded in doing something bad, Secretary Sue, I was just kidding. Don't take it to heart. When Sushu heard the laughter, her cheeks instantly turned red to her ears. There was a sense of loss in my heart. But it still didn't stop her from complaining about Eugene in her heart. Sushu, what a bad boss. He actually flirted with me. Eugene said, Don't worry, Secretary Sue, I wouldn't do that. Hearing this, Sushu finally felt relieved. Sushu, this boss is not that bad. However, if you take the initiative to want something to happen, I won't refuse, Sushu rolled her eyes and looked at Eugene as if she was her mortal enemy. Sushu, the boss is a nice person, but he's a bit of a bad mouth. Unconsciously, Sushu had labeled Eugene as a foul-mouthed person. Eugene stopped teasing Sushu and asked formally, Secretary Sue, please give me a detailed introduction to the company. Sushu also put aside her previous thoughts and responded seriously. Boss, the group company is now mainly operating Hongfa Plaza, which is a large commercial plaza with tens of thousands of merchants and companies settled in, with a total asset size of nearly 5 billion. At the same time, the company is also involved in investing in many companies, including the tertiary industries such as tourism, film, catering and accommodation. It has more than 4,000 regular employees and tens of thousands of outsourced employees. After hearing this, Eugene nodded slightly. After thinking for a moment, he asked, Does our company involve in entertainment venues such as foot baths? Eugene originally wanted to inquire about the matter of bidet foot bath. But the speaker has no intention, but the listener takes it to heart. When Sushu heard about foot bath, many questions immediately flashed through her mind. Sushu, the boss loves to wash feet. She rolled her eyes at Eugene unconsciously. Seeing this, Eugene could only smile slightly to hide his embarrassment. After a while, Sushu replied, We don't have any experience with foot bathing places. But it does own a portion of the shares of Royal KTV. Royal KTV, that luxurious entertainment city. Eugene immediately became interested and then said, How much of the shares do we own? Sushu Dao, we only hold 10% of the shares, and there are 4 others. Hans Group holds a 45% stake, Wang's Real Estate holds a 20% stake, Dakong Group holds a 15% stake, and Star Technology Group holds a 10% stake. Eugene rubbed his chin. The man who was beaten today was the young master of the Han Group. I didn't expect that my company was still connected with them. As for the other ones, there is no intersection. Moreover, Lu Qingyan's issue has not been completely resolved, so the matter of brother who is not over yet. The revenge on Zhang Jieqi's family must continue. After about a few minutes, Eugene made up his mind. Lu Qingyan's matter is the most important now. Zhang Jieqi's affairs can be advanced simultaneously. As for the Han family, forget it. When the enemy comes, we will fight back with our soldiers, and when the water comes, we will block it with earth. Eugene said to Sushu, First, investigate all the information about Xiai, the general manager of Badeo Foot Bath, and Wang Hu, a loan shark. Second, investigate Zhang Chengjun's interpersonal relationships, especially his official connections. Sushu had very good professionalism and wrote it down quickly. But she also asked doubtfully, Boss, do you want to acquire Badeo Foot Bath? No, there are some things that are inconvenient to tell you. Just do as I say. Sushu nodded in confusion and did not ask any further questions. Then who is this Zhang Chengjun? Zhang Chengjun is the father of Zhang Jieqi in our class. He once framed me. I have to investigate. This time Sushu understood that Eugene was going to take revenge on others. Eugene continued, By the way, Secretary Sue, how old are you this year? Sushu was slightly stunned, and responded somewhat incorrectly, I am 26. From now on, I will call you Sister Sue. Secretary Sue sounds a bit strange. Okay, alright. Su Shu said awkwardly. Come with me today. I want to buy a house. Okay, I'll follow the boss's instructions. The two went to the basement and prepared to drive. Boss, I have arranged a company car, so you don't have to drive your own car. It's okay, I still prefer driving my own car. Su Shu nodded, and then asked in confusion, Boss, you haven't bought a house yet, so where do you live now? Yi Jin smiled and said, the school dormitory. Chapter 26 Yulong Bay Villa. Su Shu looked shocked. I didn't expect that the boss in front of me was still a college student. Su Shu said admiringly, well, you are really awesome. Are you the son of some wealthy and hidden family? Otherwise, how could a college student purchase Homfa Group in full? Yi Jin remained silent and did not answer. After all, these are all given by the system. He won't tell others about the system. Half an hour later, the two arrived at Yulong Bay in Chengdu. This is a famous villa area in Chengdu. The cheapest villas there cost tens of millions. However, this amount of money is undoubtedly a good opportunity for Yi Jin to make money. Yi Jin and Su Shu came to the sales hall of Yulong Bay. Received a warm reception from the sales staff. The whole process went smoothly. Yi Jin directly bought a villa worth 70 million yuan. It took half a day to complete all the procedures. After the consumption was completed, Yi Jin also received a prompt from the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 70 million yuan, getting 700 million yuan in cashback, and a current balance of 725 million yuan. A single consumption of more than 1 million yuan has earned 70 points of Xinhao points. Current points, 1080 points. Yi Jin nodded with satisfaction. Soon, Yi Jin entered his new home. Looking at this 3-story villa covering an area of 1,800 square meters, Yi Jin was still somewhat excited. There is a large garden at the entrance of the villa, with a rockery on the left and a quiet pavilion on the right. Entering the villa, the first thing that catches your eye is the spacious and bright living room. The high ceiling makes the entire space appear more open and transparent. The decoration of the living room is simple and luxurious, and the elegant furniture and exquisite decorations show the designer's taste and quality of life. The 3 floors of the villa are rationally laid out, with each floor having independent functional areas, including an e-sports room, a gym, an entertainment room, an office, and so on. Yi Jin calmly came to the bedroom on the 3rd floor. The bedroom was spacious and bright, equipped with luxurious bathroom facilities and a dressing room. The terrace outside the bedroom is uniquely designed and overlooks the entire courtyard and surrounding scenery. There is a small private swimming pool behind the villa. It's really pleasant to hold a private party here. Su Shu, who was standing next to Yi Jin, also had a look of envy on her face. Su Shu, if I could live in a villa like this, it would be worth dying for. Looking at Su Shu's expression, Yi Jin also said, let's have dinner together tonight. Ah, no, boss, I don't refuse, I don't have any other thoughts about you. Su Shu was slightly stunned when she heard this. In an instant, she looked at Yi Jin with a hint of anger between her brows. I thought to myself, am I not pretty? Am I not in good shape? That I am not interested in you at all? Then he glanced at Yi Jin with resentment. Just a joke. Now there are no superiors or subordinates, only handsome men and beautiful women. How about we just celebrate my new house? Yi Jin immediately changed his tone and said. After listening to this, Su Shu felt much better and said, that's good enough. This kind of high-end villa is equipped with a dedicated butler. Yi Jin asked her butler to prepare some delicious dishes. In a short while, the table was filled with all kinds of delicacies. Australian lobster, king crab, wagyu beef, black truffle, deer antler, and so on are all available. Su Shu raised her glass first. Congratulations to the boss for buying a luxury house. I would also like to thank the boss for treating me to this sumptuous meal. You're welcome. You're welcome. The two of them exchanged wine cups. Su Shu is a professional woman, so it's no problem for her to drink some red wine. But if she drinks white wine, she won't be able to handle it. And Yi Jin has an extraordinary body. Red wine is child's play for him. Boss, how come you are so rich? You can buy a villa worth 70 million just by asking. And the company's money wasn't used. You know, boss, the company's current working capital is only about 100 million. When I saw that you were going to spend 70 million to buy a villa, I really wanted to stop you. But who knows, you use your own money directly. I'm really curious about how much money is on your card. Because of drinking. Su Shu also started talking more. He asked about Yi Jin's bank card balance without any hesitation. Yi Jin said nonchalantly, "Hey, it's not much money, but it's enough anyway." Su Shu was stunned. Enough? What does enough mean? If we spend 70 million today, will we spend 100 million tomorrow? How can this be considered enough? At this moment, Yi Jin felt a little more mysterious in her heart. Su Shu said disdainfully, "Bah, you're so good at pretending. Boss, today you mentioned your classmate's father Zhang Chengjun. How did they frame you?" Su Shu asked curiously. Under the influence of alcohol, Yi Jin nonchalantly recounted his experience. Su Shu was also extremely shocked when she heard this. She didn't expect that there would be such a father and daughter in the world. He actually didn't care about his own reputation and designed such a conspiracy to frame Yi Jin. After the shock came anger. If it weren't for Yi Jin's foresight, he would probably have spent the rest of his life in jail. "Boss, what are you going to do?" Yi Jin took a sip of the wine in the glass. He said slowly, "Zhang Chengjun likes gambling, so let him continue to have this hobby, and it would be best if he can gamble every day without any scruples. Zhang Juqi is a student. Let's set up a trap and find an opportunity to let her go to jail to experience what it's like to be in jail." Listening to Yi Jin's words, Su Shu felt a chill in her heart. The hand that was drinking stopped in shock. I didn't expect that Yi Jin, who looks sunny and handsome, is actually so deep in his mind. What, you think I'm too cruel? As Su Shu listened, her hand slowly moved and she put the wine glass down. She shook her head and said lightly, "No, I have not experienced what you said personally, so I don't know how I would feel. However, I know the principle of not advising others to do good without experiencing their suffering. Boss, since you have this idea, I will support you. But I hope the boss won't make mistakes out of hatred and cross the red line, because that would be counterproductive." Su Shu's words were very neutral and rational. But Yi Jin found it very useful. It has to be said that his favorability towards Su Shu has increased a lot. Bite. The sound of the text message startled Su Shu. Su Shu picked up the phone and took a look. In an instant, his pupils shrank slightly and he turned to look at Yi Jin with excitement. Said excitedly, "Boss, there is news." When Yi Jin heard this, he instantly became alert. He asked anxiously, "What happened?" "Su Shu, we have found out Zhang Chengjun's social relations. Tell me quickly." Zhang Chengjun does have a very close brother who works in the police department. Yi Jin became interested. This person must be the one who helped Zhang Chengjun in his previous life. He asked anxiously, "Who is it?" Su Shu looked at the message and said lightly, "The name is Lu Bo." Chapter 27 Car Accident. Even though we knew in advance that Zhang Chengjun had certain connections in the police station. But when Yi Jin heard the name Lu Bo, he was still slightly surprised. After all, it was Lu Bo who investigated his case that day. But after changing her mind, Zhang Juqi went back to school as usual on the third day. Not even detention. Obviously there are some problems. In this sense, Lu Bo is quite strange. Yi Jin continued, "Does he have any other relationships?" Su Shudao, among Zhang Chenggui's connections, the only person with an official background is Lu Bo. Yi Jin pondered. In his previous life, Lu Bo helped Zhang Chengjun to prove his crime of rape. The final sentence was the maximum penalty of 10 years in prison. Therefore, Yi Jin, who was in prison in his previous life, believed that in addition to the police station, there must be someone from the procuratorate or the court. But all this is just my own speculation. Yi Jin nodded slightly. "Well, it's a bit of a gain." Su Shu said, "Boss, we found out that the place Zhang Chengjun often goes to is Hongpeifang." Yi Jin murmured, "Red Archway?" Su Shu, "Well, the Red Archway is a normal tea house on the surface. In fact, there is a real casino underground. I guess Zhang Chengjun must often go to the underground casino in Hongpeifang." Yi Jin smiled slightly, did not answer, but was just thinking about something. After a while, Su Shu asked, "Boss, what are you going to do?" "There is no need to touch him for now. Find out who the owner of Hongpeifang is and find time to visit him." Su Shudao, "Oh, okay. By the way, we also have news about Badeo Foot Bath. The general manager of Badeo Foot Bath is Xiaoyi, the boss you mentioned. Although there is no obvious financial transaction between the company that brother who is in charge of and Xiaoyi's Badeo Foot Bath, there are some connections behind it. However, the people behind the two have not been found yet. Yi Jin did not comment. He had long known that there was a certain relationship between the two. Yi Jin continued, keep investigating. Su Shu said, okay, boss. By the way, Sister Su, please help me decide on the company's matters. You know, I still have to go to school. Su Shu rolled her eyes at Yi Jin and said jokingly, aren't you afraid that I will sell your company or embezzle it? Yi Jin didn't care, it's okay, if it were you, why not give it all to you? Su Shu was stunned for a moment, and the red wine glass in her hand stopped unconsciously. Phew! Boss, you are such a joke. I'm just a secretary, how can I possibly manage such a big company? Yi Jin said without hesitation, I believe you. Su Shu was stunned again. Looking at Yi Jin's expressionless face, he said indifferently that he wanted him to manage such a large company. Su Shu was moved. She was not tempted by such a huge fortune, but of course she was indeed tempted. After all, she is still living in a rental house. But what is more important is Yi Jin's trust in her and his own ambitions. Su Shu nodded solemnly and said, thank you, boss. But then he changed the subject and continued, boss, I do so many things, do I deserve a salary increase? Yi Jin smiled slightly and said softly, your salary will be 5 times the previous amount, and the salaries of all other employees will increase by 20%. Send out the notice tomorrow. Su Shu heard Yi Jin's words, omega omega. Damn, that's too arrogant. His current salary is about 12,000 yuan. 5 times the salary is 60,000. Not only can it completely solve her life pressure in Chengdu, but it can even save money for buying a house. Afterwards, Su Shu said excitedly, thank you, boss, you are so generous. Under Su Shu's compliments, Yi Jin felt more and more uncomfortable. So Yi Jin ended the conversation directly. After the two of them finished their meal, Su Shu did not stay. Under the escort of the housekeeper, he returned to his rental house. Yi Jin had a sound sleep in her new villa. No words were spoken that night. The next day, Yi Jin drove his Ferrari to school. Wow, that's a Ferrari 296 GTS. Damn, it's about 4 or 5 million. Who is it, so arrogant? Could it be Han Zijie? No, Han Zijie's car is a $1 million Porsche, not a Ferrari. From the moment Yi Jin got out of the car, many girls widened their eyes. Wow, so handsome and so rich. Handsome guy, can you add a green bubble? Handsome guy, I want to join in too, I want to join in too. Yi Jin was surrounded by several girls. But Yi Jin seemed to have no interest in these girls. Reject one by one. At this moment, a familiar voice rang out, hey, senior, we meet again. Yi Jin turned around and saw Shen Miaoyu behind him wearing a white t-shirt, tight jeans, and a pair of white shoes. He was standing at the back, carrying a small school bag. Her eyes were curved and she looked at Yi Jin with a smile. Oh, it's you, little medical fairy. Xiaoyi Xiang is Shen Miaoyu's online name and also her favorite anime character. Shen Miaoyu said somewhat embarrassedly, senior, don't call me by my online name. Ha, I was very impressed by your profile picture and I called you by your online name unconsciously. Shen Miaoyu said, ha, it's okay. Is this your car? Pretty nice car. Yi Jin noticed that Shen Miaoyu's eyes did not have the obsession that other girls had. It's just a tone of praise. There is no intention of excessive liking or clinging. This surprised Yi Jin a little. He responded, yes. Shen Miaoyu's tone became a little cold and she said, it seems that your family is pretty good. I can buy you such a luxurious car. I guess it's not worse than Han Zijie's house, right? Yi Jin noticed that Shen Miaoyu's tone had changed a little. Although Yi Jin didn't know why, he simply explained, no, I just made some money from previous investments, it wasn't bought by my family. After hearing this, Shen Miaoyu's tone changed instantly. He said in surprise, wow, you are so awesome. You can make so much money by investing while you are in college. It seems that you are very capable, senior. Yi Jin scratched his head and responded awkwardly, no, I'm just lucky. Shen Miaoyu said enthusiastically, senior, do you have any plans tonight? Oh, not yet. What's the matter? Shen Miaoyu said, our dance club is rehearsing tonight, can we invite seniors to come and watch? Yi Jin said, okay, I will definitely come. That's a deal then. See you later, senior. Good. After saying that, Shen Miaoyu and Yi Jin said goodbye happily and went to class. Just after Shen Miaoyu left, Yi Jin's phone rang suddenly. Beep, beep, beep. The caller ID showed Lu Qingyan. Hello? Senior. Yi Jin only heard desperate and helpless crying coming from the other end of the phone. Junior, woo-woo. My mother, were in a car accident. Chapter 28 Desperate Lu Qingyan. When Yi Jin heard Lu Qingyan's call, he instantly became furious. No need to think too much, it's definitely revenge. A low voice asked, Where are you now? Lu Qingyan, we are now in the second people's hospital. Okay, don't worry, wait a moment, I'll be there soon. Yi Jin didn't care about attending class now and immediately got in the car and drove to the second people's hospital. It is rush hour now and Yi Jin is driving very slowly. The original 10-kilometer journey took more than half an hour. At this time, in the emergency room of the hospital, Lu Qingyan, who was accompanying her mother, looked haggard. He anxiously asked the doctor who was performing the rescue. Doctor, how is my mother? A middle-aged man in a white coat said, The situation is not very good. The injured person had just undergone surgery and was already weak, and then he had a car accident. Now her wound has broken open and she is showing signs of heavy bleeding. Moreover, the multiple fractures also caused her considerable harm. According to observation, the area where she underwent surgery has shown signs of recurrence, which is very likely to be life-threatening. The doctor's words were like a bolt from the blue, exploding in Lu Qingyan's mind in an instant. Her body collapsed to the ground in an instant, like a kite with a broken string. Fortunately, the nurse next to her was quick to act. He immediately supported Lu Qingyan. But the blow from her mother left her legs still weak. After a long while, Lu Qingyan could only say weakly, Doctor, please, you must save my mother, she is the only relative I have. The middle-aged doctor nodded solemnly and said affirmatively, Don't worry, we will all do our best. The doctor stopped talking nonsense and tried his best to rescue Lu Qingyan's mother. Lu Qingyan could only sit aside helplessly, sobbing. Get out of my way. At this time, a group of burly men were pushing the hospital security guards. They are all vicious and ferocious, typical gangsters. They came in front of Lu Qingyan. He looked at Lu Qingyan arrogantly. It was your man who sent Brother Hu to the hospital, right? Lu Qingyan looked at the person in front of her, her red eyes no longer filled with grievance. But it is filled with endless anger. She knew very well that the mention of Brother Hu meant that this group of people was most likely here to take revenge on her. The person in front of me is the culprit who caused my mother's serious injury. Originally, Lu Qingyan planned to stay in the hospital until her mother underwent a second operation. But the hospital's surgery was scheduled for 5 days later. Lu Qingyan's mother always felt that staying in the hospital was too expensive and insisted on going home first. Unable to persuade her mother, Lu Qingyan could only follow her mother's wishes. The two returned to their temporary rented home yesterday. After settling everything, Lu Qingyan returned to school because of something. But early this morning, Lu Qingyan originally planned to go to the hospital for a checkup with her mother. As soon as she arrived at the hospital entrance, she saw her mother waiting for her opposite. Suddenly, an out-of-control pickup truck ran straight into her mother. Lu Qingyan just stared blankly at her mother, who was knocked to the ground by a pickup truck and bled profusely. She was so panicked that she was at a loss what to do. With the help of people around, the mother was sent to the hospital. Desperate and helpless, she could only call Yi Jin. At this time, Yi Jin had not arrived yet, but these people had arrived first. Looking at this group of vicious gangsters, Lu Qingyan was already burning with anger. She gritted her teeth and said, You were the ones who hit my mother? The leader was named Zhang Chang, and he was the leader of this group. Also Wang Hu's brother. He said with a somewhat domineering look, Hey, bitch, don't talk nonsense. We are good law-abiding citizens. False accusation is a crime. Lu Qingyan, you bunch of scum, actually caused a car accident. Zhang Chang, bitch, my brother Wang Hu had both his hands broken, and I'm here today to seek justice from him. Lu Qingyan, he deserves it. Zhang Chang, okay, he deserved it, he was beaten to a pulp, I have nothing to say. However, getting beaten is not a big deal, but breaking the rules is not a big deal. It doesn't matter if your contract is taken away. However, the money owed still needs to be repaid. As Zhang Chang spoke, he turned his head to look at the bed of Lu Qingyan's mother in the emergency room. Then he said in an extremely contemptuous tone, What happened today is considered as interest. As for the rest, you can pay back the principal of 200,000 yuan and then the interest of 800,000 yuan and we'll be even. Lu Qingyan simply wouldn't believe what he said about being clear on both sides, and continued to glare at Zhang Chang viciously. It was as if he wanted to tear to pieces these evil thugs in front of him with his eyes. The anger in Lu Qingyan's heart grew stronger. Whoosh! She could no longer suppress the impulse in her heart and stood up instantly. Bang! Lu Qingyan raised her hand with lightning speed and slapped Zhang Chang in the face. Zhang Chang didn't have time to react and was slapped in the face. Boom! Zhang Chang instantly became furious and shouted with a ferocious face, "Bitch, you dare to hit me, I will kill you." He grabbed Lu Qingyan's long hair with one hand and pulled her face towards him. Bang! Zhang Chang slapped Lu Qingyan on the cheek with great force. In an instant, a bright red five-finger handprint appeared on Lu Qingyan's beautiful cheek. A burning and stinging sensation swept through Lu Qingyan's whole body. She couldn't help but scream out. Ah! Zhang Chang grabbed Lu Qingyan's hair and said viciously, "You stinky bitch, you dare to hit me, I will let you know what it means to live a life worse than death." The doctors and patients around looked at this group of vicious and lawless people. They are all angry but dare not speak out. Some people wanted to call the police, but were controlled one by the younger brothers brought by Zhang Chang. The entire rest area in the emergency room was firmly under Zhang Chang's control. In fact, he just wanted to give Lu Qingyan a warning today. At the same time, the broken rules must be restored. Originally, Wang Hu should have been responsible for this matter. But the guy has been lying in the hospital. So the boss sent him out to restore the broken rules. And this car accident is the price Lu Qingyan paid for breaking the rules. Zhang Chang looked at Lu Qingyan, who was still staring at him viciously. 2 lines of tears appeared on Lu Qingyan's pretty face, making her look pitiful. Zhang Chang is not a good person, and Lu Qingyan is extremely beautiful. Looking at Lu Qingyan's charming appearance, the evil fire in Zhang Chang's heart immediately burned. He said to his younger brothers, "Damn it, you guys stay here and guard it for me. This woman is very strong, I'll try it first. I've never done it in a hospital before." When Lu Qingyan heard Zhang Chang's words, she felt a sudden sense of fear. Of course she knew what this meant. Lu Qingyan's hair was grabbed, but she still struggled hard. He cried out in horror, "No, no, no, let me go, you beast." But how could her strength possibly match that of a professional gangster like Zhang Chang? No matter how she struggled, she couldn't get rid of it. The feeling of despair surged over her again. Now I can only hope that man will show up. "Junior, come here quickly, I. Just as Lu Qingyan was grabbed and dragged to the corridor outside, the man she had been thinking about finally arrived. Chapter 29. Furious Yi Jin. Yi Jin drove to the hospital. As soon as he entered the door, he looked around, trying to find Lu Qingyan. It was morning and there were a lot of people, so I looked around but couldn't find anyone. Helpless, he could only go find a nurse. "Hello, where is the emergency room?" The nurse pointed to the passage on the right and said, "Go that way and turn right at the end and you will be there." "Okay, thanks." Yi Jin ran towards the passage on the right. Before he entered the emergency passage, he heard a roar coming from inside. "Let me go, you beast, let me go." Yi Jin felt very familiar with this voice. It was clearly Lu Qingyan's voice. At the same time, he also realized that many things that were difficult to control must have happened inside. Yi Jin, who was furious, ran over quickly. Seeing this scene, Yi Jin's mood instantly sank to the bottom. In just a moment, Yi Jin's originally anxious expression was replaced by a devilishly ferocious face. Lu Qingyan was seen lying on the ground, holding Zhang Chang's wrist tightly with both hands. However, Zhang Chang's strong hand grabbed Lu Qingyan's hair without any mercy. Just like that, Lu Qingyan was dragged outside. Lu Qingyan could only try to stop it with all her strength. But Zhang Chang's strength dragged her tightly, step by step towards the abyss. "Bitch, I just wanted to tell you something. How dare you hit me? I'll let you know the price of hitting me. Let me go, you beast, let me go." No matter how Lu Qingyan scolded and tried to stop him, Zhang Chang still didn't let go. When Yi Jin saw this scene, he felt distressed at first. His heart felt as if it was being pricked by thousands of tiny needles. Then, it was replaced by a tremendous anger. Anger that seemed to kill everything. "Let go!" Yi Jin shouted loudly, and then his figure shot out like a sharp arrow. At this time, Zhang Chang and the others heard Yi Jin shout to stop them. They couldn't help but look at him. At this time, there was a distance of about 9 or 10 meters between Yi Jin and Zhang Chang. There were 5 or 6 younger brothers standing in the middle. Yi Jin burst out with all his strength and whizzed through the younger brothers in the middle. He jumped high only 3 meters away from Zhang Chang. The whole person was in a flying kicking posture, and kicked towards Zhang Chang's body. Pang! Yi Jin kicked Zhang Chang in the chest. Zhang Chang flew out straight like a cannonball. It hit the wall behind him heavily. The huge force kicked Zhang Chang unconscious. The whole process happened so quickly that it was completed in just a few seconds. Zhang Chang and a few of his younger brothers felt a dark shadow flash past them after hearing Yi Jin's shout. When he turned around, he saw his elder brother sitting limply on the ground, spitting blood from his mouth, and fainted. Seeing Yi Jin coming, Lu Qingyan's originally desperate and helpless mood suddenly seemed to have found support. She threw herself into Yi Jin's arms. He burst into tears. Whoa! Yi Jin could only stroke her back gently and comfort her. It's okay, I'm here. How is Auntie? After calming down for a while, Lu Qingyan said with sobs, my mother was hit by someone they hired to drive a car. Now, he is still in the emergency room. The doctor said it could be life-threatening. Boom! Yi Jin, who was originally furious, became even more furious after hearing this. It is said that when a person's anger reaches its peak, it will no longer show on the surface. Expressionless calmness is the manifestation of anger at its peak. This is exactly what Yi Jin is like now. He comforted her, don't worry, leave it to me, you go and accompany your aunt. After seeing Lu Qingyan off, Yi Jin began to deal with the hooligans in front of him. The gangster in the lead swallowed his saliva unconsciously. His pupils widened and he said in shock, who are you? Yi Jin didn't waste any words and walked slowly towards the few people. No, don't come over here. Come here and I'll kill you. The threats from the gangsters did not stop Yi Jin. Damn it, go ahead. With a loud shout, several people rushed forward. Yi Jin, who possesses god-level fighting skills and an extraordinary body, faced these people effortlessly. Snap! Pang! Boom! A group of 5 people were thrown to the ground, all with broken hands or legs. Yi Jin showed no mercy to them. The last one left, the boy with dyed green hair, collapsed to the ground. He looked at Yi Jin as if he were a devil. You are a devil. Stay away from me. Ah! Yi Jin did not take any action, but just walked over slowly, squatted down, and asked in a flat tone, who sent you? Yes, Sister Xia. Xia? Right. Okay, then you can die. Yi Jin grabbed his hands and feet. Click, click, click. In an instant, his hands and feet were bent backwards and out of shape. Green hair fainted from the severe pain. Killing people is impossible now. After all, we are in the hospital now. But later we must find an opportunity to physically destroy all these people. Ta-da, ta-da, ta-da. At this moment, there were hurried footsteps coming from outside the passage. Get out of the way, everyone. I saw several policemen in duty uniforms rushing to the hospital. Where is the troublemaker? The leading police officer was a young woman who looked around with sharp eyes. But when she saw 5 or 6 people lying on the ground wailing, a huge question filled her mind. Yi Jin said lightly, these people have been dealt with. The female police officer glanced at Yi Jin, then leaned over to check the people around her. She had figured it out in an instant. The people lying on the ground are all local hooligans. And now their hands and feet have basically been twisted off. As a police officer, she was confident that she could defeat these men. But this was the first time she had seen such brutal means. She looked at the boy in his 20s in front of her, and she felt a sense of horror. She still asked, did you do all this? Yi Jin replied unhappily, yes, by the time you guys come over, the day Lily will be cold. The female police officer frowned slightly, feeling a little angry in her heart, and retorted, we received the call and came here immediately. Besides, why are you trying to be a hero and not waiting for our police to come and deal with it? Do you know that you broke their hands and feet, which is a crime of intentional injury? The policewoman responded bluntly. But Yi Jin, who was already furious, didn't care after hearing this. So what if you are wearing this police uniform? Humph, are the police so great? There is something wrong with bullying people who stand up for justice. Intentional injury? Why don't I see you arresting those evil forces who are behind the scenes instigating others to hit people? Then he pointed at Lu Qingyan, who was in the emergency room. He shouted angrily, the person inside is my senior. If I had been 5 minutes later, she would have been raped. Now you tell me to wait for you? Do you want to see her being raped? Chapter 30 Revenge. Yi Jin's words were like a bolt from the blue, instantly exploding in the female police officer's mind. At this time, some patients who had witnessed the whole process around also spoke up unconsciously. It turns out that the police also arrest people indiscriminately. Yes, those people beat the girl until she cried, and you all cared. This young man is doing a brave job. You should catch those people lying on the ground. What kind of world is this? Do good people deserve to be bullied? It's bad enough that the gangsters bully the good guys, but they don't let the police go either? Seeing that the situation was not good, his colleague behind him leaned close to the policewoman's ear and whispered, "Sister Xinjia, don't be angry, talk nicely. Don't irritate him." Policewoman Xinjia was also startled, and the public opinion around her became louder and louder. She realized that this was not a solution. So he raised his voice and said, everyone, we will definitely investigate today's incident thoroughly. We will not wrongly accuse a good person, nor will we let a bad person go. But all this can only be done after we have fully investigated it. Everyone has something else to do, so just go away." Following Xinjia's guidance, the crowd around them gradually dispersed. She turned to Yi Jin and said, "Comrade, I will definitely investigate today's incident thoroughly. But now please cooperate with our investigation. Please describe to us what happened in detail." Yi Jin still had a bad attitude and refused directly, "I'm still very busy and don't have time." It is the duty of every citizen to cooperate with our investigation. If you don't cooperate, we'll have no choice but to summon you by force. After all, you are involved in this major assault case, and it must be investigated thoroughly. Hearing this, Yi Jin stopped talking nonsense and just took out his cell phone to call Su Shu. "Hello, boss. Send our Group S lawyer over here. I'm at the Second People S hospital and there's a police officer who needs my cooperation." "Oh, okay, I'll be there right away." After the call ended, Yi Jin said to the policewoman Xinjia, "My lawyer is on the way, let him tell you later." Then Yi Jin continued, "Your name is Xinjia, right?" "Well, I'm Xinjia, the police officer in this area." Yi Jin said bluntly, "I advise you to focus more on those invisible things. Don't recite the letter of the law here. Useless." When Xinjia heard this, he was speechless and choked. Yi Jin no longer cared about them and came to the ward and spoke to Lu Qingyan. "The police are here, and my lawyer and secretary will be here soon. You should explain everything to them." Lu Qingyan's eyes were red from crying, and she said with a sob, "Okay, I understand, Junior." Yi Jin said with a look of heartache, "How about it, did they hurt you?" Lu Qingyan, "It's okay, Junior, it's a good thing you came, otherwise I really don't know what to do." Yi Jin said seriously, "They were sent by Xia. Xia, Sister Xia? But why?" Suddenly she remembered what Yi Jin had said before, that Xia and Wan Hu were in the same group. In an instant, her eyes widened and her mouth opened. "Don't say anything yet, leave this matter to me." Lu Qingyan was already at a loss. However, Yi Jin's words were like a shot of adrenaline, giving Lu Qingyan enough sense of security. After a while, Su Shu came to the hospital with Zhou Jia, the lawyer of the group company. Yi Jin told Su Shu and Zhou Jia what had just happened and then left the hospital. The other three of them stayed behind to deal with the matter of Yi Jin beating people. "Officer Shun, I am Mr. Yi Jin's lawyer. If you have any questions, I will cooperate with your investigation." "Okay." After leaving, Yi Jin drove directly to the Badeo foot bath shop. What happened today also sounded a wake-up call for Yi Jin. Lu Qingyan's matter can't be delayed any longer. He must resolve this matter thoroughly, otherwise who knows what unexpected things might happen next time. Wang Hu and Xia, who were involved in the loan scam, and Zhang Chang who appeared today. It's obvious that this is an organized criminal gang. I must solve it completely, otherwise Lu Qingyan's safety cannot be guaranteed. After thinking about this, Yi Jin also made up his mind. She decided to start with Xia. At this moment, the system prompt sounded. Ding! Release system tasks, destroy the overbearing foot bath shop, help Lu Qingyan vent her anger, reward, danger warning. As Yi Jin listened to the system's prompts, he became more determined in his thinking. Originally, he was planning to destroy Badeo foot bath. Now there are rewards, why not do it? When he left, he also took Zhang Chang, who was recuperating in the hospital, away without the police noticing. Zhang Chang only had shattered internal organs and broken ribs, but he was still breathing. But Yi Jin no longer held back. He broke Zhang Chang's hands and feet, wrapped them up and stuffed them into the trunk of the car. It was still around 10 o'clock in the morning and the footbath shop had not yet officially opened. After a while, he came to the Badeo footbath shop again. However, there are only a few people, mainly serving the guests who stayed here overnight last night. Yi Jin carried Zhang Chang, who was not aware of his own safety, into the elevator and went straight to the lobby. "Hello sir, we are not open yet." "Sir, do you want service?" "Sir, you can't go in." Yi Jin glared at the waiter angrily, then threw Zhang Chang out and shouted, "Call out your general manager Xiai." The waiter who saw the scene of course knew that Yi Jin was an uninvited guest. He said with some trembling, Sister Xia is not here." "What do you want to see her for?" Yi Jin stopped talking nonsense and slapped the waiter on the face, cursing, "I told you to go find it, so go ahead, why are you wasting your time?" The waiter who was beaten was confused. He looked at Yi Jin in disbelief and said, You dare to hit me, I." Before the waiter could finish his words, Yi Jin slapped him again. "He came here just to cause trouble and is totally unreasonable. The purpose is to expose those who are hiding behind the scenes. You fucking bastard, someone come here, someone is causing trouble." The waiter's yell was so loud that it alarmed the people inside. After hearing the noise, the people inside also came out. "What's going on? Why is there so much noise?" A fierce-looking, burly, bald man walked out. There were 7 or 8 younger brothers following him, all holding steel pipes in their hands. Yi Jin lost interest instantly when she saw that the person coming was not Xiai. "It's you who dares to cause trouble here." Yi Jin had no interest in listening to him nagging. He immediately exploded with all the strength in his body and pounced towards the man. Seeing this, the man immediately called on his men to fight back. But Yi Jin's strength matches the strength and speed of 10 people. In less than 3 minutes, all 8 people present were lying on the ground with their arms and legs spread out. The leading man had already been beaten unconscious by Yi Jin. But until now, Xiai has not come out. Yi Jin could only pick up the steel pipe on the ground and start destroying the entire footbath shop. Bang, bang, bang. Yi Jin was frantically destroying the entire footbath shop. Seeing Yi Jin's almost insane state, the people around him kept their distance from him. About 20 minutes later, the entire footbath shop was smashed beyond recognition by Yi Jin. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Chapter 31 You can try to move. Danger warning, the host can sense potential dangers within 100 meters of the host. Hearing this explanation, Yi Jin was extremely happy. Doesn't this mean that I predicted your prediction? Looking at the devastated foot massage parlor in front of me, I thought of the powerful skills I had just acquired. The anger in Yi Jin's heart was finally calmed down a little. He found a clean chair and sat down. He slowly lit a cigarette and began to savor it. And at this moment, Xiai also arrived late. There were about 30 people following her. Each of them is a ferocious thug. Looking at the messy store in front of her, Xiai's heart suddenly erupted with nameless anger. This shop does not belong to her, but to the boss behind him. So she has an unshirkable responsibility for the store's current state. Her eyes widened with anger, and she angrily scolded Yi Jin, "Boy, is it you who did all this?" Yi Jin answered without comment, "Yes, it's me." "Tell me the reason, otherwise you won't be able to leave so easily today." Yi Jin put out the cigarette in his hand. He pointed at Zhang Chang, who was lying on the ground with a dazed look on his face and his hands and feet twisted at weird angles, and asked calmly, "Is he your man?" Xiai's pupil shrank slightly, and a flash of horror flashed through her mind as she looked at Zhang Chang, who looked like a human pig. I didn't expect this man to be so cruel. It looked like Zhang Chang was only one breath away from death. Xiai said, "Yes, Brother Chang and I are cooperating." "Why, it's not possible." Yi Jin said, "That's right." Then, Yi Jin kicked Zhang Chang over. His last breath was gone. Yi Jin said calmly, "My woman's mother had a car accident. Was it you who sent someone to hit her?" Hearing this, Xiai still looked calm and composed. He smiled and said, "Don't say that casually. I'm a serious businessman. I didn't do those things." Seeing that Xiai did not admit it, Yi Jin didn't plan to waste any more time and said, "Call your boss out, I want to talk to him." "What are you talking about, my boss? I am the boss." Yi Jin frowned slightly and said directly, "Stop playing tricks on me, you are not the boss." Xia Yi lost her patience and immediately asked, "Boy, stop talking nonsense to me and tell me, how are you going to settle this matter?" Yi Jin looked at the foot bath shop that was almost in ruins. He said calmly, "Your men hit my woman's mother, so smashing your store is the least I can do. How else do you want to settle it?" "Okay, then I'll tell you, I'm going to destroy you all." Xia Yi flew into a rage upon hearing this, and shouted angrily, "You little bastard, you smashed my store worth hundreds of millions just for a foot washer. Do you know how much that bitch can be bought with this store? Not to mention hitting his mother, even if he hit her as well, both of their lives would not be worth as much as a footcloth in this store. I'm telling you, little bastard, you can't get out today. Your life will remain here." I heard that Xia Yi had revealed her true colors and admitted that she had hit Lu Qingyan's mother. Yi Jin no longer had any doubts in his mind. In fact, at the beginning he thought it might be the boss behind Brother who did it. Now that it's confirmed, Yi Jin has to take action. Following Xia Yi's order, the thugs behind her rushed straight towards Yi Jin. Yi Jin was not in a hurry and wrestled with the 30 or so people. Yi Jin's reaction speed is far beyond that of ordinary people. Even if these people attack in groups, they won't be able to gain any advantage. On the other hand, Yi Jin can always find the best attack point while dodging and moving around. Bang, bang, bang. Yi Jin is very strong. With one kick, no matter how strong a person is, he will be crippled. After all, the extraordinary body and god-level fighting skills complement each other. Facing these thugs, Yi Jin would not hold back his strength. After all, these people's hands are not clean either. So, in less than 5 minutes, half of the team of 30 people had been destroyed. Xia Yi was watching in a trance. I didn't expect this kid to be so powerful. The people she brought with her were all professional fighters, and they were extremely ruthless. But facing Yi Jin was like an ant meeting an elephant. Even if there were tens of thousands of them, they would not be able to withstand a kick from Yi Jin. Another 5 minutes passed, and only 2 or 3 people were left in the team of 30 people. The whole scene became even more messy. Xia Yi looked at this scene and her body softened slightly. However, she had seen big scenes and did not lose her mind. She immediately pressed the elevator button next to her and tried to escape. Bite. The elevator door opened. Just as Xia Yi was about to go in, she heard Yi Jin's voice behind her. "Miss Xia Yi, where do you want to go?" The figure was clearly behind him. At this moment, Xia Yi's forehead was covered with cold sweat. She turned around in disbelief. Yi Jin was staring at him intently with a smile on his face. In an instant, the feeling of oppression from Yi Jin made her body tremble uncontrollably. Her calves immediately went limp. His voice also began to tremble. Little brother, let us talk about this properly." "Ah." Yi Jin grabbed Xia Yi's hair with one hand and dragged Xia Yi's limp body towards the store. Instantly, a needle-like pain rushed straight to Xia Yi's scalp. The severe pain forced Xia Yi to hold Yi Jin's wrist as hard as she could with both hands to relieve the pain. Pang! Yi Jin threw Xia Yi to the ground without any mercy. He said calmly, "Call your boss." At this time, Xia Yi was in so much pain that tears came out. But when she heard Yi Jin's words, she instinctively resisted in her heart. "Just for a moment." Yi Jin urged again fiercely, "Hurry up." At this moment, she no longer hesitated and immediately took out her cell phone and made a call. "Turn on hands-free." Xia Yi didn't dare to resist and did as Yi Jin asked. After the call was connected, the voice of a charming and sexy mature woman was heard. "Hello, what's up?" "Sister Lan, the foot massage shop was smashed." The person on the other end of the phone was visibly furious. "What? What is going on?" Yi Jin snatched the phone and said calmly, "Hello, are you Xia Yi's boss?" The person on the other end of the phone was obviously stunned, and then responded, "It's me." "You're the one who smashed my store?" Yi Jin said, "Your men didn't follow the rules and hit my woman's mother, so I'm here to take revenge. It's reasonable, isn't it?" The person on the other end of the phone was obviously even angrier, but he still suppressed his anger and said, "Okay, very good, you've smashed my store worth hundreds of millions. Who are you? You don't need to care who I am, but you just need to know that Lu Qingyan is my woman and she cannot be touched." "Okay, good boy, you're brave. No one has talked to me like this in a long time." Yi Jin said nonchalantly, "Well, I don't like beating around the bush, so I'll stop here. If you have the courage, you can try again. Xia A is still in my hands." I think she should know a lot of shameful things about you. I believe you don't want to be betrayed." When hearing Xiaoyi, the person on the other end of the phone was obviously stunned. After a long silence, he seemed to have made a decision and said in a flat tone, "You let the man go, and I won't pursue the matter of the woman surnamed Liu, how about that?" Yi Jin said contemptuously, "It's nothing. I will protect my woman myself, and I will take Xiaoyi away with me too. If you still have the courage, you can try again." Chapter 32 All. At this time, in a luxurious bedroom, a mature woman in a silk nightgown clutched her cell phone tightly in her hand. This woman is the sister Lan that Xiaoyi mentioned. She is in her 40s and has an extremely charming and mature figure. She is like a seductive fairy who can captivate people anytime and anywhere. But now she was already furious. Because the phone call just now was a naked provocation and a living trampling on myself. She has been active in the underworld for more than 10 years. In Chengdu, there are less than 5 people who can make her afraid. And these 5 people are all giants in their respective fields. But today, Sister Lan, who was well connected to the underworld, was slapped hard in the face by a child. She was very angry, so angry that her whole face looked a little hideous. He walked slowly to the bed and picked up the short whip he used to play games last night. With a whoosh, he threw back the quilt. I saw a well-proportioned and handsome young man lying on the bed. There were still a lot of dirty things left under the quilt. It was undoubtedly the remnant of yesterday's revelry. At this time, Sister Lan became more and more angry. She picked up the whip and whipped the man madly. Bang! The man was instantly awakened by the pain and rubbed the place where he had just been hit. But Sister Lan refused to give in and continued to hit him, shouting, "Don't hide!" The man was shocked. He was naked and endured Sister Lan's whipping. Bang! 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 After dozens of hits, Sister Lan was out of strength and threw away the whip in her hand. The man on her bed was already covered in blood and skin. The man was lying on the bed, which was stained red by his own blood, motionless and unconscious. Sister Lan changed into her outer clothes as if nothing had happened. Walked straight to the living room downstairs. Coming down from the second floor, the bodyguard in the villa greeted softly, "Boss." Sister Lan said, "Lao Shan, cut off the tongue of the man in my room, send him to the hospital, and give him some money." Lao Shan said softly, "I understand, boss, is there anything else you want to tell me?" Sister Lan continued, "I heard that a student smashed our foot massage shop in order to vent his anger for his girlfriend." Lao Shan frowned slightly and his voice became low, "Boss, do you want me to kill that guy?" Sister Lan shook her head gently and said nonchalantly, "No, you go and invite him over." "Please come over?" Lao Shan was a little puzzled. "I need to see what such a bold person looks like. Maybe it's also a good toy." Her tongue licked the corner of her mouth subconsciously. Lao Shan understood and agreed, "I'll do it right away." Sister Lan added, "His girlfriend is given to you." Lao Shan laughed and walked straight out of the house. Yi Jin took Xiaoyi and drove to an abandoned factory. Xiaoyi was forcibly pulled out of the car by Yi Jin. It zoomed closer to the abandoned factory. Xiaoyi looked at the deserted factory and felt extremely frightened. He thought Yi Jin was going to kill someone to silence him. In an instant, the fear of death filled her heart. She begged, "No, don't kill me." Yi Jin stared at Xiaoyi expressionlessly. He said in a low voice, "Tell me everything you know." Xiaoyi shook her head desperately and quickly denied, "I don't know, I know nothing, I am just a tool for them." Yi Jin smiled slightly and did not comment. In Xiaoyi's eyes, this smile was like a vicious tiger that was ready to eat it at any moment. "It seems that you are a little unwilling to give up." Yi Jin grabbed Xiaoyi's wrist and slowly applied force. As Yi Jin's power grows stronger. Ah! Xiaoyi was bearing Yi Jin's enormous force and started howling unconsciously. "Tell me everything you know." "No, I don't know, I really don't know." Yi Jin put down his hand and then grabbed Xiaoyi's slender hand. Yi Jin looked at the brightly colored nails. "Get together." In just a moment, Yi Jin pulled out one of Xiaoyi's nails. The piercing pain penetrated Xiaoyi's mind. He cried out in pain, "Ah! Are you sure you don't want to tell me? I really don't know." "Get together." Another nail was pulled out. But Xiaoyi still refused to reveal anything. Seeing how strong Xiaoyi was, Yi Jin could only be a little cruel. He said slowly, "It seems you can still bear this pain. What about this?" Yi Jin pinched her mouth, making her lips into an O shape. Then he stretched out his right hand and grasped Xia Yi's front teeth tightly. Xia Yi instantly knew what he was going to do. He immediately begged for mercy. Whoa, no, say it, I'll tell you. Yi Jin smiled knowingly and then let go. Yi Jin spent 10 years in prison in his previous life. He still has many tricks up his sleeve. I didn't expect this guy to confess so quickly. Speak up, Miss Xia Yi. Xia Yi was still in shock, her eyes dull. In fact, he could hardly bear the nail pulling just now. Now she has to have her teeth pulled out, she can't bear the pain. Just give up. She calmed down and said, I don't know who my boss is, we all contacted each other through Sister Lan. Sister Lan? Well, Sister Lan only contacts me when there is something going on. The rest of the time we manage everything on our own. What is your relationship with Wang Hu and Zhang Chang? Xia Yi explained, Brother Hu, Zhang Chang and I are all subordinates of Sister Lan, and we have different divisions of labor. They are mainly responsible for lending to young people. I mainly accept girls who can't pay back the money and let them sell themselves here. Most of the girls I employ here are those who owe money and cannot pay it back. They have to pay back the money to Brother Hu, so I cannot provide them with a place. They sell their bodies for money, and the money goes to Brother Hu and the others. Even though Yi Jin was mentally prepared, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly when he heard Xia Yi's words. Their pattern is like a big net. Once you touch it, there is no chance of survival. For example, a girl only borrows 20,000 yuan. When someone has repaid the principal, he will be told that there is still a lot of interest to be paid. With the trick of compound interest and interest on interest, they are asked to pay back another 100,000 or even 200,000 yuan. It's a net profit if you pay it back. If you can't pay it back, go to Xia Yi's place and sell yourself. The money from the sale was used to pay the interest. Of course, some people will take the opportunity to slip away. But you can provide your family information and contact details when you borrow money. People like Brother Hu have many ways to take revenge on the borrower's family. Under such threats, this business is basically the same as a no-cost business. Lu Qingyan borrowed 200,000 yuan at that time. With the interest compounded, she simply couldn't pay it back. Yi Jin continued to ask, how many girls who have borrowed money are there in your place? Xia Yi's eyes were a little dim. She didn't dare to look directly into Yi Jin's eyes. She said softly, all of them except me. Chapter 33 I'm here to give him money. Hearing this answer, Yi Jin was shocked. I thought there would be some people here who would take the initiative to do this kind of thing. But who would have thought that all of them are just tools for them to make money? Yi Jin frowned and continued to ask, what else do you have? Keep talking. Xia Yi didn't dare to disobey and could only continue, that's all gone, that's all I know. Yi Jin asked, how many are there in total? Xia Yi, probably more than 500. Yi Jin asked in confusion, more than 500? You don't have so many women there, do you? Indeed, some women are elsewhere. Yi Jin became interested and asked, where else do you have places? Xia Yi, I don't know, I really don't know. I only know that there are at least 3 places like mine. Yi Jin glared at Xia Yi fiercely. Xia Yi felt as if she was electrocuted. She immediately waved her hands and explained, I really don't know anything else. Yi Jin looked at Xia Yi's horrified eyes. He also believed that what Xia Yi said was more likely to be true. Yi Jin looked at Xia Yi and fell into deep thought. It seems that the power behind her is even more powerful than Yi Jin imagined. And according to Xia Yi, her boss Sister Lan has been active in the underworld of Chengdu for decades, so it is conceivable that her skills must be extraordinary. It is very likely that he is doing something even more horrifying than what Xia Yi said. There were 500 fallen women alone, so you can imagine how big his black empire was. Yi Jin has realized that he may be facing an extremely powerful force. Now Yi Jin only has martial arts skills. Faced with such a force, he also felt a little tricky. After all, his power only consists of the Hongfa Group, which is generally too weak. In fact, Hongfa Group is an industry that will be listed next year. There is no other force at all, especially the black and white ones. The top priority is to develop one's own power and become a giant. Only in this way can you be qualified to meet them. Otherwise, people around you may get hurt. He also has Lu Qingyan, his parents, and his sister. He cannot act arbitrarily and must protect the people around him. Yi Jin said to Xia Yi, you can go now. Ah. Xia Yi was a little dazed, wondering if she had heard it wrongly. Yi Jin said, I said, you can go. You just let me go like this? Of course, I can't really kill you. Xia Yi was a little bit unbelievable. She slowly stood up and took 2 steps back. Yi Jin waved his hand and said, let us go. After hearing Yi Jin's words, Xia Yi no longer hesitated and quickly ran out of the factory. Yi Jin took out his cell phone, looked at the recording he had just saved, and smiled knowingly. Letting Xia Yi go was not out of mercy, because the entire process of him destroying the foot massage parlor was monitored, and the uncle in the hat could easily find him, so he couldn't do such a thing now. He wanted to kill someone with a borrowed knife and let Sister Lan deal with her. After all, no boss would keep subordinates who betrayed him. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Yi Jin returned to Hongfa Group. Su Shu was already waiting in the group office. Boss, where have you been? I went to take care of something. What did the police say in the end? Su Shu said seriously, oh, the police checked the surveillance footage and interviewed witnesses in the hospital, and finally determined that you were acting bravely. She also asked me to tell you that your attitude is bad. Hope you don't mind. Yi Jin nodded slightly, then asked, where is my senior sister? He is still in the hospital with her mother. Yi Jin then asked, how is your aunt? Su Shu shook her head and said, not optimistic, still in LCUS. Hearing this, Yi Jin became even angrier. Then he said, send a few people to guard my senior sister and protect her safety to prevent this kind of thing from happening again. Su Shu, oh, okay. However, boss, the security guards in our company are all our own employees, and they are responsible for the security within the mall. As for being a bodyguard, it is purely amateur. Yi Jin thought about it and agreed. After all, they are security guards, not professional bodyguards. Su Shu continued to ask, boss, are you looking for someone who can stay with Miss Lu for a long time to protect her safety? Yi Jin nodded and said, yes, that is what I think. Su Shu said, if that's the case, we can recommend someone to the boss. Yi Jin's eyes lit up and asked, who? Su Shu said, my cousin, who is in his 40s, is called Li Jianjun. He is a veteran of the special forces. Yi Jin said in surprise, okay, then you contact your uncle and make sure to invite him, and negotiate the salary with him. Oh, okay, boss. Yi Jin continued, by the way, let me ask you a question. Boss, you say? What car do you like? Ah, me? Yes. My favorite is the Porsche Panamera. Okay, then go buy 2, one for you to drive and one for my senior. Then Yi Jin transferred 5 million to Su Shu. Ah, boss, are you so generous? Give me one? Yi Jin said nonchalantly, yes, is there a problem? You are my secretary after all, so don't embarrass yourself when you go out to discuss business. Su Shu still couldn't believe her ears. Yi Jin continued, also, make the configuration the best, don't be stingy, got it? Oh, okay. While responding, Su Shu walked outside. Wait a moment. Su Shu turned around and asked in confusion, is there anything else? How is the investigation into the Red Archway going? We have found out that the owner of Hong Paifang is named Yu Jia, a native of Chengdu. He was previously arrested for fighting, and after he was released, he opened a tea house and also ran a casino. After hearing this, Yi Jin nodded slightly, and then said softly, okay, then let's go find him. Su Shu asked in confusion, boss, do you want Yu Jia to help you? Yi Jin shook his head and said, no, I went to give her money. Give money? Yi Jin arranged for Su Shuku to handle the bodyguard issue and she did not accompany him. He drove to the Hong Paifang tea house alone. As soon as I entered the door, a receptionist politely asked, sir, would you like to drink tea or play cards? Yi Jin looked around and found that this was the peak time for drinking tea and playing cards. There were quite a few people both in the private room and in the hall. Yi Jin said lightly, I'm looking for your boss. The receptionist said softly, okay, what can I do for our boss? Yi Jin said, I want to discuss a business with him. The look in the front desk lady's eyes became strange. She looked Yi Jin up and down. She found that Yi Jin was too young and didn't look like a boss at all. But seeing Yi Jin's calm and composed look, it seemed like that was the case. For a moment she stood there hesitantly. Seeing this, Yi Jin continued, call out your boss Yu, I'm here to give him money. Chapter 34 Let him win. When the receptionist heard the name Yu Jia, she was slightly stunned. Immediately said, okay sir, please wait. Then she went to the bar, picked up her cell phone and called the boss. Hello, what's up? A gruff voice came from the other end of the line. Hello, boss, someone wants to see you. See me, who is it? I don't know him, he looks like a student, but he said he wants to discuss business with you. Students? Talking about business? What the hell, no. Yujia on the other end of the phone was obviously a little impatient. It's typical that he thought Eugene was a lunatic from nowhere. Old boss, he knows your name and seems to know you very well. Hearing this, the person on the other end of the phone was slightly stunned. After a moment of silence, he said, I'll be there right away. After a while, a middle-aged man with dark skin and a stern face rushed over. This person is the owner of Hong Peifang, Yujia. Yujia looked at Eugene and said in some confusion, Are you the one looking for me? Eugene did not comment and said lightly, Yes, I am looking for you. Yujia looked obviously unhappy and said, I heard that you want to talk business with me? Right. What business? Are you sure you want to talk here? Yujia looked at the person in front of him. I found that despite his young age, he seemed very confident. Then he slowly said, Come with me. Eugene followed Yujia up to the second floor and came to the office. Yujia said straight to the point. Tell me, what do you want to talk to me about? Eugene said softly, I am here to give you money. Send money? Yujia became even more confused. Eugene then slowly said, Is it convenient for me to take a look at your casino? In an instant, Yujia's pupils trembled violently. Countless thoughts ran through my mind in an instant. He couldn't imagine that the man in front of him actually knew that he ran a casino. Apart from the regular gamblers, only his close friends knew about it. How could this student in front of me know? Could it be that this was a cop trying to test me? Yujia immediately denied it. What casino? I run a tea house, there is no casino there. Eugene was not panicked and continued, Don't be on guard against me, I'm not a policeman. Eugene said as she handed over her student ID. This is my student ID, take a look. Yujia took it in surprise. I opened it and saw, Eugene, Class 1, Department of Computer Science, Chengdu University, Class of 2035. Eugene asked back, Do you believe it now? Yujia still closed his student ID card with some disbelief and gave it back to Eugene. If it was a cop, it would be easy to explain. But Eugene is just an ordinary university student, how could he know about him? Then he asked, Little brother, what's the purpose of your coming here today? Yujia was no longer as frivolous as before, and became more serious. Asked tentatively. Eugene spoke slowly, Your name is Yujia. You were once imprisoned for fighting. After you got out, you opened this tea house and you also run a casino underground. Am I right? Yujia didn't answer, but just stared at Eugene. You don't have to look at me like that, I'm not here to cause you any trouble. On the contrary, I am here to give you money. Hearing this, Yujia breathed a sigh of relief and asked. Oh? Tell me more. You should know Zhang Changjun, right? Yujia thought for a moment, then nodded and said, Well, I know him, he is an old customer of mine. So what does he usually play? After hearing Yujian's words, Yujia pondered for a while. They are obliged to protect the privacy of their guests. But the student in front of him was not simple. Since he asked the person's name, it meant that there must be some problems between them. Just talking about what to play, it doesn't have much impact. Then, he told Eugene, he usually plays baccarat or blackjack, but he plays small, usually winning or losing a few $1,000s. Brother Eugene, what do you want to do by asking this? Eugene smiled slightly and said, I want him to win money. Win money? Yujia was even more confused, but she still said in a serious tone, Friend, coming here depends on luck, there is no fixed win or loss. If you want him to win money, he has to be lucky. Eugene stretched out a finger and said calmly, Let him win within a month. You decide the specific amount. As compensation, I will give you 2 million as hard work fee. How about it? Yujia was very puzzled and stared at Eugene with a puzzled look on his face. Eugene said calmly, Brother I know that you casino owners have the means to control the wins and losses. Otherwise, you have so many brothers under you who need to eat. How can they eat if you don't make some money? So, it's easy for you. You have nothing to lose. What Yujia was curious about was not how to make it win money. He was puzzled as to why Eugene gave so much money for free. No harvest yet. This is just pure loss of money. Is there anyone in this world who does business knowing that they will lose money? Yu Jia asked. What about 1 month later? Yi Jin said, after a month, brother you, just let him lose slowly. All the money he loses will be yours, and I won tea take a penny. Yu Jia slowly pondered over Yi Jin's words. He felt terrified for a moment. Win first and then lose, this is a typical setup. First, we whet Zhang Chengjun's appetite, and then he keeps losing. It's a surefire way to support gamblers. In the end, Zhang Chengjun might even have to sell his house to gamble. This is going to make people go bankrupt. When Yu Jia looked at Yi Jin again, his eyes were filled with an indescribable meaning. I didn't expect that the boy in front of me would be so cruel. But if someone asks for 2 million right away, he must be a rich young man after all. Can't you just find someone to get rid of Zhang Chengjun? Why do we have to go through so much trouble to design it? Yu Jia asked, brother, do you have any deep hatred with Zhang Chengjun? Yi Jin nodded, yes, a deep hatred. Yu Jia, then why don't you just find someone to get rid of him? Yi Jin smiled and said, it would be too easy to just destroy him. I prefer the term a family is broken up. A flash of horror passed through Yu Jia's mind. Ruthless. Too cruel. At the same time, Yu Jia was making comparisons in his mind. This matter is a win-win for him. If he could make Zhang Chengjun at least 500,000 within a month, he could still make more than 1 million. Later I used some tricks to make him spit it out. This way you can make a net profit of 2 million, why not do it? Yu Jia patted his chest and said, little brother, I did it. Brother you, that's great. Yi Jin didn't waste any words and directly transferred 1 million and said, 1 million as a deposit, and I will give you another 1 million in a month. As Yu Jia looked at the text message alert on his mobile phone, he felt more and more that Yi Jin was not simple. Then he said, okay, brother Yi. Yi Jin continued to add, brother Yu, it's better to arrange someone to be responsible for contacting Zhang Chengjun. After all, we have to maintain the fun of winning money. Yu Jia smiled and said, don't worry, brother Yi, I have my own arrangements. Chapter 35 Slightly Sweet and Hot. After leaving the Red Archway, it was already 6 o'clock in the afternoon. He declined Yu Jia's invitation to dinner. He went straight to the hospital to visit Lu Qingyan. Although Lu Qingyan looked haggard at this time, she was still relatively strong. Always stay by mother's side. Senior, how is your aunt? Lu Qingyan said softly, the doctor said I have to stay in for a while longer. As he spoke, Yi Jin gently stroked Lu Qingyan's back. Comforted, it's okay, senior sister, don't worry. Lu Qingyan nodded slightly. At this time, Su Shu also brought her uncle Li Jianjun to the hospital. Su Shu said, boss, this is my uncle, Li Jianjun. Seeing this, Yi Jin looked him up and down. He found that Li Jianjun's military temperament from the inside out still existed. The righteousness is faintly visible between his brows. His skin was as dark as if he had experienced many changes in the world. But his height of nearly 1.8 meters still gives people a strong sense of oppression. Yi Jin stretched out his hand and said with a smile, welcome to join my company. Li Jianjun also smiled naturally and responded, no, thank you for your appreciation, boss. Yi Jin nodded slightly, Sister Su has told you the details, right? Li Jianjun said, well, I have said it all, I understand it all. Well, then you just stay with me, your senior sister, and tell Sister Su if there is anything you can't solve. Okay, boss. Lu Qingyan looked confused and asked, Junior, what is this? Yi Jin explained, this is the bodyguard I hired for you to prevent a situation like today from happening again. Lu Qingyan was surprised and said, no need. Yi Jin said in an unquestionable tone, listen to me. Lu Qingyan could only nod. Yi Jin said to Su Shu, buy an apartment near the company tomorrow and let my senior sisters live there. When the senior sister's mother recovers from her illness, she will be arranged to go to work in the company. She is an outstanding student in the Department of Economics and Management. Please train her more. Su Shu, okay, boss, I will ensure that the task is completed. Lu Qingyan naturally heard what Yi Jin said. She said somewhat awkwardly, Junior, thank you for arranging a job for me, but I don't need to buy a house. Yi Jin waved her hand and said nonchalantly, it's okay, you and your aunt need a place to live while you recuperate. Yes, Lu Qingyan is now a senior student. She now lives with her mother in a rented house near the hospital. Not only are the conditions difficult, but it's also very expensive. And Lu Qingyan has no income for the time being. Therefore, Yi Jin's arrangement can be said to have solved Lu Qingyan's present and future troubles. Lu Qingyan looked at this junior who was 1 year younger than her. The overwhelming gratitude in my heart is beyond words. She just wanted to improve her abilities so that she wouldn't be such a burden to him in the future. Become his right-hand man. Lu Qingyan, thank you, junior. Yi Jin just smiled and continued, senior sister, then you stay here and accompany your mother for a while, I have to go back to school. Lu Qingyan nodded. Afterwards, Yi Jin said goodbye to Lu Qingyan and drove away from the hospital with Su Shu. In the car, Su Shu said enviously, boss, you were so nice to your senior sister. Yi Jin smiled and said, what, are you jealous? Su Shu rolled her eyes at Yi Jin, TSK, why should I be jealous? Besides, she is your girlfriend, not me, so why should I be jealous? Yi Jin teased, you can be one too. Ah. Now it's Su Shu's turn. After a moment, Su Shu looked at Yi Jin with a strange look. Boss, you are such a scumbag. Eat what's in the bowl and look at what's in the pot. Aren't you afraid that your senior will be sad by doing this? Yi Jin said, I was just joking, you wouldn't take it seriously, right? Su Shu's face flushed with a hint of anger, you are so mean, boss. You're making fun of me about this. Aren't you afraid that I will tell that senior student of yours? Yi Jin continued, oh, you are talking about me, but you are my employee. Why do you always do such disloyal things? Su Shu said, who told you to make fun of me? A gleam of light flashed across Yi Jin's eyes, and he said in a serious tone, if I say that this is what I thought, will you agree? This time Su Shu really wanted to do that. Su Shu, this boss wants me to be his mistress? Su Shu, do you want to agree? The boss is handsome, rich, and responsible. Su Shu, he's a typical boyfriend no matter how you look at him. Su Shu, except he is a bit of a scumbag. Su Shu, what should I do? What should I say? Should I agree to it? Su Shu didn't say anything, but her mind was thinking rapidly. I don't know how long it took before I heard Yi Jin say in my ear, don't think about it, we're home. Oh. Only then did Su Shu come back from her previous trance. Boss, I'll leave first, please drive slowly. Okay, go to bed early and buy a car tomorrow. Hearing the word car, Su Shu remembered the way his boss generously gave him 5 million. She responded hastily. Oh, okay. After seeing Su Shu off, Yi Jin drove towards the school. He did not forget the agreement he made with Shin Miaoyu today. So after seeing Su Shu off, he rushed to school without stopping. What I said to Su Shu in the car today was half joking and half serious. To be honest, Su Shu is a rare and beautiful secretary. A man's ultimate fantasy, to have a secretary when there is something to do and to have a secretary when nothing happens. Of course Yi Jin was also looking forward to this kind of thing. So strategizing about Su Shu is also a part of daily life. But now he has more important things to do. That is to go and see Shin Miaoyu, the second-dimensional junior schoolmate. After a while, Yi Jin drove to the school. At this time, Shin Miaoyu also sent him a message. Shen Miaoyu, senior, have you arrived? Yi Jin, just arrived outside your club. Shen Miaoyu, then come in quickly. Yi Jin, okay. Yi Jin entered the gymnasium and saw about 10 girls rehearsing their dances. Yi Jin's eyes flashed and she saw Shin Miaoyu standing aside and practicing dance steps. At this time, Shin Miaoyu also saw Yi Jin at the door. She greeted warmly, senior, you are here. Yi Jin walked over slowly, handed her a cup of milk tea, and said softly, I don't know what flavor you like, so I just bought you a random cup. Shen Miaoyu took the milk tea from Yi Jin. There was a flash of joy and worry in his eyes. She likes to drink milk tea, but is afraid of gaining weight. This is basically a contradiction that every girl will have. Besides, she is still on her period and can't drink cold drinks. Seeing this, Yi Jin continued to add, don't worry, it's slightly sweet and hot. Chapter 36 Bad Teeth. Hearing Yi Jin's words, Shin Miaoyu instantly felt a sense of being cared for and valued. This is a rare experience in their family. Shin Miaoyu took the milk tea and took a sip. In just a moment, the fatigue just now was swept away. She squinted her eyes and said with a smile, thank you, senior, it's really delicious. Yi Jin, it's okay, as long as you like it. Shin Miaoyu continued, senior, please wait for me here, it will take a while for me to finish, I will treat you to a midnight snack later. Good. Yi Jin just sat there, watching Shin Miaoyu take brisk and joyful steps as she returned to the dance team. This scene was naturally seen by Shun Miaoyu and her classmates. I came up to him unconsciously and asked, Miaoyu, is that your boyfriend? Hey, no, don't talk nonsense. Oh, you still don't admit it? People have already sent you milk tea, right? Shin Miaoyu looked at the hot milk tea in her hand and felt a warm feeling in her heart. A blush unconsciously appeared on her face. She said shyly, oh, let us go rehearse. Shen Miaoyu pushed her classmates to continue the dance rehearsal. Yi Jin looked at the young and beautiful senior and junior schoolmates in front of him. A sigh flashed through my heart. In my previous life, I was also in such a good time. He should have had a normal, bright life. But just because he licked a scheming woman like Zhang Jieqi, causing his family to be broken up. Thinking of this, the rage for revenge in Yi Jin's heart grew even stronger. Since there is a chance to do all this again, even if my parents have not been harmed in this life. My sister didn't have a car accident either. But the heart-wrenching feeling from my previous life is still vivid in my mind. Yi Jin will never show mercy. Just like this, Yi Jin was watching Shin Miaoyu's rehearsal while thinking about the next move. Before I knew it, nearly an hour had passed. Shun Miaoyu changed into her own clothes and walked over. Senior, I'm done. Shin Miaoyu was wearing a white t-shirt and tight black jeans today. She was wearing a pair of white canvas shoes. The flowing hair was tied into a high ponytail. She also wore a pearl hairpin on her head. Her whole temperament is different from the first time we met. She is so beautiful that no one can approach her. It is more of a youthful vitality. Yi Jin responded, then, let us go, little medical fairy. Hearing Yi Jin calling him little medical fairy, Shin Miaoyu couldn't help but smile. She stopped him in a coquettish voice, don't call me like that, it would be embarrassing if someone hears it. Ha, it turns out that goddesses can also have embarrassing moments. Of course, I'm just a girl. Okay, then how should I call you from now on? Shin Miaoyu thought for a while and said, you can just call me Miao Miao. Okay, Miao Miao. It sounds pretty nice. Hearing Yi Jin's compliment, Shin Miaoyu smiled and said, of course, that's what my best friend calls me. Wow, it seems that I hold a very high position in your heart. They are on the same level as your best friend. Yi Jin teased. Shin Miaoyu laughed and retorted, how is that possible? I just think it sounds better to call you that. You can't compare with my bestie. Yi Jin pretended to be disappointed inside, hey, it seems that the milk tea just now didn't touch your heart, I'm so disappointed. Phew. When Shin Miaoyu heard this, she immediately covered her mouth and almost laughed out loud. Then he relaxed his expression and said, oh, thank you for the milk tea, it's delicious, I like it very much. That's more like it. By the way, senior, did you really buy the car you are driving today with your own money? Yi Jin nodded and said softly, yes, my friend and I opened a company together, and the performance is pretty good. Oh. Shin Miaoyu nodded slightly and continued to ask, what does your family do? At home, my parents run a small supermarket and my sister is a rural teacher. Shin Miaoyu looked at Yi Jin. I found that he was calm and composed, and everything went smoothly. This dispelled her doubts. Why are you asking about my family? What? Are you starting to see if we are a good match now? Shin Miaoyu's pretty face blushed slightly, and she explained with a smile on her lips, you think too much, senior. I'm just curious. Your car is a Ferrari, right? It should be worth several million. Yi Jin nodded and said, yes, I bought it myself. I see that you don't seem to know much about cars. Why do you ask so many detailed questions? Shin Miaoyu explained, hi, Han Zijie often drives a luxury car to see me in order to pursue me. So when I see luxury cars, I feel instinctively timid, fearing that it is Han Zijie again. After hearing Shin Miaoyu's explanation, Yi Jin immediately recalled the time when he met her this morning. At that time, Shin Miaoyu was not as excited as other girls when she saw the car. Instead, there is a sense of resistance. So this is the reason. So, do you think I'm the kind of rich second generation who drives a luxury car to pursue you? I heard Yi Jin express his thoughts like this. Shin Miaoyu seemed a little surprised. Then, he immediately explained, indeed, at that time I thought you were also a rich young man, and you drove a luxury car to see me. Shin Miaoyu's tone became a little softer, I'm quite disgusted by this. Yi Jin did not comment, but he was not angry and continued to ask, so, what now? Now, I think you are different. You earn your money through your own ability, so you can drive any car. I don't object to this at all. On the contrary, I think you are very capable and a man with potential. Wow, Goddess Shen speaks so highly of me. Shen Miaoyu giggled, of course. Then he changed the subject and asked Yi Jin with a worried expression, by the way, senior, did Han Zijie cause you any trouble? Yi Jin shook his head and said, not yet. Shen Miaoyu exhaled lightly and said, senior, you have to be careful. If he gives you trouble, call me. Yi Jin asked, oh? I called you, you are awesome? Shen Miaoyu wanted to say something, but she choked back her words and just spoke with confidence. Anyway, you just tell me, he doesn't dare to do anything to me. Yi Jin noticed the change in Shen Miaoyu's tone and teased, oh, it seems that you are the daughter of some rich family, so that he doesn't dare to touch you? You can think so, but he doesn't dare to touch me anyway. Yi Jin teased, then I have to hold on to you, your rapid rise to fame is just around the corner. Shen Miaoyu knew that Yi Jin was teasing him, and said with a smile, haha, do you want to be a gigolo? Yi Jin said without comment, yes, I went to the hospital for a checkup today. Ha? Hospital? What's wrong with you? Shen Miaoyu suddenly felt confused and asked anxiously. Yi Jin just smiled wickedly and said, it's okay, the doctor just said that my teeth are in bad condition and I'm suitable for a life of luxury. Chapter 37 Warm greetings from the head teacher. Hearing Yi Jin's words, Shen Miaoyu almost burst out laughing. With a charming smile, she leaned close to Yi Jin's cheek and asked tentatively, senior, have you ever coaxed other girls like this? She pointed at Yi Jin's nose and continued to put pressure on him, tell the truth. Yi Jin was slightly startled, and his pupils shrank slightly as he looked at Shen Miaoyu. But then he thought for a moment and said seriously, no, absolutely not. Indeed, Yi Jin had never tried to make a girl happy like this before. After all, Zhang Juqi would always sneer whenever she heard such words. As for Lu Qingyan, I basically didn't say anything to trick her. It seems like he said something. But Lu Qingyan seemed to be angry at the beginning, so it doesn't count. Yes, Yi Jin said this with confidence. Shen Miaoyu looked at Yi Jin with a serious expression, and the suspicion in her heart immediately disappeared. Senior, you've never had a girlfriend? Well, how should I put it, I pursued a girl in our class. But she didn't seem to be interested in me. Although she agreed to be boyfriend and girlfriend, we never held hands or anything like that. So, this shouldn't count. Shen Miaoyu seemed to have heard some gossip. I didn't expect that the senior had such a history of being a bootlicker. Yi Jin scratched his head in embarrassment. The two of them walked and chatted happily. Soon it was almost 11 o'clock. After Yi Jin sent Shen Miaoyu back to the dormitory, he drove back to his villa alone. As soon as I arrived at the villa, news came from Shen Miaoyu. Shen Miaoyu, are we there yet? Yi Jin, yes, we're here. Shen Miaoyu, why are you here only now? It's been more than half an hour. Yi Jin, oh, I bought a house and live outside the school. Shen Miaoyu, oh, so that's the case. I didn't expect that senior also has a car and a house. Yi Jin, haha, how about it, are you moved? Shen Miaoyu, I'm not moved, because I have it too. Yi Jin, okay, I thought I could win you over like this. It seems that Miao Miao's family background is really extraordinary. Shen Miaoyu, it's nothing. Yi Jin, don't be so modest. I feel like you're different. You're not like any other girl at all. Are you the daughter of some wealthy family? Shen Miaoyu, I want to tell you. Naughty. Yi Jin, forget it, I want to ask anymore. Have you ever been to that snack street by the sea? Shen Miaoyu, I haven't really been there. Yi Jin, then I'll take you there next time. There are so many delicious foods there. Shen Miaoyu, yeah, okay, I'm going to go wash up, let us talk tomorrow, senior. Yi Jin, okay, good night. Shen Miaoyu, good night cat, expression. In the girls' dormitory, Shen Miaoyu, wearing a nightgown, was washing up. Today's communication with Yi Jin made her feel relaxed. She really likes this feeling. Yi Jin's face also unconsciously appeared in her mind. This feeling made her unable to tell whether she had fallen in love with this talkative senior. She quickly washed up and went to bed. He covered his head with the quilt and started flipping through the pages on his phone. She opened Taobao, typed medical fairy cosplay costume into the input box, and then clicked to place an order. Shen Miaoyu murmured, I don't know if senior likes cosplay. Inside the Yulongbei villa, Shen Miaoyu's mentality changed. Yi Jin didn't seem to have any psychological fluctuations. What is more important now is to solve the troubles behind Zhang Jieqi and Lu Qingyan. Since Yu Jia has already started, let's give him some time to let it ferment. As for Zhang Jieqi, Yi Jin has already thought of a better solution. These days, Yi Jin skipped classes and stayed in the villa to play Mafia. This morning, Yi Jin received a system prompt for unknown reasons. Ding, the host spent 3.86 million yuan, got a cashback of 38.6 million yuan, and obtained the Xinhao points, 3, and the current balance, 777.34 million yuan. Ding, the host spent 1.8 million yuan, got a cashback of 18 million yuan, and obtained the Xinhao points, 1, and the current balance is 795.34 million yuan. Yi Jin was confused. I didn't spend any money, so how did I get the cash back? Just then Su Shu sent a message. Su Shu, boss, the cars have been bought, and your senior sister's house has also been bought. Picture.jpg. 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 Yi Jin suddenly realized that he had given Su Shu the money to buy a car. Can this also be cashed back? Yi Jin asked, Brother System, can I get cash back if others spend money for me? Return to the host, as long as the consumption is under the host's instruction, you can get cash back. Damn, why didn't you say so earlier? Fuck, you didn't even ask. Yi Jin thought about it and realized that he seemed to have never asked the system. Okay, then I'll buy shares in the company, can I get cash back? As long as it is a valuable item, you can get cash back. Yi Jin was secretly delighted. If that was the case, then the feasibility of this would be very high. But now Yi Jin is still a student. It is inconvenient to do many things. Whether it is investigating the people behind Xia Yi or setting a trap for Zhang Chengjun, they all need Yi Jin to keep an eye on them. So he doesn't have much time to stay in school. But Yi Jin, who had not come to school for a few days, was warmly greeted by the head teacher. That day, he was called directly into the office by his dear brother Xiao. Yi Jin, what's wrong with you? Why are you skipping the department head's class? Don't you want to live anymore? Are you asking me for leave for something? Do you know that you have ruined my students' attendance rate this year? Yi Jin just stood there stupidly and laughed. Laugh? You are still laughing? I've told you so many times, if you have something to do, please ask for leave, please ask for leave. I was suppressed by the department head again today. Tell me, you are causing trouble for me every day. Their head teacher is Lin Xiao, who graduated with a doctorate and stayed on to teach at the school. He is quite nice to his students and often organizes them to play. I can also often get along well with my classmates. But I had a very hard time with the department head. Because Lin Xiao is a straightforward person and he says whatever he wants. During a meeting, he and the department head had a disagreement about teaching. Lin Xiao clashed with the department head because of his straightforward character. It just happens that many teachers are present. This made the department head feel very embarrassed. So the department head often makes Lin Xiao unhappy. This time, because the incident happened suddenly, Yi Jin did not come to class. Coincidentally, Yi Jin was missing when the department head called the roll in class. So Lin Xiao was caught with a problem by the department head again, and was scolded and his attendance rate was lowered by 1 level. This will result in Lin Xiao's attendance bonus being reduced by 1 level. Yi Jin knew it was his own fault and apologized. Hey, brother Xiao, don't be angry. It's just an attendance check. I'll make it up for you. Don't be angry. Lin Xiao looked at Yi Jin's flattering appearance and said angrily, do I care about that little bit of money? You kid, make it up to me. Do I need that little money? Not to mention deducting some money, I wouldn't care even if it was all deducted. What made me angry was that you were caught skipping classes by the department head, and I got scolded as a result. I just can't stand that guy's unreasonable attitude. Yi Jin also knew that Lin Xiao and the department head didn't get along. I feel like I have been frustrated. Yi Jin said slowly, it's okay, brother Xiao, I will help you get back what happened. Chapter 38 Principle. After hearing this, Lin Xiao looked at Yi Jin in surprise. A nameless anger rose in my heart again. He shouted angrily, boy, what are you planning to do now? Yi Jin said, hey, don't worry. Looking at Yi Jin's despicable look, Lin Xiao felt helpless about what to do with him. I just said, forget it, don't think about those useless things. You young people sometimes have things to do, want to go out or want to have fun, I understand. But next time, remember to write a note to ask for leave, the procedure can't be missed. Yi Jin smiled and nodded. Although the head teacher Lin Xiao has a teacher-student relationship with them. But because we are of similar age, we can get along well with each other. Lin Xiao also often forms alliances with student organizations in his class. They are teacher and student in school and teammates in private. So the relationship between them is very good. This time, Lin Xiao was bullied because of Yi Jin's problem. He certainly wouldn't want to. So he decided that he must get back the favor from his good teammates. After returning, Yi Jin contacted Su Shu. Yi Jin, hello, Sister Su, please help me make an appointment with the president of Rongqing University. Su Shu, make an appointment with the principal of your school? Yi Jin, well, please book a private room. I want to talk to them. Su Shu didn't ask any further questions, probably because she thought Yi Jin was up to something. Su Shu, okay. Yi Jin said, by the way, please buy me a watch. It doesn't have to be too expensive, around 1 million will be fine. Su Shu, oh, okay. Then Yi Jin transferred 1 million. Yi Jin did not forget the rules of the system. So use your own money when buying things so that you can earn points as quickly as possible. But just selling luxury goods is too slow. So Yi Jin had already made plans. After taking down the principal, he would start to make his move. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Kang Yurong, president of Rongqing University, who had just finished a day's work, drove his Mercedes-Benz to Su Shuding's Wangjiang building. This is a well-known high-end hotel in Chengdu. Because it is located by the river, it is named Wangjiang Tower. The consumption in the entire restaurant is certainly not low, starting at least 10,000 yuan. Kang Yurong walked into the restaurant alone and met the person arranged by Su Shu to greet him. Is that Principal Kong? Yes, it's me. Our general manager Su is already upstairs, please follow me. Okay. Under Su Shu's arrangement, Kang Yurong was taken to a private room on the 4th floor. When I pushed the door open, the table was already filled with various delicacies. A beautiful woman in an elegant long dress was already sitting at the dining table. Su Shu stood up with a smile, stretched out her slender hand and said softly, hello, are you Principal Kong? Kang Yurong was momentarily mesmerized by Su Shu's stunning appearance. It took him a while to react, and he quickly shook his hand and responded, yes, you are Mr. Su. Su Shu nodded slightly. I didn't expect Ms. Su to be so young and beautiful. You look to be in your 20s. What a promising young man. Su Shu smiled slightly and said, what Principal Kong said is not as powerful as it seems. Don't stand there. Take a seat. After the two sat down, Kang Yurong couldn't help but ask, Mr. Su, you said on the phone that you would donate some money to our school? Su Shu, yes. Kang Yurong said, this amount of money is about. Su Shu said casually, our estimate is 10 million. Bang! Kang Yurong's hand holding the teacup shook unconsciously. The tea soaked his shirt instantly. Su Shudao, are you okay, Principal Kong? Kang Yurong waved his hands and said, ahem, it's okay. Are you really going to donate 10 million to us? Yes, Principal Kong. That. Su Shu couldn't help but laugh, and then said, Principal Kong, let's wait a moment, my boss will be here soon. Kang Yurong's face was full of confusion. Aren't you the chairman of Hongfa Group? Su Shu nodded and said, yes, strictly speaking, I am the chairman's assistant, but now I am in charge of the group company's business, and he generally doesn't care. This donation was initiated by my boss. So, if you want to thank someone later, thank my boss. After hearing this, Kang Yurong finally understood a little. No wonder Mr. Su is so young. It turns out that she is not the chairman of the company. But from what I just said, it seems that the boss behind Mr. Su is actually willing to hand over such a large group company to a secretary. This chairman is too bold. However, no matter how bold it is, this courage is still admirable. At this time, Kang Yurong had become increasingly confused about the boss behind Su Shu. After a while, the door of the box was pushed open and Yi Jin walked in leisurely. Seeing this, Su Shu immediately stood up and greeted, hello, boss. Yi Jin nodded slowly. Kang Yurong also turned to look at Yi Jin. The moment he saw Yi Jin, Kang Yurong was shocked again. His pupils were wide open and his body was somewhat stiff. My mouth opened slightly unconsciously. He didn't expect that the chairman of this group company with a market value of over 100 million yuan would be such a young man. This somewhat overturned his understanding. Could he be the young master of some family? Seeing this, Eugene naturally extended his hand towards Kong Yurong and said softly, "Hello, Principal Kong." "Hello." Eugene introduced herself. "My name is Eugene, Principal Kong, please take a seat." "Oh, okay, Mr. Yi, please sit down first." Eugene slowly sat down, took a sip of tea and said, "Principal Kong, let us talk while we eat." "Okay, all up to you." The three of them started chatting while eating delicacies from land and sea. "My secretary just told you everything, right?" Kong Yurong nodded and said, "Thank you, Mr. Yi, for your support to our school. On behalf of the school, I sincerely thank you." After saying this, Kong Yurong drank the 2 taels of liquor in his hand. Eugene smiled and said, "You're welcome, Principal Kong." However, Kong Yurong still had some concerns in his heart. Although Su Shu has always said that it was a free donation. But Kong Yurong knew that there was no free lunch in the world. This donation of 10 million must have some conditions attached. However, as long as it is within the scope of one's authority, it is possible to do it. It depends on what Eugene's conditions are. He asked tentatively, "Thank you very much for your donation. But, I wonder if Mr. Yi needs me to do anything?" "Don't worry, I will find a way as long as it is within my authority." Eugene chuckled and said nonchalantly, "There are no special conditions. I just want to give back to my alma mater." "Alma mater?" Kong Yurong was shocked when he heard this, and reacted instantly and said, "You also graduated from Rongqing University?" Eugene said calmly, "No, I haven't graduated yet." "Not graduated?" Kong Yurong was a little puzzled. However, Eugene's next words almost made Kong Yurong faint. Eugene slowly said, "I am still a student in Class 1 of the Internet of Things major in the computer department of our school." Chapter 39, A Little Thought. Bang! When Kong Yurong heard Gao Yejin's words, the chopsticks in his hand slipped instantly. "Make a crisp sound." Kong Yurong looked at Eugene in disbelief and asked, Mr. Yi, are you kidding?" Eugene smiled faintly, took out his student ID and handed it to Kong Yurong. Kong Yurong took Eugene's student ID with trembling hands. Opened the first page. Chengdu University, Class 1, Internet of Things, Department of Computer Science, Class of 2032, Eugene. At this moment, Kong Yurong's pupils trembled violently. He said with a trembling voice, You are really a student of our school." Eugene said, "How could that be false?" When Kong Yurong heard Eugene's confirmation, she couldn't stop smiling. Good. He said a lot of good words in a row. "Thank you, Mr. Yi. I didn't expect you to be so thoughtful and think of your alma mater. Thank you so much." After saying this, Kong Yurong drank the wine in the glass to show his respect. Eugene also said slowly, "Principal Kong, you're welcome. I just did a little bit to help the school. And I can't forget Principal Kong either." Kong Yurong was puzzled. Is there any difference between the two? Without waiting for Kong Yurong to continue thinking, Eugene took out the watch that Su Shu had bought before. He said, "Principal Kong, all the donations belong to the school, and this is yours." As he spoke, Eugene handed over the watch in his hand. Kong Yurong's smiling face suddenly became frozen. After a moment of hesitation, he said, "Mr. Yi, what do you mean?" Eugene said softly, "You are highly respected and I have always admired you. This is a little gift from the students. Please be sure to accept it." Kong Yurong opened the box and was immediately attracted by the exquisitely designed watch inside. It is more like a work of art than a watch. Its texture, workmanship and materials are extraordinary at first glance. Without saying too much, just the diamonds inlaid on the watch can highlight how expensive this watch is. Kong Yurong shook his head instantly. "Mr. Yi, I am very grateful to you for donating so much money to the school. But this gift is worth a lot of money. I am very touched by your kindness, but I absolutely cannot accept this gift. Kong Yurong is the head of a school and he makes some money on a daily basis. But it's all within controllable range. Yi Jin's watch is very good and beautiful, but it is also very valuable. If he was recognized in public, he would definitely be in trouble. So although he coveted this watch in his heart, but I still don't want to take the risk." Seeing this, Eugene probably knew what Kong Yurong was worried about. So he whispered, "Hey, Principal, this is a little gift from the students. Moreover, you don't necessarily have to wear this watch. You can treat it as a collection and take it out to play with it." Let us put Eugene's words aside. Every successful man desires a good watch. After all, watches are also a symbol of a man's status. Kang Yurong didn't dare to accept the watch because it was too expensive. But Yi Jin's words dispelled his worries. Although he can't take it with him, he is the owner. It's okay to play with it from time to time. Kang Yurong made up his mind and said, "Then, I will obey your command." Thank you, Mr. Yi, for your kindness. In fact, the donation can only be regarded as Kang Yurong's achievement or contribution, and the beneficiary is the school, not him. Therefore, gifts should not only bring dignity but also substance. This watch is a gift specifically for Kang Yurong, and it is also the core of this gift giving. Yi Jin then smiled and said, "You're welcome, it's just a small gift from your student." Kang Yurong was already beaming with joy. Mr. Yi really opened my eyes today. If Mr. Yi needs anything in the future, please feel free to tell me. At school, as long as it's not illegal or criminal, I can handle everything else. Kang Yurong said these words arrogantly. Coincidentally, Yi Jin also heard this sentence. So Yi Jin pretended to be embarrassed and said, "Principal Kang, there is indeed one thing." Oh? It was my head teacher Lin Xiao. Because of my incident, he was scolded by the department head and his bonus was withheld. Alas, this is all my fault, but it still implicated my head teacher. I feel a little guilty about it. Mr. Yi, what is going on? Yi Jin briefly recounted what happened. After hearing this, Kang Yurong said angrily, "How could such a thing actually happen?" I know Mr. Lin. He is a responsible teacher and he is very good to his students. However, because of differences in teaching work, he used his position to suppress them. This is not the style of our school teachers. Don't worry, I know how to handle this matter. Yi Jin nodded slightly and said, "Well, I believe Principal Kang. By the way, Principal Kang, I have one small favor to ask you." Yi Jin, you are so polite. It's like this. As you know, I have some businesses, so I'm usually quite busy. You may not be able to go to school often, so you can read this. Kang Yurong immediately waved his hands and said, "Hey, I thought it was a big deal. You can go ahead and get busy. I'll say hello to the school, so you don't have to worry about graduation. Just come and pick it up when the time comes." Yi Jin smiled knowingly. It seemed that Kang Yurong was quite sensible. Yi Jin "Thank you, Principal Kang." Then the three of them ate and drank together until 9 o'clock in the evening. Yi Jin also returned to her villa under Su Shu's escort. "Boss, please have some honey water." Su Shu brought a cup of warm honey water. Yi Jin took it and teased, "Wow, you care about me so much." Su Shu smiled and said, "Of course, you are my big sponsor." Yi Jin took a sip of honey water. Question: What projects does our group company mainly invest in now? Su Shu replied, "The company is now preparing to invest in a live broadcast platform called Galaxy TV. But the other party's asking price is relatively high?" Oh, what happened? Su Shu said with some worry, "Hey, that company is currently the live broadcast platform with the largest number of users and the highest user activity. In addition to us, the Han Group is also involved. I don't know what happened, but the initial discussion was about 200 million. But now it has become 1 billion. 1 billion? Yi Jin frowned slightly. Needless to say, someone must have been interfering. I beat up Han Zijie, but I didn't expect to be involved with them so soon. It seems that I need to learn more about the Han Group." Yi Jin made up his mind and decided to have a good meeting with the Han Group. He said to Su Shu, "What is the situation with the Han Group?" Chapter 40 Han Ziyun. Su Shu was slightly startled. So he introduced to Yi Jin in detail, Han Group is a large group company in the first echelon of Chengdu. Its businesses include catering, entertainment, real estate, finance, technology and so on. According to the latest corporate financial data, Han Group's total assets have now reached tens of billions. It is one of the leading enterprises in Chengdu. Yi Jin was still slightly shocked when he heard this. I didn't expect that the Han Group has such great strength. It seems that it will take a lot of strength to move them. Yi Jin said to Su Shu, "Go and see if there is any vacant land around and buy them all." Su Shu asked in confusion, "Boss, you want to enter the real estate industry?" Yi Jin laughed and said, "I guess so." Su Shu nodded and continued, "Then Galaxy TV." Yi Jin shook his head and said, "No, since you want to raise our price, then we won't play anymore. Create a live streaming platform yourself. Take all their traffic." Su Shu's eyes suddenly widened. I didn't expect Yi Jin to have such a big move. But if that's the case, wouldn't that be a slap in the face of the Han Group? Su Shu said with some concern, "Boss, the Han Group is a shareholder, will this?" "Yi Jin, it's okay, just do as I say. I'll give you 500 million first, and then you can go buy some land tomorrow and discuss it with the officials. We'll buy all the surrounding land." Su Shu nodded in astonishment. She really couldn't imagine what the boss's purpose was. Of course, Yi Jin really didn't have any ideas. He just wanted the money. The next day, Yi Jin slept until noon. He opened the system in his mind and started checking. Host, Yi Jin. Current system capabilities, cashback for consumption, cashback rate 10 times. Physical fitness, strength 100. Speed 100. Stamina 100. Mental 100. Normal healthy adult males are 10. Ability, extraordinary body equivalent to the physical fitness of 10 adults combined. Combat mastery. The host is proficient in all combat techniques in the world. Driving proficiency. The host is proficient in driving all current vehicles. Crisis detection. Current account balance, 30534W. Current Shinhao points, 1085 points plus redemption. System level, LV1 system upgrade requires 100,000 points of super rich points. I transferred 500 million yuan to Su Shu yesterday and asked her to buy land. But this will still take some time. So now Yi Jin can only look at the 300 million in savings in trouble. He decided to speed up consumption first. Anyway, it will take some time for Yu Jie to lure Zhang Qingjun into the game. As for Zhang Jieqi, she also needs to wait until Zhang Qingjun is fully involved before taking the next step. So what we need to solve now is Lu Qingyan's issue. Lu Qingyan's matter involves the boss named Sister Lun. Although I don't know who he is. However, the boss's overbearing foot massage shop is so luxurious, and there is more than one such shop. So the boss must be a very capable person. And now his own industry has some connection with the Han Group. Such a large group will definitely not let others grab their cake. Now it is just normal business competition, and there has not been a direct conflict with the Han family. Once he started snatching resources, the Han Group would definitely take action. Therefore, in order to prepare for everything, Yi Jin decided to learn more about the Han Group. The only person Yi Jin had contact with in the Han Group was Han Zijie. Shen Miaoyu should know Han Zijie better. Yi Jin sent a message to Shun Miaoyu. Get rich overnight, is Miao Miao here? Dog head, expression. Little Dr. Fairy, we are in class. What's wrong? Get rich overnight, I want to ask you, how much do you know about Han Zijie? Little Dr. Fairy, what happened? Did he find someone to take revenge on you? One night of revenge, no, I just want to find out. Little Medical Fairy, oh, I see. He is the son of the Han Group. So he was very arrogant and domineering because he relied on his family's wealth and power. Often do outrageous things. Get rich overnight, oh? What did he do? Little Dr. Fairy, well, I raped a girl before, you know that incident, right? Get rich overnight, I know. Little Medical Fairy, it's far more than that. This kind of thing is just the tip of the iceberg. Hey, I don't know how to put it, there are so many of them. Anyway, he is an out-and-out bastard rich second generation. However, as far as I know, their Han Group has a very good reputation in Chengdu. I just don't know why there is such an annoying young man like him. Getting rich overnight, how to say it? Xiaoishan, because he has an older brother named Han Ziyun, who is now the executive president of Han Group. His brother was completely different from him. His brother is a famous young entrepreneur, young philanthropist, and CPPCC member in Chengdu. It can be said that he is a man who possesses many honors. Yi Jin frowned. She didn't expect that Han Zijie's brother was so powerful. He wanted to learn more about the Han Group. Especially why there is such a big gap between the two brothers. Get rich overnight, okay, I get it. Thank you, Miao Miao. Xiao Xian, it's okay. If he dares to bully you, just tell me. I'll help you. Get rich overnight, I see, but how do you know so much about the Han Group? Little Medical Fairy, I heard it from my family. Family? Yi Jin was slightly stunned. Could it be that Shen Miaoyu is also a daughter of some wealthy family? Judging from her words, she is not afraid of Han Zijie. Maybe she really is the daughter of some wealthy group. Yi Jin teased, wow, it seems your family is not simple, dog head smile, expression. Little medical fairy, I want to tell you. Get rich overnight, okay, you go to class first, I'm going out now, remember to find me if you have anything. Little medical fairy, yeah. It has to be said that Yi Jin has a really good feeling towards Shin Miaoyu, the sophomore school beauty. She has a very distinctive personality, which is that she has a clear distinction between love and hate, and she doesn't keep fish. She will clearly reject people and things she doesn't like, without any ambiguous answers. And he's not that interested in money. There seems to be some disgust in it. This is more to Yi Jin's liking. So Yi Jin was also thinking about it in his heart. If you have the chance, you can also try to win over this school beauty. At this time, Yi Jin drove to the hospital. He planned to visit Lu Qingyan's mother first. He came to the VLP ward that Su Shu prepared for Lu Qingyan's mother. At this time, Lu Qingyan was sitting next to her mother and chatting with her. Looking at Yi Jin carrying the fruit milk, Lu Qingyan felt happy. Exclaimed, "Junior, you are here." Chapter 41, Building a Building. Looking at Lu Qingyan, who had a rosy complexion and a happy smile, Yi Jin's heart also felt warm. She smiled and said, "Well, senior sister, auntie, hello." Lu Qingyan hurriedly asked Yi Jin to sit down. "Come and sit down, junior." She introduced, "Mom, this is my junior classmate, Yi Jin, he is the one who helped us." "Yi Jin, this is my mother." Yi Jin nodded and said with a smile, "Hello, auntie." "Young man, sit down, sit down." Yi Jin sat next to Lu Qingyan. Lu Qingyan's mother on the hospital bed said excitedly, "Thank you, young man." "Thank you, if it weren't for you, I would probably be dead here." After listening to what Qingyan said, I realized that you really are the savior of us mother and daughter. As Lu Qingyan's mother spoke, her eyes began to moisten. Seeing this, Lu Qingyan turned her head away. Don't let Yi Jin see the tears that are about to fall. Lu Qingyan knew that without Yi Jin's words, she and her mother couldn't believe the consequences. She is not an ungrateful person. But what Yi Jin did was really life-saving for both mother and daughter. Lu Qingyan felt very indebted to Yi Jin. But Yi Jin said calmly, "It's okay, auntie, Qingyan is my senior, and this is what I should do." As he spoke, Yi Jin looked at Lu Qingyan with tenderness in his eyes. Mother Lu continued, "Xiaoye, even though you say it lightly, I know it's not that easy. Qingyan told me everything, so you really are our family's well-deserved benefactor. Alas, it's also my mother's bad luck that such a thing happened." Yi Jin also felt very sympathetic towards Lu Qingyan and his mother. So I started asking, "Auntie, what about your family? Won't they come to help you?" Mother Lu sighed and said sadly, "Alas, since Qingyan was born, his father ran away from home. It has been more than 20 years now and I have never been back. So all these years we have been relying on my mother and I to make ends meet. Since there is no man in the family, our relatives and friends are not nice to us. Days, it's hard to describe. Mom, please stop talking about that bastard. It makes me angry just by talking about him." Lu Qingyan stopped him. Mother Lu also sighed and comforted, "Qingyan, your father is not an irresponsible person, don't blame him." Lu Qingyan was angry and she could hardly control her emotions. "Mom, it's been 20 years and you still say this. If he had any conscience, how could he ignore us? After all these years, has he ever come back to visit? There has never been any trace of him in my world, so I just think he is dead." Lu Qingyan seemed to have vented all the resentment she had accumulated over the years. Yi Jin grabbed Lu Qingyan's hand and soothed her emotions. He could understand the pain of not having a lover around. After all, he had spent 10 years in a dark prison in his previous life. After a while, Lu Qingyan finally calmed down. Mother Lu just shook her head slightly and said to Yi Jin, "Xiaoye, I'm sorry to have embarrassed you." "No, auntie, every family has its own problems. Maybe my uncle really has some difficulties." The mother and daughter no longer talked about this topic. Mother Lu looked at the two of them snuggling together and said with a smile, "Xiaoye, thank you so much. I will feel more at ease knowing that Qingyan will follow you from now on. At least she won't be bullied anymore." Hearing her mother's words, Lu Qingyan was slightly stunned at first. Then a blush appeared on her pretty face. She said coquettishly, "Mom, what are you talking about?" Mother Lu just smiled and said nothing. At this time, Lu Qingyan's bodyguard Li Jianjun also walked in from outside and greeted Yi Jin. "Hello, boss." Yi Jin nodded slightly and said softly, "Uncle Li, thank you for your hard work during this period." Li Jianjun said, "It's okay, boss, this is what I should do." Lu Qingyan also thanked Li Jianjun. Uncle Li, thanks to you for taking turns with me to take care of my mother these 2 days. Thank you. Li Jianjun smiled and nodded, saying, It's okay, Miss Lu, it's all arranged by the boss. At this time, Lu's mother spoke. Why don't you let Jianjun take care of me? Qingyan, you and Xiaode go out for a walk. Mother Lu had already seen through her daughter's feelings for Yi Jin. But I am afraid that my daughter will sell her future for money and find some greasy uncle or something. When I met him today, I found that Yi Jin was young and handsome, and we were also alumni. He is so responsible, so she feels more at ease leaving Lu Qingyan to Yi Jin. At least by being with Yi Jin, she won't be bullied anymore. Li Jianjun quickly responded, Okay, boss, you and Miss Lu go out and play, I'm here. Yi Jin took a look and understood what they meant. Said, Okay, Uncle Li, thank you for your help. Li Jianjun, you're welcome, boss. Lu Qingyan looked at her mother and said softly, Mom, if you have anything, call me, and I will be back soon. Mother Lu smiled and nodded. Yi Jin plans to take Lu Qingyan out for some shopping today. At this moment, Yi Jin received a prompt from the system. Host spends 150 million yuan, gets 1.5 billion yuan in cashback, gets 150 points, balance 180534W, 1235 points. Host spent 180 million yuan, got 1.8 billion yuan in cash back, got 180 points, balance 360534W, 1415 points. Host spent 110 million yuan, cashed back 1.1 billion yuan, obtained Xinhao points, 110, balance 470534W, Xinhao points, 1525 points. At the same time, I received a text message from Su Shu, Boss, I have acquired the 3 plots of land in the northern suburbs for a total of 440 million yuan. Yi Jin replied, Good job, keep going. In fact, Chengdu's government has always been negative about the development of the northern suburbs. Their focus is in the east. But there is a lot of vacant land in the north, but everyone wants to invest in the east. Therefore, although the vacant land in the northern suburbs has been listed for sale for a long time, no one has been interested in it. However, land in the east is extremely scarce and development pressure is high, resulting in an urgent shortage of working capital for the government. This time, Su Shu went to buy land in the northern suburbs, which was undoubtedly a timely relief for the authorities. Everything came to fruition naturally and quickly. Yi Jin asked Su Shu to buy land, partly for the purpose of making money. The other is to establish a headquarters of your own. In his plan, he must become a giant. Only in this way can we better protect the people around us. Yi Jin sent another message to Su Shu, Let us start the bidding. Su Shu, what kind of bid are you bidding for? Yi Jin responded indifferently, Build a building. Su Shu was a little confused. We have talked about entering the real estate industry before. However, the nature of these plots of land is commercial and cannot be developed as residential properties. Moreover, this location is in the northern suburbs, which is not a good location. So Su Shu asked doubtfully. Su Shu, boss, those 3 plots of land are planned for commercial use and cannot be developed into residential properties. Yi Jin, who said I was going to build a house? Su Shu, who? Yi Jin, rebuild our company's headquarters building. Chapter 42 Waiter in a Western Restaurant. Su Shu on the other side of the phone was obviously stunned. Yi Jin continued editing, Buy all the land you can in the northern suburbs. If you don't have enough money, tell me. Su Shu could only follow Yi Jin's request. Lu Qingyan saw that Yi Jin was still editing text messages, and she asked in some confusion, What's wrong, did something happen? Yi Jin shook his head slightly and said softly, It's okay, let us go shopping. The two walked hand in hand to Diamond Plaza together. Junior, what are you going to do today? Yi Jin looked at Lu Qingyan, who was looking expectant, and said mischievously, I can't go on a date with you. When Lu Qingyan heard this, her face instantly turned red. Her clear and lively eyes curved into crescents, her rosy lips slightly raised, and she said playfully, Of course, as long as you ask me out, I have time. Yi Jin smiled slightly and said softly, Do you have any tips? Lu Qingyan was slightly stunned, then a slight blush appeared on her face, and she murmured, Well, next time. Yi Jin became interested and continued, Oh, senior sister, that's a deal. Lu Qingyan agreed softly, Yes. Then, when Lu Qingyan wasn't paying attention, Yi Jin leaned close to her ear and said mischievously, I want to see Balenciaga. After hearing Yi Jin's words, Lu Qingyan's face, which originally had a slight blush on it, became even redder. She said coquettishly, I hate you. Yi Jin smiled slightly, and took Lu Qingyan to a luxurious Western restaurant in a square to prepare for dinner. The waitress in the store looked at Eugene and the other person, dressed in fancy clothes, walking in hand in hand. He immediately came up to me politely and greeted me. "Sir, do you have a reservation?" Eugene shook his head slightly. "No." The waitress whispered, "Then please follow me." Eugene followed the waiter and sat down at a double table near the window. The waiter said, "Who would like to order, please?" Eugene whispered to Lu Qingyan, "Senior sister, just order what you like, don't be polite." The waiter understood and respectfully handed the menu to Lu Qingyan. Lu Qingyan took the high-end Western food menu written entirely in English and began to browse through it slowly. Royal shrimp cocktail, 688 yuan portion. French baked snails, 999 yuan portion. Seared lamb chops, 1,200 yuan portion. King crab meat sponge cake, 966 yuan portion. Australian selected royal steak, 388 yuan gram, starting from 150 grams. Lu Qingyan is a top student and has passed the level 8 English test. There is nothing wrong with looking at these menus. But when I saw the prices on the back of the menu, I was still a little stunned. The price was indeed beyond her expectations. Lu Qingyan flipped through the menu twice but didn't order anything. Eugene noticed that something seemed to be wrong with her, and then asked softly, "Senior sister, what's going on?" Lu Qingyan covered her face with the menu and whispered to Eugene, "Junior, this is so expensive." Eugene was slightly stunned when he heard this. He smiled and said, "Well, it's okay, just order whatever you like." Lu Qingyan's action really made Eugene feel a little bit amused and helpless. This senior of mine is indeed very lovable. Even though she had a stunning beauty, she did not rely on her face to get free food and drinks. Instead, do what you can do according to your abilities. She did not overdraw her future, nor did she sell out herself. This made Eugene like this senior sister who was consistent in her appearance and character even more. After hearing this, Lu Qingyan gritted her teeth and ordered a lettuce salad for 199 yuan. The waitress's face darkened and she looked full of disdain. He muttered, "TSK, after ordering for so long, only to get a salad." The waiter's voice was as soft as a mosquito's, but Lu Qingyan and Eugene heard it. Lu Qingyan's face was instantly filled with red expressions of embarrassment. Eugene was of course uncomfortable seeing this. He whispered, "Senior sister, give me the menu." Eugene took the menu directly. He was not angry, and whispered to the waiter, "Is this how the waiters in your high-end Western restaurant treat guests?" The waiter was slightly stunned, then explained, "Sir, this is a high-end Western restaurant, rated by Michelin stars, so the consumption is generally higher." Eugene retorted, "What? Are you afraid that we can't afford it?" The waiter just smiled awkwardly and said, "Sir, we have a minimum consumption here. If you only order salad, it may not be enough." Eugene frowned slightly when he heard that. He didn't expect that the waiter was so contemptuous. There is also a minimum consumption. It seems that we need to teach these short-sighted merchants a lesson today. Seeing Eugene frowning, the waiter concluded that the two people in front of them really did not have the purchasing power. So her expression became even more presumptuous and disdainful. He even turned his head to the other side and looked at the scenery. Eugene just whispered, "What is the most expensive steak here?" The waiter still had that contemptuous expression on his face. She said with a contemptuous tone, "The most expensive thing here is the Australian M12 Royal Select Steak. The price is 888 yuan gram. It is cut and cooked on site. The price is quite expensive, are you sure you want?" Eugene interrupted directly, threw the menu onto the table, and shouted angrily at the waiter, "It's that steak, bring it to me." The waiter doubted his ears. So he asked, "What did you say?" "Eugene, I said give me Australian M12 steak." The waiter still said with disdain, "This beef is 888 yuan per gram, not 1 pound in your vegetable market, are you sure?" Eugene said impatiently, "Just go ahead if I tell you to, why are you afraid that we will run away?" Eugene's expression really made the waiter feel a little unhappy. Although he ordered the most expensive steak, the waiter didn't believe that Eugene could really afford it. But she still wanted to see Eugene's embarrassing expression. She turned around and walked straight towards the kitchen. Lu Qingyan looked at Eugene with some concern. Eugene, on the other hand, looked calm and composed, telling Lu Qingyan not to worry. After a while, the chef of the Western restaurant came over with the waiter. "Hello, I am the manager of this Western restaurant. My name is Louis. Could you please tell me if you need the M12 steak?" Eugene nodded lightly and said, "Yes, it's me." Louis, like the waiter, said with a somewhat disgusted expression, "Sorry, our restaurant's M12 steak is sold by gram, starting from 150 grams. However, a piece of steak generally weighs between 200 and 300 grams. The average price is between 170,000 270,000 yuan. Are you sure you need it?" Eugene looked at Louis's face full of sarcasm. He looked at the waiter behind him who looked a little smug, and felt no emotion at all. Just as he was about to respond, a system prompt suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding, release the system task. Chapter 43, 500,000 lettuce salad. Ding, system tasks are released. Facing a restaurant that looks down on consumers, the host can choose the following tasks. 1. Order dishes in a proper manner and follow the restaurant's rules. Reward, 1 yuan, note, too cowardly. 2. Retaliate with domineering attitude and order all the most expensive dishes. Reward, a set of gold and diamond kitchenware, worth 28 million. Note, fight back, you must fight back. 3. Domineering exchange slaps the face, making the whole restaurant staff embarrassed, and slapping the face of the dog merchants. Reward, Diamond Plaza ownership, worth 1.5 billion yuan. Note, those who look down on consumers must be taught a lesson. Looking at the system's prompts, the first option is not very harmful but is extremely insulting. As for the second one, he feels a bit like a nouveau riche with no substance. So, Eugene chose 3 without hesitation. He already had a way to deal with them in his mind. Eugene said bluntly, "Yes, I just want to order the most expensive one." Chef Louis's expression slightly condensed. He originally thought that his words could make this ignorant man in front of him give up. But unexpectedly, Eugene not only refused to accept the challenge, but even really wanted to click on it. But he still kept an eye on it. "If you want to show off, you can pay first." So Louis said directly, "Sir, we are weighing on site. If you are sure you need it, I will start now." Eugene still answered nonchalantly, "I'm sure." Louis continued, "In order to protect the rights and interests of our restaurant, when ordering expensive ingredients, customers are required to pay a deposit of no less than 500,000 yuan in advance." Louis stared at Eugene with a mocking and contemptuous smile. It seemed as if he just wanted to see how Eugene would make a fool of himself next. The waiter behind him also had a smile that was difficult to conceal his inner joy. Staring at Eugene, Lu Qingyan felt a little uncomfortable and could hardly sit still. I wanted to get up and leave with Eugene. But Eugene, who was sitting opposite her, gently held her hand. Lu Qingyan's inner uneasiness was dispelled by Eugene's actions, and she chose to believe Eugene. Eugene looked calm and took out his bank card without any hurry and said lightly, "It's just 500,000, just pay by credit card." Louis looked at Eugene in shock. He took out his bank card so calmly and let them swipe it. At this moment he began to doubt whether there was something wrong with his vision. The waiter behind him was already staring with wide eyes. He took the bank card from Eugene in disbelief. With the successful issuance of the order by the POS machine, both of them stood there in disbelief. I didn't expect that such a young man could easily spend 500,000 on a meal. However, with the successful payment of the deposit, Louis changed his contemptuous expression. He said with a flattering face, "Sir, please sit for a moment, I will take out our treasure for you." Louis urged the waitress behind him, "Serve the sir well." The waiter behind him was stunned for a moment and immediately agreed, Oh, okay." The waiter then began to prepare the meal for Eugene and the others. The chef pushed a special food cart to Eugene. On the dining car was the shiny, tender M12 steak. Louis said, "Sir, this is the steak you ordered. Can you cut it from here?" Louis gestured at the gap, preparing to cut a piece of beef. Eugene suddenly said, "Wait." Hearing this, Louis and the waiter behind him were slightly stunned. "I suddenly don't want to eat steak." Both of them stood there in a daze, muttering to themselves. Could it be that this person doesn't want it anymore and is deliberately playing tricks on them? Eugene continued, "I think the lettuce salad is good, let us start with the 500,000 yuan lettuce salad." Phew! Lu Qingyan covered her mouth and smiled. She knew what Eugene wanted to do. Hearing this, the waiter and Louis were shocked as if they had been electrocuted. Lettuce salad is the cheapest dish here, only 199 yuan per serving. 500,000 would be more than 2,500 copies. They don't have that much lettuce in their restaurant. And follow the recipe for lettuce salad. The lettuce is peeled apart, the core is removed, salad dressing and other seasonings are sprinkled on, and then it is shaken dozens of times. That means it would take the 15 waiters in the entire store a whole day to make so many salads. Louis said embarrassedly, "Sir, we don't have so much leftover lettuce in our store." Eugene looked at him with disdain and said, "This is a high-end Western restaurant, how come you don't even have lettuce?" Louis smiled and said, "Sir, please stop messing around. 500,000 worth of lettuce salad can buy 2,500 servings. There is no way you and your friends can finish them all." Eugene smiled contemptuously and said arrogantly, "Whether you finish eating or not is my business, and whether you can take it out or not is your business?" "What? Aren't you afraid that I can't afford it? Now, I've given you the money, but you can't give me the lettuce salad I want." "What does that mean?" Eugene's words were merciless, making Louis sweat profusely. He knew that Eugene was angry, so he whispered, "I'm sorry, sir, I'm sorry for what happened just now. Please forgive our staff for the offense. I will definitely give her a good lesson when I get down." Eugene laughed and said, "You looked the same just now, didn't you? Why don't you recover? I still like your unruly look just now." Louis could only smile apologetically. Eugene continued, "Look at you guys, you looked down on us as soon as you came in. Now I have paid the money and ordered the dishes. You didn't prepare so much? How did you open your store?" Seeing this, Louis stopped talking, nodded humbly, and explained again, "I'm sorry, sir, it's true that we didn't prepare so much lettuce. But we have plenty of other ingredients. How about ordering some other ingredients?" Eugene looked at Louis's flattering look and said with interest, "Are all other ingredients ready?" "Yes, sir." "Well, bring me the beef I want." "Oh, okay." Louis took out an electronic scale specially used for weighing beef and placed it in front of Eugene. Seeing this, Eugene frowned slightly and said angrily, "What?" He pointed at the scale on the table with angrily and asked loudly, "What does this mean?" Louis had no choice but to explain, "That's right, sir. Because we charge for beef by gram. So we will weigh it live in front of the guests." Eugene was instantly displeased and immediately shouted angrily, "Are you kidding me? What does it mean to take out a scale? If the foreigners next door see us, they will think we can't afford it." Chapter 44, 100 million beef. When Louis heard this, his face instantly became a little embarrassed. He quickly showed his signature flattering smile and patiently explained, "No, sir, they are all the same." Eugene continued to scold, "What do you mean they are all the same? Who will eat this much? One more piece. One piece per person." Although Louis was dissatisfied in his heart, he did not show it. He just ordered the chef behind him, hurry, get another piece." Eugene pointed to the electronic scale on the table and said bluntly, take it away, take the scale away." Louis didn't dare to say much when he heard this, but immediately came over and took the electronic scale off the table. At this moment, Eugene slowly raised his hands and pressed down Louis's hands holding the scale. "Continue, don't be anxious. When I say one piece per person, I don't mean one piece per person for the two of us, I mean one piece per person for everyone in the restaurant." Bang! Louis's hand trembled, and the electronic scale fell directly on the table with a bang. He quickly apologized, sorry, sir. "You mean one piece for each guest?" Eugene nodded slowly, yes. In an instant, beads of sweat as big as beans appeared on Louis's forehead. There are nearly 50 guests in the Western restaurant now. According to this standard, if each person carries 50 kilograms, then the total amount is 2,500 kilograms. The daily amount of beef they produce is only 100 kilograms. They definitely can't take out these 2,500 kilograms. He can only look at Eugene with a pleading look and begged in a low voice, "First of all, sir, please stop joking. This amount of meat is nearly 50 kilograms. If each person gets one piece, it would be 2,500 kilograms. The value reached 100 million yuan." Eugene interrupted directly. "What, still think I can't afford it? If I say that I did underestimate Eugene at the beginning. But now he really thinks that Eugene can't afford 100 million to buy beef. So he made up his mind and said stubbornly, "Well, I admit that I did offend you at the beginning. I apologize to you. However, if you continue to act like this, our restaurant will no longer be able to accommodate you." Delhi. The little lesson just now did not make them realize that they should not look down on others. It's still like this now. I guess he just thought Eugene was some nouveau riche from nowhere. That's why he had the courage to respond angrily. Yi Jin didn't care at all and just said lightly, "Swipe the card." "Lu Yi? Waiter? Are you swiping the card now?" Yi Jin continued to urge, "Hurry up, don't dawdle." Louis still took out the POS machine. After entering 100 million yuan, he nervously swiped Yi Jin's bank card. In fact, he was very uneasy when he received Yi Jin's card. After the card is swiped, a receipt is printed out. "Louis, holy shit. Waiter, holy shit. There really is so much money." Only then did Louis come to his senses. "Today I met the god of wealth." But before he could be happy, he came back to his senses in an instant. The money was collected, but there is not that much meat. Then he said to Yi Jin in a flattering manner, "Sir, to be honest, our Western restaurant does not prepare so much beef." Yi Jin took over the conversation, then laughed and raised his voice a few octaves, and said loudly, "Ha, didn't you just say that all the other ingredients are ready? Didn't you just think I couldn't afford it? Now I will treat all the guests in the Western restaurant to your most expensive beef. I have already paid the money, why are you saying there is no food? Are you deliberately fooling consumers? Or do you think other guests are not worthy of eating your most expensive steak?" As soon as Yi Jin said this, almost all the guests in the Western restaurant heard it. They can grasp the key information from just a few sentences. It means looking down on people and thinking that they can't afford to pay. Now people want to treat all the guests to beef and give them money. Your restaurant is now out of ingredients? The key point was Yi Jin's last sentence, which made everyone somewhat angry. This sentence undoubtedly puts the entire restaurant in opposition to all the guests present. The guests were of course grateful to Yi Jin for being able to eat for free, and naturally began to blame the restaurant staff. Louis was also extremely ashamed when he heard this. He really made a mistake this time. I didn't expect this person to spend 100 million to treat everyone to the most expensive beef. For a moment he began to hesitate. "First, sir, Yi Jin didn't want to listen anymore. "Go and get ready, I don't want to hear your explanation anymore. I tell you, today I'm going to treat everyone to your most expensive steak. If you collect the money but cannot pay it out in the end, you are deceiving the consumers." It's like a slap in the face of everyone present. After hearing this, Louis's hair stood on end, as if facing a formidable enemy. His face was livid, leaving no room for rebuttal. There was no choice, Louis could only take the waiter to the kitchen. On the other hand, Yi Jin just sat there calmly. It seems like what I just spent was not 100 million, but $10. And this scene just now once again refreshed Lu Qingyan's understanding. "Junior, are we going too far?" Yi Jin smiled slightly and said softly, "Humph, they are the ones who think they have been waiters in a Western restaurant for a few days. Just look at people with tinted glasses. They even look down on their parents who provide them with food and clothing. They must be taught a lesson." Upon hearing this, Lu Qingyan didn't say much, but secretly supported Yi Jin in her heart. After a while, a middle-aged man in a suit and looking a little haggard came in from outside the Western restaurant. The man's name is Jiang Fengyan, and he is the owner of this Western restaurant. He looked a little anxious, and started looking around for something as soon as he entered the door. Louis saw someone coming in the kitchen and ran out immediately. He greeted softly, "Old boss. Why are you here?" Jiang Fengyan asked. "Just now, 100 million yuan suddenly arrived in the company's account, and it showed that it was deposited into your store. What is going on? Who swiped it?" Louis' sweat dropped again when he heard this. He didn't dare to tell the truth. "I just simply explained that a guest wanted to treat all the guests to our M12 beef." Jiang Fengyan's pupils widened instantly. "What? Where are the guests?" Louis pointed at Yi Jin. Jiang Fengyan originally thought that he was a big boss who was a little older. When I looked closely, I found that it was just a young man. He couldn't help but feel shocked. He had turned Yi Jin into a rich young man from an unknown family. When Lu Qingyan saw Jiang Fengyan coming, she felt that he looked familiar. Jiang Fengyan hurriedly walked to Yi Jin and asked politely, "Sir, were you the one who ordered 2,500 kilograms of M12 beef just now?" Chapter 45 Jiang Fengyan's treatment. Yi Jin nodded slightly and said, "It's me, who are you?" Jiang Fengyan laughed and said, "My name is Jiang Fengyan, and I am the owner of this store." Yi Jin suddenly said, "Oh, you are the boss, my name is Yi Jin, nice to meet you." Jiang Fengyan smiled flatteringly and said, "Little brother, I don't know why you want to treat all the guests to eat the most expensive beef in our restaurant." Yi Jin smiled contemptuously and said calmly, What, I can't treat you? Jiang Fingnian instantly showed an embarrassed expression. He explained softly, brother, to be honest with you, this M12 steak is the highest quality one in Australia. It needs to be airlifted from Australia every day, so it is expensive. The store under my name sells less than 200 kilograms per month. You're asking me to weigh 2,500 kilograms at once, and that's really a bit difficult for me. Yi Jin said without comment, Humph, then you have to ask the manager of your store. Jiang Fengnian is a veteran in the business world, so how could he not realize that there must be some misunderstanding here? Then he glared at Louis and asked, what's going on? Louis hesitated, this. Yi Jin said indifferently, it's because we think we can't afford the food in your Western restaurant. After all, my senior is used to being frugal, so she just ordered the cheapest salad. It's normal for them to look down on us. Yi Jin was referring to the manager in every word. Jiang Fengnian understood the cause of the incident in just a moment. He said to Yi Jin angrily, little brother, it's my fault for not managing it well. Don't worry, I will give you a satisfactory answer. Jiang Fengnian turned to Louis and said, have all the trainings we have received been in vain? You are a dog-eyed person. Bang! Jiang Fengnian slapped Louis directly on the left cheek. Louis was dizzy from the slap. He could only cover his face with one hand and explain, no, boss, it's not me. You still dare to quibble. Bang! Jiang Fengnian slapped Louis on the right cheek again. Boss, stop hitting me. It wasn't me, it was her. She was the one who looked down on this gentleman first. Louis pointed to the waiter behind him. The waiter behind him had already collapsed on the ground out of fear. With a dull expression and at a loss, he could only shake his hands and admit his mistake. No, boss, I was wrong. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Jiang Fengnian glared at the two of them fiercely, not wanting to argue any further, and just spoke viciously. Go to the finance department to pay the bill and leave. I don't have waiters like you who look down on customers in my store. Boom! Louis suddenly seemed to have lost all his strength and collapsed to the ground. The waiter beside him had already lost his mind and could only watch with lifeless eyes. Jiang Fengnian shouted fiercely again, get out, don't let me see you again. The two of them helped each other up and left the Western restaurant angrily. After dealing with the two, Jiang Fengnian turned to look at Yi Jin and asked softly, little brother, are you satisfied with this way of handling things? Yi Jin nodded slightly, and then said, well, it's not bad, but I just told all the guests that they would eat beef. Now that this has happened, I don't know how to end this. Jiang Fengnian understood what he meant. He turned to face the entire hall and said in a loud voice, everyone, I'm sorry to have made a fool of myself in front of you. My name is Jiang Fengnian, and I am the owner of this restaurant. To express my apology, I would like to give each table a bottle of red wine worth 10,000 yuan. I hope you will understand. Jiang Fengnian's respectful and sincere apology won praise from all the guests. As Jiang Fengnian finished his words, the farce ended here. He whispered to Yi Jin, brother Yi, I will cover your expenses today, and I will return all your money to you. When Yi Jin heard about returning the money, he immediately became unhappy. He still needs to make money. He said calmly, no need to retreat. Jiang Fengnian, doubts? Brother Yi, what does this mean? Put all your money on the card and I will open a VLP with you. Jiang Fengnian was overjoyed when he heard this, but he immediately. Yi Jin waved his hand and said softly, hi, it's nothing. Jiang Fengnian was feeling somewhat conflicted at this moment. If it were in the past, he might not even take it seriously. But he is completely different now. He is now in a state of desolation. After he takes the 100 million and sells the store, he can just leave here. But this undoubtedly harmed Yi Jin's interests. He asked tentatively, brother Yi Jin, can we be friends and leave your contact information? On the other hand, Yi Jin looked calm and composed at this moment. Because just now, Yi Jin thought of the voice of the system in his mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the task. The reward is the ownership of the Diamond Plaza. The reward has been automatically distributed to the host. Beep, beep, beep. Yi Jin picked up the phone. Hello, who is this? Excuse me, is this Mr. Yi Jin? Yes, it's me. I am the person in charge of Diamond Plaza. My name is Lin Tao. May I ask when Mr. Yi Jin will be free to come to Diamond Plaza for inspection? I'm not free today. Suddenly Yi Jin changed his mind and realized that Jiang Fengnian looked righteous and didn't look like a treacherous person.
I am rich but powerless now, so there is no harm in making one more friend.
Since you want to make friends with Jiang Fengyan, then do him a small favor. He then said to Lin Tao, Boss, Jiang Fengyan's Western restaurant is in our square.
As the general manager of Diamond Plaza, Lin Tao knows all the famous bosses in the mall.
After all, Diamond Plaza is the party A unit. Yes, Mr. Yi. Well then, I 1T have to collect rent from him from now on. Okay, Mr. Yi, do you have any other instructions?
Yi Jin thought about it and shook his head, no more. After hanging up the phone, Yi Jin put the phone back in his pocket as if nothing had happened.
But he didn't notice that Lu Qingyan and Jiang Fengyan's expressions looked like they were under a spell. Lu Qingyan, Sigma. Jiang Fengyan, Sigma. Is this Diamond Plaza yours, Brother Yi? Yi Jin nodded slightly and said, yes. Oh shit. This is really like a little devil meeting the king of hell.
He, Jiang Fengyan, was also a legendary figure 3 years ago.
If it were in the past, the Diamond Plaza's assets of only 1.5 billion would not have been taken seriously. But now it's different. Due to some changes, I can only make a living in this Western restaurant.
Jiang Fengyan, who was originally worth billions, has lost his former glory. He had originally planned to sell the Western restaurant he owned, take the money and run away. But who knew that Yi Jin only gave him 100 million in working capital today? Instantly his pressure was reduced a lot. However, this also made him realize that he might be able to grab Yi Jin as a life-saving straw. His attitude towards Yi Jin also changed from shock at the beginning to admiration now. But he was troubled. Although it's easy to take the money, it's not so easy to settle his affairs. So he asked Yi Jin presumptuously, Brother Yi, can I have a word with you? Chapter 46 The Real Han Group. Lu Qingyan and Yi Jin followed Jiang Fengyan into a private room. This is Jiang Fengyan's exclusive box. The decoration inside is low-key but exquisite. Following Jiang Fengyan's guidance, the three of them sat down. Jiang Fengyan instructed the accompanying waiter, go and prepare the dishes, remember to use only the best, and also decant 2 bottles of classic red wine worth 200,000. After receiving the instructions, the waiter went out to prepare the dishes. Boss Jiang, what do you mean by inviting us over? Jiang Fengyan filled Yi Jin's cup of tea and began to speak slowly, Brother Yi Jin, there is something you don't know. Yi Jin became interested as soon as he heard it. Could it be that this old guy has done something shameful? Yi Jin also asked softly, what's wrong, Boss Jiang? Brother Yi gave me 100 million yuan, I should be very happy. But this shop is no longer mine. So, I still want to return all the money to Brother Yi. Is refund impossible? If I give you 100 million, I can earn 1 billion. Yi Jin continued to inquire, Boss Jiang's store has such good business and cash flow, why is it closed down? Upon hearing this, Jiang Fengyan's originally haggard face became even more haggard. He just sighed softly and said, hey, how could I not know the situation of this store? I made my fortune from this store. Unexpectedly, I offended someone I shouldn't have offended. They want to kick me out of Chengdu. I have no choice but to consider closing this store. Yi Jin asked in confusion, oh, there is such a thing? At this time, Lu Qingyan was holding her mobile phone and looking up and down at the man in front of her. In an instant, a light bulb went off in her head, and she finally remembered the familiar-looking man in front of her. I couldn't help but exclaimed, it's you, the former chairman of Jiang Group, Jiang Fengyan. Jiang Fengyan just smiled faintly and said calmly, Miss, that's all in the past. I'm just an ordinary person now. Yi Jin couldn't help but ask Lu Qingyan in confusion, Senior sister, do you know him? Lu Qingyan on the side whispered to Yi Jin, yes, I know him. He is one of the most famous entrepreneurs in Chengdu. It is said that the asset strength had reached tens of billions or even hundreds of billions 3 years ago. However, it seems that the company's foray into the real estate industry in the past 2 years has failed and its capital chain has been cut off. It is said that although he owed billions of dollars in debt at the time, he did not give up on himself and had no intention of transferring his assets. Instead, he bravely took on the responsibility and kept selling assets to repay his debts. This caused a sensation 3 years ago, and everyone said that he was a responsible entrepreneur. When Yi Jin heard Lu Qingyan's explanation, there was a slight change in his eyes when he looked at Jiang Fengyan again. He felt a tinge of sympathy for the man in front of him. This is not because Yi Jin is too chaste. But such a big capitalist is actually so responsible and accountable. Jiang Fengyan could only smile awkwardly and said, hey, Brother Yi Jin, what your girlfriend said is almost right. But there is no chairman of Jiang Group now. The former Jiang family no longer exists, leaving only an empty shell. Now there is only an ordinary person like me with the surname Jiang.
Zhang Fengnian seemed to have put a lot of effort into saying this. Yi Jin and Lu Qingyan could sense it clearly.
The man in front of me, who was nearly 50 years old, seemed to have lost the most important thing in his life. Helplessness and regret filled his heart. Yi Jin and Lu Qingyan said nothing more. At this time, the waiter brought out plates of exquisite dishes.
Zhang Fengnian said, "Brother Yi Jin, come and eat first. After today, this store will no longer belong to me."
But being able to sit here and have dinner with Brother Yi Jin today can be considered the last blessing this restaurant has given me.
Yi Jin nodded slightly and said, "Okay, Boss Jiang, let us drink." The two men's wine glasses clinked slightly.
Zhang Fengnian drank half the glass of red wine in one gulp. The scarlet liquid in the cup seemed to be the best answer to all his troubles.
Yi Jin continued, "What about what Boss Jiang just said about offending someone he shouldn't have offended?"
Hearing this, Zhang Fengnian was slightly stunned and shook his head.
He whispered, "To be honest with you, little brother Yi Jin, I was originally doing very well. The failure of my real estate venture in previous years was not actually enough to directly defeat me. At worst, I can just pay the billions in compensation. The real reason was that a few years ago, the Han Group wanted to cooperate with me on some business. But I thought those things were too risky, so I just rejected them. Unexpectedly, I ended up offending them.
The collapse of the Jiang Group that you saw was also caused by the obstruction of the Han Group.
Not only that, the reason why the Han Group has been able to grow so rapidly in recent years is that it has relied on suppressing its competitors and seizing wealth by force. Not only do they use despicable means to defeat their competitors in business, they also do some unscrupulous things behind the scenes." Yi Jin was somewhat shocked and asked in confusion, "So heartless? What did they do?"
Zhang Fengnian said, "Hey, before our Jiang Group, there was a Tang Real Estate Group company, which is more powerful than ours. The Han Group was still a small company at the time, but they did not take the normal path of competition. Instead, they resorted to despicable means and kidnapped the wife, children, and parents of the chairman of the Tang Group, using this to threaten the Tang Group to transfer all of Tang's assets. Originally, Chairman Tang thought that as long as he gave them the money, it would be fine. However, Mrs. Han refused to give in and directly killed Chairman Tang's entire family.
The Han Group grew stronger overnight.
Over the years, they have not only developed openly, but also done despicable things in secret.
Although no one has found evidence for these things, I believe that they are not groundless.
Unexpectedly, my Jiang Group has now become their stepping stone."
Zhang Fengnian's deep eyes were filled with helplessness. Yi Jin was also slightly stunned after listening to Zhang Fengnian's explanation.
He rubbed his chin slightly. Zhang Fengnian's words made him see another side of the Han Group. What Xin Miaoyu said was just the side that Han wanted outsiders to see. And what Zhang Fengnian is talking about might be the real Han Group. Lu Qingyan was also extremely shocked when she heard this. In her impression, Han Group is a star enterprise. He often does charity work to support children in mountainous areas. There is also a special center for supporting poor students, which specifically provides financial assistance to students from poor families. But Zhang Fengnian's words today made her realize once again the dark side of this world. Zhang Fengnian looked at Yi Jin, who was in deep thought, and just spoke softly. "Brother Yi Jin, just treat my story as a topic of conversation after dinner. I have seen through it all.
If the money is gone, it is gone.
I will go back to my hometown with my daughter to live the rest of my life.
Let us eat quickly, the food is getting cold."
Originally, Yi Jin really didn't want to meddle in other people's business. But the system suddenly issued a task reminder.
Ding! Release system tasks. Chapter 47, Rebuilding the Jiang Group.
Release system task. There is only one task this time: help Zhang Fengnian rebuild the Jiang Group. Reward unknown.
This system task is of the non-selective type.
Since the system feels that it needs to help Zhang Fengnian,
then Yi Jin wouldn't be scared either.
Yi Jin picked up a piece of beef with a fork and put it into his mouth.
As his teeth kept chewing, the beef slid smoothly into his stomach.
His eyes were still fixed on the plate of M12 premium Australian beef in front of him.
Cutting slowly and calmly, Yi Jin said indifferently, "Boss Jiang, what if I say I want to help you rebuild the Jiang Group?"
Zhang Fengnian was slightly stunned, and the fork in his hand stopped in mid-air. His face was expressionless, but his deep eyes were fixed on Yi Jin. For a moment, many possibilities came to his mind.
He is from the Han Group and is here to test me? Is he kidding? Who is he and why have I never heard his name?
After a while, Jiang Fingnian said, Brother Eugene, the current asset strength of the Han Group has already exceeded 10 billion.
Their power is not just on the surface. I don't want to provoke them again. I just want. Eugene interrupted directly. Could it be that the once powerful Chairman Jiang has lost his courage? Are you still at the mercy of the Han Group and are you willing to hand over the foundation you have worked hard for decades to others? Are you so willing to give in like this? Jiang Fingnian stared at Eugene.
But my heart was already racing. No one would be willing to give away the foundation that they have worked hard for decades just like that.
But I no longer have the strength to fight again.
But Eugene's words had already stirred up a storm in Jiang Fingnian's heart. After nearly 5 minutes of silence, Jiang Fingnian spoke again. If Brother Eugene helps me, it will be difficult for the Han Group.
This is of no benefit to you, right?
Eugene said slowly, Han and I have some grudges, but as for the benefits, there is really nothing.
I guess I just admire your qualities as a person. Jiang Fingnian laughed and said, Ha, Brother Eugene, you are joking. Businessmen will not invest based on so-called moral qualities. They are all for the greater good.
Eugene stared at Jiang Fingnian and said softly, if I want greater benefits, I need to have a certain amount of power in Rongcheng. I have a crush on Boss Jiang, so I want to bring you into my own power.
I wonder how Boss Jiang is doing. Jiang Feng laughed young, then his face darkened.
He questioned in an extremely heavy tone. The Han Group was extremely ruthless.
Brother Eugene, are you sure you want to help me? Sure. Eugene didn't say much, but gave Jiang Fingnian an extremely firm answer. Looking at Eugene's two simple and calm words, Jiang Fingnian's heart was already in turmoil.
The wind of hope in my heart is burning hotter and hotter.
Bang!
He slammed the table hard, raised his wineglass, and said solemnly, Okay, Brother Eugene, I, Jiang Fingnian, will follow you.
Eugene also smiled slightly, raised his glass and clinked it with Jiang Fingnian, and said, Welcome aboard. The three of them ate together until after 2 in the afternoon and talked a lot.
Before leaving, Eugene handed over Diamond Plaza and Hanfa Group to Jiang Fingnian for management. According to Eugene's plan, now is far from the time for Jiang Group to reopen.
Because once it opens, it will inevitably attract Han's encirclement and suppression.
It is even possible that Han would use some despicable means to make Jiang Fingnian disappear physically. Therefore, letting Jiang Fingnian temporarily become the behind-the-scenes boss of his own company is the best choice.
And I have more space to do other things.
After coming out of the Western restaurant, Eugene and Lu Qingyan walked hand in hand in Diamond Plaza.
Lu Qingyan said softly, Junior brother, do you really want to help Jiang Fingnian stand against the Han Group? After hearing this, Eugene nodded slightly. Well, is there any problem?
Lu Qingyan just said worriedly, there is no problem, I'm just worried about you.
Jiang Fingnian said that the Han Group was not an opponent that would use normal means.
I'm worried that they might threaten your safety.
Lu Qingyan's words served as a reminder to Eugene.
Eugene wasn't worried about her own safety. Instead, he was worried about the safety of people around him, such as Lu Qingyan, her parents who were far away in her hometown, and her sister who worked away from home. He also smashed Xia Yi's foot massage parlor. The boss behind him also knew that he was the one who did it.
Maybe he will do something out of the ordinary.
It seems that we must recruit some reliable people to act as thugs as soon as possible. Eugene made up his mind, turned to Lu Qingyan and said, Don't worry, you have seen my strength. Lu Qingyan nodded slightly and said worriedly, Yes, I know you are very powerful and can beat 10 of them.
But what if they were all armed? What if there are dozens or hundreds of them?
Seeing Lu Qingyan's serious worry, Eugene also smiled slightly. He said nonchalantly, It's okay, senior sister, I have a beautiful person like you waiting for me, nothing will happen.
Lu Qingyan's pretty face turned slightly red.
She said coquettishly, I hate you, I'm talking to you about serious matters, and you're teasing me again. Eugene laughed and said jokingly, Remember my little tips next time, senior. Lu Qingyan clenched her fist and tapped Eugene's shoulder lightly. The blush on her face became more obvious, and she said shyly, I hate you, I remember that. Hee, mainly because we haven't seen each other for a long time.
Lu Qingyan was speechless. But she has unconditional trust and support for Eugene.
After all, Eugene is her benefactor. She hesitated for a long time and said in a mosquito-like voice, How about you go get a room and wait for me, and I will go to the mall to buy one first. Upon hearing this, Eugene looked at the blushing senior schoolmate in front of her with some surprise. If there were no unexpected circumstances, Yi Jin should have gone to get a room right now. But if nothing unexpected happens, something unexpected will happen. Because she saw a super large comic convention taking place in front of Diamond Plaza. And at the comic convention he saw a familiar figure. Little medical fairy, Shen Miaoyu. Yi Jin didn't want Shen Miaoyu to see him holding Lu Qingyan's arm. Otherwise, the plan to meet a junior sister will be completely ruined. Yi Jin whispered to Lu Qingyan, "Senior sister, it's not a good idea for us to go now, your mother is still in the hospital. Besides, we've been out for several hours, and it's time to go back and spend some time with your mother. Why don't we go back and take care of Auntie first? It won't be too late for us to go after she has fully recovered." When Lu Qingyan heard this, she felt a little disappointed, but still said, "Yes, then let's go back quickly." Yi Jin refused and said, "Senior sister, you go back first, I may have to go to the company first and can't accompany you." Chapter 48 Beautiful Cos. Lu Qingyan didn't think too much about it when she heard it. He just whispered, "Okay, Junior, I will go back to accompany my mother first, you please drive carefully." "Okay, senior sister, you go back. I'll talk to you when I'm done." Yi Jin felt unsatisfied, so he leaned close to Lu Qingyan's ear and whispered, "Can you see if Balenciaga has any D models?" Lu Qingyan was puzzled, "D? What is the D?" But she reacted in an instant. Her pretty face instantly turned red, and she said coquettishly, "I hate you, I'm leaving and I won't pay attention to you anymore." After Lu Qingyan finished speaking, she turned around and left. Yi Jin looked at Lu Qingyan's departing back and smiled with a feeling of success. However, after taking a few steps, Lu Qingyan turned back and reminded, "Drive carefully, you bad brother." "Got it, go back quickly." After seeing Lu Qingyan off, Yi Jin walked straight towards the comic exhibition. This comic exhibition is an open-air one. Many handsome men and beautiful women are wearing costumes of characters from anime or games. He plays his favorite role vividly. Some of them are amazing cosplayers, and their similarities with the characters in the two-dimensional world are extremely high. It gives people the feeling of seeing the real person. But some of them are also responsible for comedy. For example, Diao Chan, who weighs 160 kilograms, wears tight clothes, and her excess fat is clearly visible. For example, Chang'o weighs 200 kilograms. No matter how fairy-like her skirt is, it cannot cover up her sturdy body. The medical immortal cosplayed by Shen Miaoyu undoubtedly belongs to the first type. Her white wig fell to her waist like a waterfall, beautiful and flowing. There is a purple mark on the forehead under the long bangs. Shen Miaoyu's eyes were lavender with her beauty contact lenses, and her lips were rosy and delicate. Her originally jade-like neck and collarbone were slightly covered by her clothes, leaving only her extremely white chest exposed. On her arms she wore a pair of white embroidered robes, and on her wrist she wore a pair of purple wrist guards. She was wearing a purple and white dress. The long skirt in front reached to her knees, revealing her extremely delicate calves. The hems of the skirt at the back and sides were spread out in appropriate places. As long as Shen Miaoyu's legs moved slightly forward, you can see that pair of extremely white and well-proportioned legs. She was wearing a pair of purple high heels, which made Shen Miaoyu's figure look a little taller. The whole person's makeup cannot be said to be exactly the same. I can only say there is no difference. This is one of the most popular female characters in Chinese comics. One of Yi Jin's favorite characters. Many people feel sad, the medical immortal. Although in the anime, this female character left a lot of regrets for readers. But Yi Jin will not let such regret happen to himself. Because the moment he saw Shen Miaoyu, Yi Jin had already made up his mind. He must win over this junior girl. Folks, who can resist a girlfriend who loves cosplay? She couldn't wait to step forward and greet Shen Miaoyu. "Hi, junior sister little medical fairy." Shen Miaoyu heard someone calling her and immediately turned around to look. He found Yi Jin standing beside him, looking at him with a squinting look. But at this time she was taking pictures. He could only nod slightly towards Yi Jin, signaling Yi Jin to wait for him. Yi Jin also stood there happily, quietly watching Shen Miaoyu posing to her heart's content. There were already many photography enthusiasts surrounding Shen Miaoyu. "Hey, lady, you are so beautiful." "Yes, smile more." "Miss, look here." They captured Shen Miaoyu's beauty from every angle. "I want to keep him in my memory." Everything was going well, and one of the photographers spoke up. "Hey, little sister, can you move forward a little?" Yes, just show your legs like this." Lift up your skirt with your right hand. Oh, that's right.
Yi Jin was also attracted by the photographer's voice. A man in a yellow jacket, named Huang Jinhai, was holding his camera and pressing the shutter button frantically. Everything was normal at first.
But Huang Jinhai's figure was really strange.
The whole person fell to the ground. Shin Miaoyu didn't know much about photography, so she didn't say much. Huang Jinhai said, "Sister, I want to take a picture of you from above. Don't worry, I will record your beauty without omission."
At this time, Shin Miaoyu's posture was with her right foot slightly forward, and she was also lifting the right hem of her skirt. Jinhai lay directly on Shin Miaoyu's right side and started filming from above.
Everything was normal at first, and Shin Miaoyu didn't feel anything was wrong.
But as the photo shoot continued, Huang Jinhai gradually became more and more unrestrained.
He lay on the ground, gradually moving towards the hem of Shin Miaoyu's skirt.
While moving, he kept pressing the shutter button frantically.
I was saying, "It's really good, so beautiful. This angle is perfect. Miss, you are so beautiful." Shin Miaoyu naturally noticed the man lying on the ground.
But he seemed to be concentrating on the filming.
So I didn't say much.
However, Shin Miaoyu could clearly feel that this man was becoming more and more presumptuous. He moved more and more.
The hem of Shin Miaoyu's skirt even touched his camera.
The man saw that he had broken Shin Miaoyu's bottom line little by little, becoming more and more outrageous.
He pushed hard and moved under Shin Miaoyu's skirt. Snap! Snap!
Shin Miaoyu was frightened by this unexpected action and screamed out in surprise.
Ah!
Then, without caring that she was being filmed, she immediately took 2 steps back and covered the hem of her skirt.
Everyone was interrupted by Shin Miaoyu and put down their cameras.
They all looked at Shin Miaoyu in confusion.
Shin Miaoyu's lively eyes were clearly filled with fear and anger as she stared at the man lying on the ground with a camera in his hand. "You, what are you doing?" Huang Jinhai also took off his camera and got up from the ground. He pretended to be innocent and confused, and asked back, "What's wrong? Why don't you take pictures anymore?"
Shin Miaoyu became even angrier, pointing at the man and angrily yelling, You are a hooligan, you secretly took pictures under my skirt." After hearing this, the photographers around seemed to understand what had happened.
But Huang Jinhai said nonchalantly, "What do you mean by I took a picture under your skirt? Hey, please don't slander me, okay? I'm a professional photographer."
Shin Miaoyu argued, "You are talking nonsense, you almost got under my skirt just now.
How is it possible that the filming is still going on normally? You obviously want to be a hooligan." Huang Jinhai still said nonchalantly, "Beauty, I think the character you cosplayed is so realistic. I am also a huge fan of this anime. So I wanted to take pictures from multiple angles. The angle just now was perfect, please don't slander me. Besides, if you say you took the photos secretly, you need evidence." Chapter 49 Helpless Shin Miaoyu.
Huang Jinhai's words made Shin Miaoyu, who was accusing him, a little flustered. Shin Miaoyu could only continue, the evidence is in your camera. If you have the guts, take out the camera in your hand and check to see if there are any secretly taken photos." Shin Miaoyu was so angry that she was confused. She didn't think much about what she said.
Even if this person did take the photos secretly, there is evidence in the camera.
But if you ask him to take out the photos in public,
then Shin Miaoyu's private photos will be made public.
This will definitely lead to social demise on the spot.
And why should they provide evidence that is unfavorable to themselves? Are you bored because you have eaten too much?
It was obvious that there was some trick in what Huang Jinhai said.
Shin Miaoyu's thoughts have now been led by the man. Yi Jin shook his head secretly, expressing his helplessness towards Shin Miaoyu.
Sure enough, Huang Jinhai continued with what he said, "There is no such request.
You said I took secret photos, does that mean I have to show my personal belongings to others? What's the difference between you and that woman on the subway who slandered others for taking secret photos of her?"
What Huang Jinhai was talking about happened on the Chengdu subway recently.
A self-centered and arrogant female college student is riding the subway.
Suddenly I saw a reflective piece of metal on the upper of a man's shoe.
The woman accused the man on the spot and asked loudly if he was taking secret photos.
At the same time, the train security officer was called to check on the man. Later, Uncle Hat came and examined the man as well. The man felt extremely embarrassed facing the strange looks from countless people on the subway. In order to prove his innocence, the man took off his shoes and socks in humiliation in front of hundreds of people. In the end, the uncle in the hat proved that the man did not take any secret photos. The instigator of all this, facing his own mistake, simply said lightly that he had seen it wrong.
Not even an apology. In the end, the matter was left unresolved.
But as the matter spreads on the internet, it continues to gain popularity.
Shen Miaoyu's pupils widened as she looked at the man in disbelief.
She was somewhat speechless by this reversal of views.
You are talking nonsense. You obviously took the photo secretly. I was not wrong.
The man smiled contemptuously and continued, anyway, you are a woman and a member of a vulnerable group. You don't need to apologize even if you are wrong, and there will be no punishment.
We are different.
We have to try our best to prove ourselves. In the end, people still told me, be more generous and don't bother with women.
Shen Miaoyu, you.
Shen Miaoyu was so angry at Huang Jinhai's words that she was speechless. Moreover, this man's words unconsciously put himself in the position of a victim. The man's words even tied himself to all men.
The onlookers also leaned towards him. They are all fairies. We must stay away from them to avoid getting into trouble.
Well, they can slander us with just their mouths, and even if they are wrong, there is no punishment, not even an apology. Yes, when there is a bargain, ladies are given priority, but when there is trouble, they are the disadvantaged group.
What a double standard.
I heard the public opinions around me leaning towards the man. Shen Miaoyu became impatient and her pretty face turned red. After all, she is just a 20-year-old girl.
I have never seen such a scene before. I can only stand there and worry. There was nothing I could do. I couldn't say anything that could turn the situation around.
Seeing this, Yi Jin thought for a moment, then walked in front of Shen Miaoyu and stared at the man.
Huang Jinhai saw Yi Jin's strong body and handsome appearance.
I suddenly felt a little scared and asked weakly, who are you?
Yi Jin said, it doesn't matter who I am, what matters is that you secretly took pictures under someone's skirt.
Shen Miaoyu hid behind Yi Jin, silently staring at the man with his back to her. At that moment, the grievance and helplessness in Shen Miaoyu's heart were instantly dissipated. Instead, there is a strong sense of security. And it is a sense of security that comes uniquely from Yi Jin.
Her heart was pounding just as before. However, this feeling of excitement is not a sign of anxiety.
It's a feeling of a deer running around in panic.
The man saw that Yi Jin came to protect Shen Miaoyu and continued, what's wrong, kid, do you want to be a hero and save the beauty? This beautiful lady said that I took photos secretly and she produced evidence. If she cannot provide evidence, it is slander.
She must give me an explanation and compensate me for my mental damages and lost wages.
The man was so arrogant that he even bit back.
Yi Jin chuckled and said softly, since this beautiful lady said that you took a secret photo of him, you also have the tools to commit the crime.
Otherwise, take out your camera and let me see it.
As for whether it was filmed or not, I'll know clearly once I see it. The man was obviously a little stunned when he heard Gao.
Let me show you, that definitely won't work, right? So he immediately retorted, who the hell are you and why should I listen to you? The camera is my privacy, how can I let you look at it casually? Besides, why should I show it to you? What if you are in cahoots with her?
What the man said was indeed right.
Yi Jin is indeed in the same group as Shen Miaoyu. Yi Jin continued, if you don't let me see it, you can at least let Uncle Hat see it, right? This time, the man was a little scared after hearing Yi Jin's words. He has something fishy going on.
I just used my tongue to gain the upper hand.
If you bring everything to Uncle Hat, you will definitely suffer the consequences.
His expression was obviously not as calm as before. Then he said in panic, Humph, boy, I think you are in cahoots with that woman.
Still waiting for Uncle Hat. I don't have time to play with you. After saying that, he wanted to leave. Yi Jin patted the man on the shoulder and said, don't go, buddy, don't you still want compensation for mental damage? Wait until Uncle Hat comes and looks at your camera to make sure you are innocent.
Let that young lady apologize to you in public and compensate you.
If you leave now, won't people think you have something to hide? Or, are you up to something and secretly took pictures under someone's skirt?
Yi Jin's words were simple and clear, but the logic was also clear. It instantly brought public opinion back to a neutral position. At this time, many people also began to say, just wait for the police to come and take a look, so that they can give everyone an explanation. Yes, if that young lady was wrong, you won't lose anything if she apologizes in public.
Take it out now, don't hesitate. Chapter 50, Heartbroken. The man was a little annoyed by the discussions of the people around him. He knew he couldn't stay here any longer. When Uncle Hat arrives, it's too late. So he broke free from Yi Jin's hand and shouted at Yi Jin, "Let go, don't touch me. I'm unlucky today. I was slandered for no reason. Forget it. I'm a magnanimous person and won't bother with you. You may not be so lucky next time." After saying this, the man was about to leave this place of trouble. But how could Yi Jin let him leave so easily? Yi Jin grabbed the man's shoulder with one hand. The man was restrained by a huge force and could not move at all. The tremendous force also deeply stimulated the man's pain nerves. He could only shout, "Ah, it hurts. Let go, stop it now. My bones are breaking." After a while, Yi Jin let go of his hand. The man collapsed to the ground instantly, looking at Yi Jin with a look of horror. He knew that there was no way he could beat Yi Jin. Then he immediately said softly, "Please talk nicely and don't use force. Let me tell you, my dad is the party A who initiated this comic convention, and he is an executive at Diamond Plaza. If you dare to do anything, I will ask my dad to cancel the comic convention. Let everyone treat you as a sinner." I have to say that Huang Jinhai is quite scheming. This statement put Yi Jin at odds with everyone. I want Yi Jin to be cautious and not take any action. But what he didn't know was that Yi Jin was the owner of this Diamond Plaza. When Yi Jin heard this, he chuckled and asked with interest, "Oh, is your uncle so powerful? Who is he?" Huang Jinhai looked somewhat smug and chuckled, saying, "Humph, my father is the senior executive of Diamond Plaza, Huang Baoyun, and I am his son Huang Jinhai." When they heard Huang Baoyun's name, some people present couldn't help but sigh. Because Huang Baoyun is the general manager listed on the largest poster at the comic convention. Oh shit, is this true? I think it might be true. He looks a bit like Huang Baoyun. You know what, it's true. Yeah, damn, it turns out he is really Huang Baoyun's son. Listening to the discussions of the people around him, Huang Jinhai became more and more proud. He seemed to enjoy the feeling of everyone discovering his true identity. It's a bit like a hidden boss. He began to taunt smugly, "What do you think, boy, are you scared? Let me tell you, I can stop the entire comic convention with just one phone call. At that time, you will be the sinner of everyone present. How about this? Now you and the beautiful lady behind you apologize to me and I will act as if nothing happened." The comic convention also continued. Yi Jin shook his head, smiled faintly, and responded bluntly, "Not very good." Huang Jinhai frowned slightly and said, "What do you mean, boy? Do you want to be the target of public criticism?" Shin Miaoyu, who was behind Yi Jin, shook Yi Jin's arm with some concern when she heard this. She said softly, "Senior, forget it, let us just apologize and leave." What Shin Miaoyu was thinking about was, if it's because of my relationship, let Yi Jin help me. This eventually led to the cancellation of the entire comic convention. Then she must have become a sinner. Likewise, she didn't want Yi Jin to become the target of public criticism. Yi Jin gently patted the back of Shin Miaoyu's hand and said softly, "It's okay, leave it to me." Although Shin Miaoyu was worried, Yi Jin's words gave her a great sense of security and trust. Yi Jin turned to Huang Jinhai and said, "You said your father is Huang Baoyun, an executive of Diamond Plaza?" "Yes." "You said he was the person in charge of your event?" "Yes, what, are you scared?" Yi Jin stopped talking, took out his cell phone and called Lin Tao. And also turned on the hands-free function. "Hello, boss. Do you know Huang Baoyun?" Yi Jin's voice was deep and powerful, and everyone present could hear it clearly. At this time, everyone present had already looked at Yi Jin with strange eyes. But Huang Jinhai felt something was wrong. "Well, he is the general manager of our marketing planning department. Are you also aware of the comic exhibition held at Diamond Plaza this time?" "Yes, boss, this exhibition is held to attract customers." "Okay, from now on, you will be fully responsible for the entire comic exhibition process, and Huang Baoyun is dismissed." Lin Tao on the other end of the phone was slightly stunned, but he didn't say anything, just responded, "Okay, boss, do you have any other instructions?" "Call the security guard to the comic convention square." "Well, okay, boss." As the call was hung up, countless people present began to talk. But Huang Jinhai sat down on the ground. He looked at Yi Jin in front of him with lifeless eyes and asked weakly, "You, who are you?"
Yi Jin looked down at Huang Jinhai, who was lying on the ground, and said lightly, "I am the boss of Diamond Plaza."
Boom!
Yi Jin's words exploded like thunder in Huang Jinhai's head.
For a moment, he could only stare at Yi Jin in amazement. Nothing to say.
Similarly, Yi Jin's words also caused a wave of shock in front of everyone.
No way, this person is actually the owner of Diamond Plaza? He looks like he is only in his 20s.
I didn't expect him to be so young.
Ha, this kid hit a wall today.
Shen Miaoyu, who was behind Yi Jin, was also looking at Yi Jin in shock. Although Yi Jin looked quite handsome when he got out of the Ferrari before, she also believed that Yi Jin earned his wealth through his own abilities and hard work. But what he didn't expect was that Yi Jin was so rich.
This Diamond Plaza is worth billions.
In an instant, she had a deeper understanding of Yi Jin. Rich, good-looking, capable, and with positive values. He also helped her out twice and resolved conflicts. The important thing is that he also has 8-pack abs. Oh my god, this is a combination of all the advantages. At this moment, Shen Miaoyu's heart was no longer beating fast, but was completely confused. She looked at Yi Jin in front of her and felt that Yi Jin's image became more and more majestic. Just when Shen Miaoyu was lost in thought, Lin Tao personally came to the square with security guards. He looked at Yi Jin respectfully and said softly, "Boss, hello, I am Lin Tao." After all, Yi Jin is the boss, and Lin Tao has all the basic information of the company's senior management.
So he recognized Yi Jin at a glance.
Yi Jin nodded and said softly, "This kid took pictures under other people's skirts, there should be evidence in his camera."
Save the camera and give it to Uncle Hat. Hearing this, Lin Tao understood and immediately looked at Huang Jinhai with his eyes wide open and asked, "Are you the one who took the photos of others secretly?"
Huang Jinhai immediately waved his hands and shook his head. No, it's not me, it's not me." Lin Tao ignored him and walked up to grab his camera. He angrily shouted, "Whether the photo was taken or not, you will know when Uncle Hat comes."